Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. Welcome to the show, everybody. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are having a good day today. What up, Zach? You are first. How you doing, bud? Why was Pep so late during all the Epstein news? He must be part of the cover-up. You know what's really funny? When I had that sign up, if you guys do not know what I'm talking about, that sign right there, when I had that up at the protest, it was kind of funny. There was a guy that was just like, "Are you on the Epstein list?" It's just like, wow. Good comeback there, fella. So that was kind of funny. Yeah. I must be. I must be. That's wild, guys. That's wild. You know what really sucks? I was going to upload my Charlie Kirk video, and apparently he put up like a whole little like copyright flag for, I guess, smaller content creators, because other larger ones seem not to be having the issue. Nah, they're going after this stuff. I got hit on two of my videos that specifically, once I changed the title, all clear. So they're going after anything that mentions the Mr. E. I think I can say Epstein. Uh-oh. Dyslexia. Now, how's it going? Starting Monday, I probably not going to be in stream for at least a few days. Flying to New York Monday morning. Well, shit. I forgot stuff by that guy. Excuse me? Don't even joke about that. That's not even that funny. Yo, Robin, I thought it was funny when Sam on the Majority Report said the other day, "I'm not on the list." Yeah, I mean, we get to have fun with it. At least that's one thing I have been saying. There was a leftist content creator I was watching, and their audience was going after them for having fun with it, and I was just like, that's wild, guys. Like, you can make jokes about this. We already take ourselves way too seriously. In this day and age, I don't know how people do that, but getting temp tags from New York, so waiting in New York until the title arrives. Ah, gotcha. Well, that sucks. Gonna miss you, Zach. You have been a welcome addition to the show. As I said, man, we may not agree on things. We also might butt heads on some ideas, but realistically, man, I seem like a good cat. Oh, man. I'm a pretty cool guy. A-hole at times, pretty good. Yeah, I've actually had people say that about me. They have told me that, you know, I'm a bit of an a-hole, which one of the nicest things that one of my friends ever said to me, like, when he was being just completely honest, he's like, "Yeah, sometimes you're an a-hole, but I like the fact that I know what to expect with you." He's just like, it's better than some people that just turn into that out of nowhere, and you're just like, "Oh, you were always like this." Oh, they're never going to release it. Might as well just have fun with it. Oh, yeah. Well, they're never going to release it because my personal take on this, I haven't really actually given this. My personal take is that they destroyed the info. I think that the second they got there, they destroyed everything that had him in it. So What are you going to release if there's nothing to, nothing left? Good evening from an insomniac in the UK, Mithril. Welcome, welcome. I am also a bit of an insomniac. It is quite early in the evening, but still, welcome to the show. I appreciate having you here. If you haven't already, hit that like button and hit the subscribe button. Really helps out the channel, as I said. Appreciate having you here. What are you doing with your insomnia? Are you just checking out random streams? Is that how you kind of popped up over here? Or I think I've seen you in here before. I kind of recognize you have one of those names. It's like I feel like we've chatted before. But either way, hold on. This music's not working. Are you guys hearing music? Because I'm not. Oh, there it goes. Oh! I didn't realize that my headphone port was still on my Spotify. Whoops. Maybe his stuff. Maybe his stuff, but the that blackmail is one of a kind on everyone else. I think class solidarity is more the engine driving this. Yeah. I think that too. Anna kind of said it yesterday that this is the first time since Luigi that she really kind of felt the vibes changing where everybody kind of agrees that this is messed up. Looking for a live stream to watch for an hour or so. Well, I'm glad that you landed on mine. What was it? Was it the thumbnail? Was it the name? Or was it the handsome face on the, as I said, on the thumbnail there? Technically, I guess that classifies as the first one. But oh, sorry, man. I didn't realize I cooked my first big chicken tender the other day. Starting to learn to be a badass cook. Nice. Yeah, learning how to like fry up your own stuff, that's key, man. Like that is definitely key. Never be afraid of a little herbs and spices, and if you like making fresh chicken tenders, cornflakes. Make sure that you get those cornflakes. I like swear by those. That's like how I make my crust. Just crush up some cornflakes and just kind of baste those in some egg, roll them around, and then fry them on up. Put on some spices, though. Gotta get some herbs and spices. Learn from the man himself. Finger looking good. Made killer meatloaf twice now. Oh, nice. Getting venison soon. Venison, I don't like. I just don't like gamey meat. I have just come to terms with that. I just don't like venison, quail, anything that's super gamey. Just, not for me. Bison was the closest I'll get to it. But that even still has a little bit of that where it's just like, it tastes weird. Like for me, it's almost like it tastes metally, like metallic a little. I'm not sure if you guys get that. And the tsunami interests me. I did geology at uni before I dropped out. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, the tsunami wasn't as big of a deal. Somebody had actually said in our chat, they just came in here to just say a quick, like, make their piece, and then they pieced out pretty quick. But they said that they were from Alaska and that we should not be freaking out that this happens regularly, that apparently, like, they have huge earthquakes up there all the time, that I guess it was a slow news day. And I asked about the tsunami. They're like, yeah, we get those too. They're like, that's why those buoys were there in the first place. I'm like, oh. Huh. Glaze your meatloaf. Game changer. What are you glazing your meatloaf with? All right. Hey, all you internet brained right now, turn that off. We're cooking. We're doing a cooking show right now. You gotta keep your internet perv minds out of this. No, what are you glazing it with? Because honestly, I am all about trying some new stuff. Are you trying to make it like more sweet or like, I don't know. All you ate for a month was deer. Ugh. I'm sorry, man. I'm not. Ugh. I would have a problem with that. I glaze my meatloaf with mustard, ketchup, Worcestershire sauce, Worcestershire sauce. Right? Yeah, Worcestershire sauce. I'm just gonna say it really slow. And brown sugar mix, nice. What up, Sylvie? How you doing? How was your day? Hope you had a good one. Hope you are having a fun evening here. Hope you guys are primed to hang out for a little bit. This is going to be more of a chill stream. I'm looking forward to it. I played D&D, except it wasn't D&D. We played Transformers versus G.I. Joe. It was awesome. I had a really good time. I made a character that was essentially Herbie the Love Bug, but I started off as a jet, which it worked out perfectly because I unintentionally wrote the beginning of the campaign without even knowing it, where I was just like, yeah, you know, I don't really want to be a jet. I would rather be like a love bug. And he was just like, now here's the thing. Would you mind doing like a swap? So like, we'll start with you as the jet, but you can, you know, scan it and then turn into the love bug. I was like, hell yeah. And it worked out perfectly. It was so funny because I rolled a nat 20. So as I was flying in, I pushed out the original Herbie and just like took him out and just transformed into him, and then I had a perfect infiltration. It was fucking cool. Worcestershire sauce. It's pronounced Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. That no. No. I say big no to that. What the Worcestershire or Worcestershire. Ew. All right. Can we just agree that this is probably the most annoying word in all of English? Really makes no sense. Restaurant. That's another one that I like. I can say it, but it's one of the ones where it's like if you ask me to spell restaurant, I'm just gonna probably walk away and just go, nah, I'm gonna keep my dignity. Or try. Buy a truck and camper, go live in the woods every weekend. Worcestershire sauce. Just look it up. You can Google how to say it. Let's see. How do you say it phonetically?
Worcester or Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcester
Worcester.
or Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce. Okay. So, thank you, Mithril. You said that very, very correctly. I feel like an ass. I'm literally. Is it bad that legit anytime that I ask, it's like, hey, can you pass me the Worcestershire sauce? And they're like, what was that? It's like the Worcestershire. The sauce. Give me the sauce. That is Worcester or Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Oh, I hate this. This is a game as a dyslexic person that I'm not exactly fond of. It is. I'm just glad that, like, it's a common word that everybody screws up. I will say that much. But I should probably get to the news, guys, because watching some more, professional streamers on my way home. Got to actually catch AG. That was nice. It's always good to catch up with the Angry Ginger. If you are not already following, definitely check out his channel. I think he's still live. Yeah, he's still live. So if you guys must, I would be okay with it for helping him out. But just make sure you make your way back, because I do stream, like, I think 3 or 4 hours later than he does on Thursdays. So I should probably just start at 9, just like out of just like a brotherhood, just like, hey man, I don't want to step on your toes. I also happen to know that there's a good chunk of my audience that hangs out there. So Americans mangling UK place names is a hobby of mine ever since Bill Hicks did a sketch on it many, many years ago. Bill Hicks? You don't know who Bill Hicks is? Bill Hicks is a famous comedian. He's great. Oh, Angry Ginger. Here. Let me link his channel up. Great dude. I keep forgetting that it... yeah, it's number 3. There's another one out there that has the that has his name. So this is his channel. Politics, conversations, and humor. I did news, politics, and comedy, but I like how we have like, oh geez, essentially the same like mission on our channel. Oh man. Let's do it, guys. I was waiting to smoke with y'all. Also, you know what? Fuck this. I might take a call later, but wearing headphones through the whole stream just sucks. Good? Yep, let's do it. Happy 2-0. Water. What up, Bloodstone? How you doing? I knew it was something I like. I didn't want to know. Wait, just call it the not Asian soy sauce and call it a day. Is that technically what it is? Interesting. Black Man Macho Flare Drip. What up, dude? One of my favorite names in all of my community. How you doing, man? Also, woo, yeah. That's just how everybody should like welcome you. Woo, yeah. But you got to do it where like you have the shift. All right. If you've been wondering why I haven't been tuning into your streams, because I just got back from a cruise from Mexico, and I'm honestly think I should become a passport bro. Hey, I happen to know a channel that if you're looking to do so, there's a certain lawyer living abroad that would more than likely help you. I don't know. Does he even do that anymore, or is he just like straight up a YouTuber? I am talking about Legal Mindset. He's a yeah, he's definitely a passport. Okay, he's allegedly a passport bro. Gotta kind of play it safe there. Well, congrats on your cruise, man. I'm glad that you got to enjoy a vacation, get some time off, and enjoy yourself. I really need to do that. Here's my main concern. I haven't gone on a vacation for so long that I have a feeling that going on vacation would be its own stress that I just wouldn't want to deal with. And I'll be real, that's what's kind of got me from doing it. Like, when I say I haven't gone on vacation, I'm not talking about time off. I've had plenty of that. It's going out, like actually going somewhere away from the house, away from the dogs, away from my wife, and just, you know, enjoying myself. I haven't done that in now 16 years, so. Dating in America is hard AF, especially for minority men like me. Really? No shit. What's your age range? Or like your... Yeah, what's your age range? I think that's a fine question to ask. I think I subbed a while back after a video about D&D. Oh, no kidding. Wow, yeah, that's cool. Hey, I'm glad that you were part of that, You're 22. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't realize that it... Well, is it just minority men, or is it just harder for men, or like just people dating in general? Because this is where I actually... I have no advice here for you guys. I'm just going to be a curious cat here. Because I have not been in the dating scene in a very long time. Very long time. Dating apps were not even a thing. So, yeah, like, has it gotten that much worse? Because I've had friends that have told me that dating apps are just the worst in general. Ironically, I think it was somebody had said that Facebook dating was the one that like was the most successful for them. They found a wife from it, so I don't know. But yeah, also 22. Like you guys are, I consider you guys like TikTok generation. Well, statistically, white men are viewed above us minority men when it comes to attractiveness by all ethnic groups of women who live in America. The world really runs on European beauty standards for both genders. White women are viewed highly too by minority men. Interesting. I've heard that, but it's usually by like a really angry conservative white dude. So, but yeah, they phrase it in a lot more of a crass way. So young. Yeah. At least he can drink and, buy his own smokes. Shut up there, whippersnapper. I swear. I have never wanted to do a brotherly slap through an internet camera more in my life. Just I'm mad with you. Bro, come on. No. No, for real. I couldn't. I've said this before. You couldn't pay me to live through my 20s again. September, I'll be 21. Yeah, 58 in A's. You don't care about dating? Oh, really? Wait, you guys call it ace? You say... I never knew that. You guys literally... So being single is just... That's a fucking cool way of saying that. Just an aside. Did you guys know that it was called ace? Like in England, just being solo? That's... I mean, being solo, but that's... I like that. Being ace. That makes it sound cool. I'm not gonna lie. At least to an American. 20s is the worst for most men and dating. Well, yeah, see, the thing is, you're still learning about yourself. God, I can't imagine, though, because, like, everybody does seem more about them. And, like, back in my day, when I was dating... We were worried about finding a long-term partner. But we also didn't have like phones distracting us. So it's like, I feel like we got to learn about like our prospective partners a little bit easier. Cause literally there was no like computer distraction always like in front of us. So at dates, you talked to your date. And then when you were using the phone, you were talking to your date, or you were talking to the person. So, it kind of made it like a thing, well, nowadays you say ace, people usually refer to asexual. Oh, that's also cool. I'm not, all right. Different meaning? Still same level of cool. Okay. There's literally no detraction there. I did not know that, though. I want to get married as soon as possible. I'm no man whore. As soon as eight, no, you partnership first. Partnership first, and you don't need to be married to have a partnership. Do you have? Oh crap! Oh shit! I just found out my goddaughter's in the fucking ER. Shit, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta make a phone call. Let me know if you're right. Okay. All right, love you too, bro. Bye-bye. Okay. It sucks. Poor kid. Fuck. Sorry, that just totally derailed everything, but that was... she'll be okay. It's a blood sugar situation. Start slut shaming men? No. I actually disagree. Why slut shame at all? Why? Well, hold on. Can I call you Macho Flair? I'm gonna call you Macho Flair. Because calling you Black Man is kind of like... don't feel right. So, Macho. Yeah. Do you think that you need to be married to have sex? Are you like, is this, are you coming from like a religious standpoint? Yeah, just the fact that they admitted her though. She's got it. She doesn't do well with this. This sucks. She's only 9. Fuck. This is what happens when you don't have your own kids. You also like the god kids, the nephews, the nieces. All well, actually, I have all nephews. Yeah, it's one of. I actually call my goddaughters my nieces. Yeah, man, fuck. You were raised by a single mother. Well, number one, shout out moms. People are shooting weird about sex. What do you mean? Oh. I like how people hate on asexuals. You should be mad about not having who cares? My God. Yeah, people are so weird. Yeah. No, they are. I don't get it. Like, I don't, number one, what happened to privacy? Whatever happened to like, and this is coming from me. I like, I'm a pretty open book. Like, but this is kind of something where I'm like, yeah, this is, you just, so, people don't need to know everything like that. But also, I don't need to not, like, if that's part of their kink, I guess, it's like, well, then don't, like, make me part of that if I don't want to be. I think that I've been in, like, in a situation like that, but I just walked away. Where somebody was just, I barely knew this person. They were way too open about this stuff. I'm like, this feel like, no, I'm out. It's like, this is too much. It's like, I don't even know you, man. Okay, so man, when you hear arrow ace, that means that they are also aromantic. Okay. Just someone that likes to exist as a person, and that's pretty cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's, yeah, cool. I mean, I'll just say this, for me personally, not for me. I am too codependent on people, and just in general, I like being around people. I like relationships. I like, friendships. I like my, being around family. But yeah, here. You'll end up settling and end up in a relationship you might not want if you care more about speed finding a wife than actually getting to know a person and breaking up when it doesn't work out. Yeah, see, great take. And on top of it, it's like part of a relationship is really, and this is not talked about enough, is getting to like see the parts that you don't like, but kind of gauging on how much you can really deal with it. Because everybody is going to have that, and that's where I always say, like, I've seen relationships where the honeymoon period lasted for almost fucking like 2 to 3 years, which is a long time. But the longer that goes on and the more they don't like have like an argument or like see the real them, and then all of a sudden, especially for people that are putting up a front, like that one, if you've ever dealt with a friend where you're just like, she don't know the real you, and I don't think you know the real her. It's like, but we'll see. But yeah, here. Man, I'm trying to break the cycle. There's not a lot of people in my family who have successful relationships. But the thing is, like, just getting married doesn't dictate that you're in a, like, successful relationship. Successful relationships are literally, like, again, it's building a friendship. It's building trust. It's building, like, that's what you build with people like that. Getting married is quick. Yeah. I shouldn't have over graduated like that. Can I ask why? It feels so weird to me, the feeling being around people. Oh, I mean, I personally, like, especially when I vibe with people, which I vibe pretty, easily with people. Part of it is, yes, being a stoner. So, like, the second that I find out, and I can usually smell it, like, literally just go, eh? I've made so many friends that way. Back in the day when I used to, go out for, smoke on the, patios of, like, some bars or whatever. Like, anytime I went to a bar, I always ended up there because, like, I didn't drink until I was 24. So I was always just like, vaping wasn't a thing either, by the way. And it also wasn't legal. So it's not, I couldn't just rip, the fun stuff. But yeah, I made a lot of friends that way too. I would say I'm a good friend, but a terrible relationship. Sounds like you're a little too harsh on yourself. I suck too. Like listen, I'm a great partner, but I also, like, I can be kind of a jerk sometimes. I can be a little selfish sometimes. I can be, especially like if I'm having a bad day, like I can do that thing where it's just like, I don't know how to articulate that I'm having a bad day. So like, I'll just shut down, and then, they perceive that as like a bad energy, and it could cause stuff like that. But these are things that we work through, and these are things that also I'm willing to admit these types of, imperfections, because it really is something where it's like, if I don't admit it, then I can't work on these things, But marriage is a citizen not anymore, apparently. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that. I don't know. I'm laughing only because we live in a very ridiculous time. Let's marry someone from a cool country. That is true. I mean, yeah. Well, it's like you're saying, Pat. You're already looking at passport, bro. There's yeah, if you end up somewhere cool, like if you have the opportunity to do this, don't have a lot of family ties and don't have a lot, like, I'm all about people going and finding themselves and finding partners in different countries or whatever. It's just, for relationships, my one big piece of advice is like, as a married man that loves his partner, I just gotta say, like, these are the things that I can say will lead to success. Are the, just a lot of it's being honest too. Like, so many people are not honest with their partners at the beginning of relationships. All right. I got one that's really funny. Obviously not naming names or anything like that. But when I was about like 13, 14, naming names. Somebody in my life that I looked up to, they were in a really, really toxic relationship. And I mean, it was one of the most toxic situations I think I've ever seen in my life. She constantly would leave, break up, but within minutes come back. And these weren't just like the little ones. Like, she packed all her crap, was about to leave, and then came back with all her crap. So it's like, what? But he was just as culpable, because I was there for one of them where I just looked at him. I'm like, you're just gonna let her back in? He's just like, yeah, man. I need you to go somewhere. And I was just like, the makeup sex, that must have been just, for him to make these decisions, it really must have just been like something spectacular. Because holy crap, especially like, they were that type of couple where you could hear them fighting like blocks away. It's never mind. No. Yeah, I knew this sloppy toppy. I was like, oh. My favorite ones. My favorite ones was when he tossed me like a pack of smokes. He'd just be like, "Air, go take a walk." It's like, all right. And that, going back to my whole not really having a phone, back when you actually had to like call people because it was 10. God, you guys remember the good old days where it was 10 cents per letter? Where it's like, hold on, guys. I really have to determine whether or not this text message is worth sending, because this might cost me, $7. As a liberal man, I never understood why liberal women hate passport bros. Because they see it as, what's the word I'm looking for? It's the way that like dudes will turn into like to weebs over like what the ideal waifu type of shit. Like when they get weird about that. Those people. What up, Bryant? How you doing? How you doing today? Oh, dude, I need to claim that Steam key at the end of smoke break. Nice. A treat. Wait, threat? A threat. Wait, Tracer, what's up? Name the names. Also make it feel real. I still feel like I have to make a text count, like I'm paying for every text. Occasionally, I do have like that thing where I'm just like, Passport bros are, and incel adjacent. You know what, Kaz? Thank you. You articulated that much better than me. Incel adjacent is kind of what that is, and that's totally how I view that. And I think that's how they view that too. So, and I understand what it is, where it's like, not everybody, that's not what it is. But a good number of dudes that do. It's kind of the joke where it's just like when a white dude tells, like a middle-aged white dude's just like, yeah, I'm going on vacation to Thailand. And immediately you're just like, really? What for exactly? Food and culture. Mm-hmm. All right. Excuse me. Went to a country meeting, county meeting. That was at an adjacent county. Actually, Kaz, there was a protest today that I saw. It's pretty cool. Wow, I knew I would learn something new in your live. Oh, thank you. Look at that. I'm a teacher, guys. Who knew? It's ultimately objectifying, and that's what is kind of a turnoff. Like, being a passport bro implies that you're only doing it to get easy S and foreign women, and that's kind of nasty. Well, and see, that's where with him, Macho, I don't want to like put you in that camp because you're looking for love. Like, honestly, the 90-day fiance thing that might not be a bad idea. you could try that out. I mean, but yeah, forcing relationships, man, it never works. It never works. Like, it really is just about like hanging out with people and just kind of like, you got to meet people. That's a real big one. Like, let's put it this way. If I was single, what I would probably do is go to not even bars. I would go to like concerts. I would go to like gatherings. I would do a lot of political gatherings and like go to a bunch of like the meetings and stuff, because eventually you're going to come across some people that are just like, you'll make some friends, and then along the way you might even make a romantic relationship. So try plugging it in. Salute. What up? What up? What up? How you doing? Welcome back. When passport wives become more biatchy. Yeah, it's totally different if you're just looking to experience other cultures. You might find that opening that part of your mind makes you more attracted to women here. Yeah, that's true. Got a vibe. Yep. That wealth disparity makes it very hard to navigate true love. Yeah, I mean, it does. It does, because, like, yeah, you have to, like, you're constantly wondering, is this just for, you know, the money? Join the red pill, JK. You ever heard of Fresh and Fit? You ever heard of those guys? They got some good... I can't even get that. Can't let that out. Oh, man, I almost had a clip there. I got to be real careful about that. Yuck. Just walking around and doing some stuff in town, you will meet new friends and partners. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, like, I don't know how small of a town you live in, but that'll do, like, wonders. That really will. Hell, that's how I've seen some of, you know, the people in my life, like, find people. It's also often exploitative, utilizing a power dynamic. Yeah. No, I've watched enough of that on 90 Day Fiance. And on top of it, like, when I've seen it, like, in real life, I played hockey with a guy that had that, and she was definitely doing stuff behind his back, because, like, the way that she would come on to guys on the hockey team, either they were in on it together or... Ugh. But it was also, yeah, it was one of those things where I was like, oh, that sucks. Also kind of made me like go, tracks. It's often, yeah. I got divorced in November. It's lonely, but not as lonely as being in a relationship that makes you feel alone. Yeah, relationships that make you feel alone are the worst. I had that before I met my wife. But I was so young, and like, that's why I kind of understand where he's coming from, because I had a very similar mentality. Like, I didn't want to be alone, and I was way too young to be thinking that way too. Not trying to sound, you know, like a jerk or anything, but I also didn't really have a problem. So I don't know. As I said, social butterfly. I never really had many moments where I wasn't. Yeah. I'm planning a divorce party eventually. Nice. I don't want to be a jerk, but is she too? Just gotta make sure you have more balloons. That's the big flex. It's like, look, I got a balloon arch. Did you get a balloon arch? I don't think so. I party by myself. Yeah, sometimes those are the best. Gym is a nice place to feel. It's a good place to feel ish. Yeah, I don't know, man. Nah. Even as a dude, if a woman came up to me and like hit on me in the gym, I think I'd be uncomfortable. Listen, I'm very much about like getting what I want done, and like I don't want to be interrupted, especially in the gym where it's like I'm there for a very specific reason. Don't necessarily want to be. I kind of just, it's like, yo, I got to use this equipment, and it's kind of like this is the cheapest way to do it. Now I gotta be with all you people, and I don't want to be here. It's like it stinks here. Man, I'm the guy that also has to like walk around with the sanitizer because like, have you seen how many people are just they're sweating on these machines and they just don't clean them up? I'm like, what is it? Oh, yeah. I just want to get a row machine and just be done with it. That's it. Like if I can accomplish that at some point here, then I will do that. So. If your goal is to find love before you love yourself, you're going to have a bad time. This is also true. Very, very, very good advice there, Kaz. I hope Macho's still here, man. Getting some good advice here. I don't want to put anyone on the spot that hard. Because, that's not fair. Nah, just been there. I know how it feels. I keep getting pressured into relationships. I was wondering what would happen if I pressured couples to try out divorce and tell them how awesome it would be to be single. Dude, that's a hell of a way to turn that around. I respect that though. Like if you actually did that, that's a baller move. Because it's kind of the same way that like people get on me about having kids, you know? And I do. There was the one time I didn't have this perfected yet, and I feel like I was a little mean because I was just like, yeah, you know what I get to do? Whatever the fuck I want. You gotta, it's like, and as I just get in my car, turn it on, and I'm pulling out, and he's like doing the whole thing, like, come on, we gotta get you in the car seat. I'm just like, peace. Kind of at that moment where I'm like, see what I mean? But no, I trust me, man. I get it. As much as I used to be kind of like that, and it came from a place of really not being strong in my convictions because I was still at the like, maybe I want to be a dad, maybe I don't. But now I'm just like, I'm good. People always tell me to eat a cheeseburger, but I can't tell them to go run a few miles. Yeah. Tell them to put their kids up for adoption. It'll be great. So much freedom. Hey, there we go. See? I'm excited for New York. I get to sleep in an actual bed, not an air mattress. Never made the investment. Stop buying trucks and all that crap. Buy yourself a nice, like, a queen bed, at least. And make sure it's like, yeah, dude, invest in it. Think of it this way. You spend hours in bed, even if it's like 2 to 3 hours, like your body needs to, so it's something that you really need to like invest in. Every few months is kind of fire. No, it's not. No, it's not. Unless you're selling them for a profit, then you're just stupid. If you're selling them for a profit and then you're able to buy a new truck, fine. But if you are just hoarding these trucks and you're letting them rust out, or you're driving them until they're dead, but you're literally paying even $800, stop. There's better ways to do that, man. Honestly, with your type of hustle, you get for sale signs. 1/3 of your life is asleep. Yeah, and it's awesome. I'm one of the fucking... I love sleep. I love sleep. I absolutely love sleeping. Are you kidding me? And it's not like a depression thing either. There have been days where I don't feel a lick of depression. I'm just like, where I look to one side, I got my wife, and then I got my dog, and then I got my other dog, and then I got my cat. Like, if I got that and it's raining, and I got my fan on me, sign me up. I will smoke another one and I will go to heaven. I'm sorry, man. I've always gotten like almost a little angry at people that are just like, I don't like sleep. I'm like, why? What's wrong with you? Like, and this is coming from somebody that has like chronic insomnia. I have to do like a very specific ritual to even hit REM sleep. So, that's why like I love it. I love it. Kids are difficult. Brian, thank you for being honest. They are. See, this is the thing. I grew up with plenty of younger siblings, so I was just like, I'm good. Like I'm good. I also have a very honest father. Just one day, I was talking to him about having grandkids, and he was just like, listen, can I give you one piece of advice? Don't take it the wrong way. I'm like, here it comes. And then he's just like, if I could do it all over again, you wouldn't be here. I'm like, what? Just me? He's like, no, none of you. I'm like, oh, well, at least I'm not singled out. But it did still hurt where I was like, whoa. Damn. But after like the initial wave of just like, holy shit, did my dad just say that to me? I did have the moment where I was just like, oh shit, my dad just like, thank you. Like now I really do thank him, where I'm like, you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate anybody that's been very like open and honest with me. I did this thing where like, we have the Chicago Auto Show here, and I used to do something where I had to go and work for the auto show essentially. And I was we had like random pair ups. So I had never met this person. Real nice lady. She was talking about like how she was going through like a divorce and all this stuff, but like her 9-year-old, and then I started talking about like, yeah, and this was at that point where I'm like, I'm not sure if I really want kids, and she's like, can I just be completely honest with you? And I was like, shoot. She's like, don't. She's like, don't. She's like, and then she was kind of the first one to lay it on me like that, where she's like, that it's not as great as people. She's like, the people that usually are pressuring you are the ones that want you to suffer along with them because misery loves company. I was like, oh, damn. So, yeah, that was wild. Coming from someone who sleep hates, appreciate if you get it. Yeah. You have to be able to love someone more than you love yourself to be a parent. And that's hard to do, especially if you have a hard time moving yourself. See, now that's a take I haven't actually heard before, really. That's interesting. Jeff. Yo, what up, Jeff? How you doing? As I wake up, there's still lifeless and in pain. Sleep doesn't really do much for me. Aw, Sylvie, that sucks. See, that's what sucks. Like, I'm not sure if it's like Eddie's might help or not, but when I hit that REM, I'm very, very happy to be there. But I also I value comfort. Like, obviously, I have my hoodie, my extra large hoodie that for $10 you can see on stream. But yeah, I very much value like a good pillows. You know, I gotta have so like the way that I do it is I gotta have my sheet, I gotta have my top sheet, or like my not the top sheet. What's that called? Like the just like your, it's like the thin blanket, the one that we all do where if it's like so hot that you're just like fine, and then put the foot out and you're like, I guess the monsters can just have me. But then I like to have like a fuzzy, like a really nice heavy God, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like fleece. Yeah, fleece. Like to have a nice fleece, and then have a duvet on top, and oh, I am in heaven. I just realized I'm like, yeah, it makes me happy. Chamomile tea, blackout curtains. Gotta have them blackout curtains, and melatonin helps, but limit the melatonin. Melatonin doesn't even really work for me anymore. Yeah, chamomile helps me when I really need to like knock myself out. Yes, the blackout curtains, but only if I'm trying to sleep throughout the day, which that I am getting less comfortable with doing. Unfortunately, my sleep schedule has kind of put me like, so before it used to be a joke. If you guys saw me in like MR chat and I'd be like morning, yeah, it was usually a joke. I was, well into my day. Not so much anymore. It's let's just say, like, I showed up at 11:30 recently and I was just like, I just woke up. That was not good. I guess that's what happens when that one was kind of more along the lines of, what do I got to get up for today anyway? What is a duvet? A comforter. It's like the cool comforter. A duvet is like isn't that what it's called? My mom's always called a duvet. A duvet. A duvet. The cover you put on a comforter. No, because that's a wait. Hold, please. Duvet. Bobby Duvet. Duvet. No, it's its own comforter. What is a duvet? A duvet is a type of bedding, essentially a large, soft, flat bag filled with down, feathers, wool, and a synthetic alternative. Aha! Alternatively, it can be a removable cover. Boom. See, I have one that is just the duvet itself, because I had one that had a cover that it had buttons on it, and I'd always get like stuck in it, and I hated it. Like, I absolutely hated it. Also, like, you ever have that thing where like it's like you're wearing a sandal where your like toe like go like here's the button and it just goes whack. A duvet or a quilt here in the UK, hardly anyone has sheets now. Sheets, we still got sheets. Like, I do the I got like Ugg sheets now, but I gotta try the it used to be like Boll and Branch was the one to go with, but I haven't heard shit about them, so I'm pretty sure that was just like an over pricey thing. Too bad I'm a libtard. You're not a libtard. You're a nice person who understands things and is welcome here. What up, Java? How you doing? If I see a correction to your, it's like, hey! It's like, all right, I see how that goes. Fine. But Java, welcome. You are definitely in good company here. And I kind of like how you announced yourself. Like, that's nice. That's nice. Every once in a while, I will get this thing where people are just like, be a libertarian. Oh, so I need to get in a time machine and go back to when I was 19 through 24. Understood. Doc! Oh, geez, Doc. I went back. I had to go back in time. You don't get it, Doc. Oh, it was heavy. I saw myself. I was talking to this guy about conspiracies. And then I told him how I was a libertarian supporting Ron Paul. You gotta get me out of here, Doc. This is the bad timeline. You got a bidet? I gotta get a bidet. I used to have one. But like I had this situation where like I went back to go get it, and I told the new tenants that I was coming back for it, and they already threw it out, and I was just like, what the? And it was a nice one too, man. Who's who's Ron Paul? Look him up. That one you will have to Google yourself, but he is Rand Paul's father, who Ron Paul 2012 was the he was the third party alternative, you know. Green Party was, you know, Jill Stein was there, but nobody liked her. He was the libertarian candidate that kind of made sense at the time, but then I go, why does your Marty McFly sound like Tim Pepper? Oh God, Doc, I don't know. Huh? All my impressions are rolling into Jordan Peterson. Oh shit. Oh no, that's the curse. That's the curse of the Peterson. You do a Jordan Peterson, and all of a sudden, all of your impressions become Jordan Peterson. Oh yeah, clean up your room. Content or not, yeah, it's gonna be Jordan Peterson all day. Do you even know what mean means? I don't think so. Dude, if I did this in front of Jordan Peterson, he would look at me like it's just like, get this fool out of my face. You don't take anything seriously. You're having an existential crisis. I think you got too much Morty in your mix. Oh, you know what? No, I think it is. Yeah, no, it is a little bit more Morty than Marty. It's heavy. Yeah, well, see, thing is, I can't, like, because he's got a little bit of the, like, the voice cracking. Next on Jubilee, 1 Peterson versus 20 Kermits. That was so funny. We watched that after, so I covered that on Twitch, and then somebody was just like, you have to watch this. Sylvie, I'm pretty sure it was you, and I'm glad that, like, that gave me a good old hearty laugh. Randomly, my elementary school in mock elections elected Ron Paul. See? That was not your elementary school. That was... Wait. Really? No, because that would have had to be Dukakis. Try more Canadian than you're golden. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You just have to believe that you're actually from Ontario. Do you actually believe that the Toronto Maple Leafs are that shitty at hockey? I don't think so. They just don't know what they actually believe. Oh my God. If he moves out and the Toronto Maple Leafs win, that would be fucking fantastic. Your school were nerds. We elected Eric Cartman. Our school actually had like mock elections, but you couldn't write in because they knew that would happen. So yeah, we had nerdy stuff. Jordan Peterson bases so much of his view on mostly discredited people and paper works. You figure that out, it's easy to stop caring about him. Oh yeah. You have acne inside your nostrils. Like you have... That sounds like an infection. Wait a minute. Acne inside your nostrils? Like, do you already have acne? Because that's also... Color me stupid, but... I don't think that's... I don't think you can just, like, pass acne like that. Well, yes, can you? Is it kind of like the same thing as if you like touch your face when you got zits, then it's like and touch another like area, then that'll do it. Although, you know what sucks? I have noticed that, like, say for instance you're eating like a greasy burger, and you're just like, you go to like wipe some sweat off, and then the next day you just have literally like a line of like zits right there. You're just like, huh, that's interesting. Could be an ingrown nose hair. I mean, yeah, if it has a pore, it can be a pimple. Too much 6-9 activities. 4th grade, we had a mock election Reagan won. Yeah, we had one that Bob Dole won. Bob Dole liked Bob Dole. And Bob Dole won that election because we were a bunch of kids that liked the fact that he called Bob Dole Bob Dole. Washing your face is a powerful tool. Yes, it is. Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Hope you are well. Hope everything is going good in the land of Ryan. Rion. It is 5 a.m. I would ask what you're doing up, but then again, I'm just glad to have you here. So, but get some sleep, kid. What are you doing? We had a mock election. Trump won just because build the wall chant was funny. That actually makes I could see that being a big thing with kids. Like, I could see Trump being huge, just huge. He's did you hear him? He goes huge. Jeff, what about a donor heart? What are you, donair? Are you talking like donair sauce? What are you talking about? Donor? That's not how you spell it. Donor. Spock's up another one of Lemon Haze. Starman, dude, good to see you. It's been a minute. How you been, brother? Hope you all are doing well. By the way, guys, if you do not have a membership, consider getting yourself a membership. I'm going to be dropping some content this weekend that will be only for the members, and I would love to have you guys there to witness it. It's going to be some good stuff. Also, it really helps out the channel, so consider getting yourself a membership. Just, hey. Aren't I adorable? Come on. OMG, it's Tracer. OMG, it's Zach. I like how I just have to go through that. Some of those oils and bacteria are important. Oh yeah, don't overwash don't overwash your face, but it's like I was saying, like the whole thing where it's like too much grease and like your pores just sort of like, yeah, no. Guys, what is with Trump's hand? It's all over the interwebs since yesterday. He's got, I forgot what it's called, but it's like essentially like the diabetic swelling of your hands and feet. Well, not diabetic, but what do you call it? Fuck, what the hell does he have here? Hold on. Vascular testing because of his leg swelling, which led to his diagnosis chronic venous insufficiency. It means his veins do not get blood going to certain parts of his body. Simply put, I don't care. Wonderful, Sylvie, wonderful. Been going good. Hell yeah, man. I'm glad. Man, it's good to see you. I always kind of get bummed when I don't see certain people for a while, and then I'm like, oh, look, you guys are back. I also have a little bit of that, like, parasocial thing as a streamer, where it's, like, the opposite to what you guys have, obviously. Where I do go, like, oh, bummer. Gout, edema. Is that what it is? Edema? Wasn't there a band called Edema? Yeah, Edema. Pretty sure that was the one Jonathan Davis's brother was in. He's asking Coke to change its recipe to use cane sugar. Oh, did he just get told by his doctor? Oh, that makes sense. His doctor said that the synthetic sugar is causing him to have these problems. That's kind of funny. He effed around a lot. I mean, he did. It looks like some kind of STD. Yeah, no, it does. I said that too. His veins don't get blood because he's got no heart. Man, you're on fire today. I gotta say, like, you're putting me to shame over here. You got the zingers. Did you hear they're canceling the late night show with Stephen Colbert next year? Yeah. Yeah, they don't have ratings. I saw the ratings for, like, the top show. Do you know that Hassan Piker outperforms the top performing cable show? That's kind of sad. Deep cut with edema. Yeah, that's what it was. With an A, yeah. I mentioned I like metal, right? Yeah. Edema, God. No, a Deep Cut is one of my favorite bands. If you guys like them, then we're friends. Opeth. Love me some Opeth. You cannot. I know you cannot. Yeah, because Missouri sucks. Well, okay, for that reason. It does have, you know, the cool resident named Angela as well, so can't be all bad. Is Gutfeld the most watched late show? No, actually, it is not. No, it bounces back and forth between Kimmel and Colbert. And then, Gutfeld, I know, is in the, like, top 2, like, occasionally, so he'll also kind of, he will get in there, but bring deer meat in a cooler, a few more bad clothes. I'm a big metal guy. Opeth is great. Hell yeah. Now here's what sucks. I don't know, like, modern bands. So, I have to go back, like, 10 to 15 years to be like, okay, yeah, that band. Zach, actually, do you make venison jerky? Like, if you know how to make, like, really good venison jerky, then yeah, hell yeah. Colbert Election Night 2016 was a unique show. Yeah, I think I checked that out. Election Night, I was watching Joe Rogan with Bill Burr, and I will never forget that. The final Ozzy concert felt a bit down this weekend. I'm going to miss that guy when he... Well, I mean, the fact that he hasn't already. I'm indifferent. I love Ozzy. It's just one of those things where wheeling him out there to barely sing, I don't know. I'm glad that it happened, but I'm also glad that it's done. Like, we don't need this. Like, I get so sad when I see, like, guys that are well past their prime. AC/DC is one of them. Seeing Angus Young doing his little scooting, his his little Catholic boy uniform. Like, and he's like, he'll do a hop, but it's just like this. It's sad. Same, I'm only seeing newer bands. Favorite new band is Not Enough Space. Nice. Oh, I take that back. I might be going to see Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. I just found out they're coming to a local bar. That might be fun. Take me right back to high school. Hey now, no AC/DC slander. They're doing their best. Huh? One of my favorite bits was by the bonfire, where they were talking about just this, or it's just like, didn't Angus Young die? Did he? No, he's still around. He's only 70. Oh. Midwest emo bands. Yeah. No, but that reminds me of like they did this bit where they're talking about ZZ Top, where it's just like, yeah, they keep going on tour, you know, until they're in their 80s, where it's just like, I take my pills 2 times a day, and I've got some arthritis in my wrist, y'all. I love the Warpigs song. Warpigs is one of the best songs ever recorded. I will stand by that. That's a hell of a song. Also, I've been listening to Rise Against a lot again, so that should tell you something. Also, they have a new album, so check it out. Yeah, as much as I tried to be hardcore into the punk scene, it was hard to, where so many of my friends were just like, you want to go see the Pickled Snots? It's like, nah, I'm good. It's like, oh, come on, bro, they're so good, you're gonna love them. It's like, all right. Tracer, Lake of the Ozarks area here. Jeff, are you on immunosuppressants for your heart? Blink 182 is better. I like Blink. I always hated Tim Pool was one of the jackasses that would openly make fun of Blink 182 and people that like them. Oh, you go boy. He's a look.
Triplug and Jiden $2.
You just woke him out of a
Who's
dead
good
sleep.
boy? Who's a good boy?
Oh, you are. All right. Didn't even move his lower body at all. Just, no. Feed me. Thank you for the $2, and the good boy appreciates that. Here, let's update. There we go. Oh, shit. It's Pep Talks Smoky Time. That's going to be later than Pep Smokes Smoky Time. I didn't even see that. Thank you, Bloodstone. Look at him. You should have seen this shmoo this morning. Oh my god. He was so cute. I have a body pillow that I like to sleep with. Not sure if you guys are like me where you need something to just be in between your legs to offset your back, because I'm at that age. It's also much more comfortable. I did learn that. But he decided to hug it. So I wake up and I just kind of feel this paw against me, and he's just and then I look and he had his little nose nuzzled over me. It was so cute. I love this fucking dog. Oh shit. That was nothing. You didn't see anything there. It was a very sophisticated glass that I'm using for spraying pesticide. Yeah. Your orangutan arms need something to wrap around. I got a hugging pillow. Yeah, no, that's why I have the body pillow, because I need the same thing. I sleep on my side. I need to have something that's like that, and then I just need to, like this. Whoa! I'm so cute, guys. Look. Oh, this is actually... Say what you will about Squishmallows. These things. Shit. Useful. Told you all about the really long snake plush, right? Yes, you did. Yeah. Which that's pretty cool, man. Oh, there you go. Should make a pepper-shaped body pillow. Oh. Find the bowl. Yes, I did. When I woke up today, he was holding my legs and he had his chin on my ankles. Yeah, he was in rare form. He's just like, I don't know. I think it's because like when you went to work, he was not. You want to pick a snack? Yeah. You can show pick a snack. Meta. Hell yeah, coming in. Perfect. 4:24 Hawaiian time. Oh, nice. I used to sleep in bathtubs sober just to feel hugged. What are you, a cat? That's what cats do. You realize that's why, like, you can draw a box around a cat and they'll just sit in the box? Like, because they perceive it as walls that they are hidden behind. Yeah. Now I can sleep in well, yeah. Well, that... Who hasn't had a good, I'm gonna just sleep in the tub night? You know? I mean, I don't think that you've lived life until you have one of those nights where you're just like, it's just better if I, oh, that's so cold. Oh, yeah. Having a tile floor. Literally never had that. Really? Huh. That's interesting. I wear heavy jacket and at times for a serotonin boost. Really? I slept in a bathtub. I was not sober. No, you were not. I don't really drink though. Okay, yeah. This is something that, yeah, if you've ever been a little too schnookered, that you yeah, we all, I mean, I've ended up in, I've been on the yard. I've like in the middle of a yard. I've had that. Yeah. I've also, as I said, excuse me, the tile one. That's a big one. You got cold tile floors, and like, you're paying homage to the porcelain gods. Yeah. All EU bathtubs too. I can't stand up in many of the showers in Italy. Dude, I can only imagine. Man. Yeah, even in the UK, everything was just so much like... It felt like it was smaller. It was still a choice, not a sober one, but I did select the tub. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Heavy jacket, like a weighted blanket. I love weighted blanket. Yeah, weighted. That's what I have. I have a big weighted blanket made by UGG. God. I get a lot of free plugs. UGG gets free plugs. Ew. Pay me. They definitely got the money. Remember how many people were lost in our old bathroom after parties because it had the heated floor? Yep. Yeah. Randomly, I moved into this house and I'm like, what is this knob? And I'm like, oh, like the tile was heated. So that was pretty cool. But yes, that happened a few times where I would just be like, hey, where is this person? Just go open the door, poof, and hey, are you okay? It's comfortable. It's like, oh, okay. Like, you want a pillow? I'm good. Yeah, had a lot of that. One of my favorite ones was my old apartment. Legit, we lost a friend. Had no idea where he went. And I don't know how we missed him, because we like searched the closet and we are just like, I guess he just was buried under some stuff. Like, legitimately just had like a box or two on him. Because he comes just walking out of the closet like, hey, what'd I miss? We're like, the fuck were you? Good times. Good times. I have never got... really? Well, I mean, you don't really get that from Sherms, or the fungi. It's more so a psycho thing. I don't know. I would say, like, micro is good. Going, like, with a little bit of a micro. Because, yeah, you want to start... You want to go light. How much was the electric bill? Oh, back in that day. You know, wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't that bad because it was on a timer. You had to have it on a timer. So, like, it was kind of like, you know how, like, you go to, like, the gym pool or whatever, and it has, like, that crank dial, and it, like, you can literally hear it ticking? It had that. Steve got breaking news that some, really? Agenda free? So that means Trump is definitely feeling the, Trump asks for a release of grand jury documents in Epstein case.
Thanks by the way to Lisa Perkins for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Lisa, and also Shaft. Thanks for your support.
Facebook stars.
Do you guys think
he's
that
live on Facebook?
Whatever document release this is going to be, will have lots of juicy new... juicy is the wrong word. Important new details in it. I don't know.
Steve, behave.
Chris KNIA says pertinent new information. Pertinent information. Who determines what is pertinent? Yeah, we mentioned that before. I don't know what pertinent means. I mean, it means like important or relevant, but I don't know who decides that. Hold on a second here.
Okay. Man, he's feeling the pressure. Ooh. Did he read the Charlie Kirk comments? Because, man. Breadcrumbs and probably without Trump portions. Yeah.
Mojo Glow says we will never seen the list not in the club. Real White Comedy says there should be complete transparency. Political Gamer says... Policial Gamer says if it were incriminating, they wouldn't release it. Ballet Tuna says at best it will only raise more questions. Jazzy Renee says probably similar stuff they had in those binders. Also, I don't know. There have been a lot of documents already released about Epstein, the Epstein case. Or maybe certainly.
How about the three minutes of redacted video?
So I don't even
from
know,
Adobe.
Like, has some grand jury stuff already be released? Will it come out and then will someone who actually knows what's out there say, "Oh, this is basically
subject to
similar
quarter
to a lot of stuff that's already out there"?
Breaking news! Breaking news! Oh my God! Starman!
Epstein. There's a bunch of information.
Oh no!
That
He's lifting off! Oh boy!
The Sugaro thinks if it hasn't gotten leaked by now, it's never coming out.
All right, remember he has a MAGA audience, so this is interesting.
John Doe says what they release will only safeguard those who are in favor at the moment. LUL. The story would have come out years ago if we were ever going to get the truth. For those who don't know, I know most of you know this, but for those who don't know, Jeffrey Epstein was a financier, and he was, he was convicted in 2008 on state charges for procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute. And then he was arrested in 2019 on federal charges for the sex trafficking of minors. So there are these questions about, like, he was never prosecuted for this case because he died in jail.
Heated shower floor, I would not do.
Suicide.
That's just asking for electrocution.
He died awaiting for his trial. But there are these questions about whether he supplied women to others and who that might have been. Many people want to know, many people think some people think that the government has, this is the Wikipedia page.
Many.
Some people
believe
the government has evidence that it has not released.
They have said this. They've said as much.
They
were the ones who said it.
Famous people were being supplied underage women by underage girls by Epstein. Some people think this. Some people think the government is sitting on evidence. Now, what really ramped up things with these complaints about the government and not releasing more information was about 10 days ago. There was this
the heated shower. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's probably heated pipes. You're right.
The FBI and the Justice Department that basically said, we're not releasing anything else about Epstein. And among people who are currently in power at these places, like Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, all of them have suggested in the past, I believe, that there is more that the government has to be released about Epstein. That would be informative, and that should be released. So here is this.
How is he so cheeky about this?
I believe the date of this was July 7th, on or about July 7th. The Justice Department and the FBI released this memo. The big controversy going, I mean, I don't want to say nobody cared about this before 10 days ago, because that would be utterly false. But the calls for more information to be released, the controversy has really ramped up since this memo came out. And again, this memo came out about 10 days ago. So it says,
Mithro,
Justice Department.
You were welcome for the company. It was good having you here. Go get some sleep, and I hope to see you during the stream tomorrow. I will be on earlier.
The Department of Justice and the FBI have conducted an exhaustive review of the investigative holdings related
button
to
if you have not already.
So they've gone through the material that they have related to the investigation of Epstein. To ensure the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored. These searches uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. The files relating to Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material and other pornography. By the way, it doesn't say that all that child sex abuse material is of Epstein. It just says child sex abuse material and other pornography. They say teams of analysts, agents, attorneys, and privacy and civil liberties experts combed through the digital and documentary evidence with the aim of providing as much information as possible to the public while simultaneously protecting victims. Much of the material is subject to court-ordered sealing. Only a fraction of this material would have been aired publicly had Epstein gone to trial, as the seal served only to protect victims and did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Again, the FBI and Department
You realize
of
that this is
Justice
making
say
conspiracies
the material they have
this is
about
one of the most
Epstein
obvious ones that
does
like people
not
that are just like
expose any
not into
additional
conspiracies in the
third
slightest are
parties
going,
to
this is
allegations
most
of
definitely a
illegal
conspiracy.
wrongdoing. So right there, they're saying, well, the evidence doesn't show that anyone else did anything wrong. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of those materials and will not permit the release of child pornography. So they're saying, we're not releasing any of this material we have, any more of it. This systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. This is from the FBI and Department of Justice about 10 days ago. Okay?
Oh.
So they say there's no client list. They say we have nothing, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals.
Let's see, will he let it
We
slip
did
what
not
he
uncover
actually thinks about
evidence
this?
that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Now, I don't know if there's some weird legalistic way of reading that, which is like, well, they say we didn't uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation because it's past the statute of limitations, so you couldn't have a legal investigation. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just showing you what they said. But the general idea they're putting out there is we don't have information about other people doing stuff wrong. That's the general tone of what they're saying here. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Terrible. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. This includes specific details such as victim names and likenesses, physical descriptions, places of birth, associates, and employment history. One of our highest priorities is combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. Perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends. Again, this is the Department of Justice and the FBI about 10 days ago saying perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends. To that end, while we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is the determination of the Department of Justice and the FBI that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. There you go, 10 days ago. No further disclosure of Epstein material would be appropriate or warranted. After a thorough investigation, they continue, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19, 2019 autopsy findings of the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the November 2019 position of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York in connection with the investigation of the federal correctional officers responsible for guarding Epstein, and the June 2023 conclusions of the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. The conclusion that Epstein died by suicide is further supported by video footage from the common area.
I'll be
of the
honest,
special housing
having this
unit
read
where
out,
Epstein was housed at the time of his
it
death.
doesn't make it
As
seem any more
DOJ's
credible.
Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone attempting or entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's...
I mean, this is not new information. I'll be honest. This is the part that I do know a lot about. Because we keep having it repeated over and over. And it's, hey, I'm glad. It's pissing him off. It's definitely working. By the way, guys, this is a completely random story. But this is more of a, this is kind of cool. So, routine eye scan can predict 10-year heart attack or stroke risk. University of Dundee suggests. Opticians could predict heart attacks and strokes during routine eye exam. Really, Sky News is considered left? Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Just a little aside. Oh, God. Here we go. Epstein files.
Breaking news, CBS is canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Colbert just making the shocking announcement at his show taping. Now, it's unclear why the show is canceled, but it comes after Colbert spoke out against his parent company, Paramount's $16 million settlement with Trump over the editing of a 60 Minutes interview. In fact, here's what Colbert said just a few days ago.
Nope. Don't care. I don't care what he said. I cannot watch that. He has a mustache now. Is that real? That's real. He actually has a mustache. That's wild. Okay, so Colbert's getting canceled. Interesting. Ooh, hey, Geeks and Gamers is losing his mind over this still, so let's continue our little journey into watching the right wing lose their shit over the Epstein stuff.
Charlie Kirk right here. Let's hear what Charlie Kirk has to say.
On the special counsel looking into, by the way, the Bitcoin.com studio, all of the deep state activity, including Jeffrey Epstein and the conspiracy attached to it. By the way, if you're just tuning into Real America's Voice, we had a very important open here. We covered President Donald Trump's Truth Social. We covered kind of where he's coming from and where
that's probably going to happen.
I think the grassroots.
No, they probably will bring back Colbert Report if they know what's good for them. Comedy Central, they struck gold with Jon Stewart coming back. Excuse me. But oddly enough, no, that won't work because it was Paramount.
Is coming from, and I actually think there's a lot more alignment and harmony there. And I want to try to see.
He's going to have to do it on his own, but he'll be fine.
Mesh that up. But first, here's the breaking, promising news. John Solomon, 352.
You did inform him that they're thinking about appointing a special counsel.
Did he call out his
counsel on this to take?
Is that the timestamp?
Over this
John Solomon, 352.
Now this John Solomon guy is the same guy who said. So remember when the reports for Bongino and Kash Patel were out there, and people were saying Bongino is considering resigning. And then the reports were that Kash Patel is going to resign as well. This John Solomon guy came out and said, I don't know about Bongino, but Kash Patel's not resigning. Kash Patel's going nowhere. And that was at the height of everybody saying Kash Patel was. Guess who was right? John Solomon was right. So I just want to point that out.
Oh, when he can actually speak out too.
Yeah,
oh, man.
That's a good approach. Let's just do it.
Because just remember, that was corporate Colbert.
Let's get the trust of the American people. Let's get accountability, and then let's focus on the things that matter.
So he's on board with the situation of getting a special prosecutor and having.
Why would you pull up the sleeves?
Having the Epstein situation put into that, so that can be.
I mean, I'll say this. I'm not going to be too critical on this one specifically, because if he's in a situation like mine, where that's his basement, it could get a little cold. But also, not cold enough. It's at that, annoying phase.
And really in a criminal context.
By the way, Steve. I asked him about the special, but he immediately volunteers, and then I follow up on it. But he immediately brings up Epstein. Just throw that in. Let's get it all answered. I got nothing to hide. I want truth, and I want prosecutions, and I just want the justice system to take care of what needs to be taken care of. It was really a remarkable moment.
It's a phenomenal clip. And I would say Ed Martin as the deep state prosecutor would be a perfect person. Throw Epstein in there, throw the 2020 election there. Why does that matter? And this is why I think we're actually more in agreement than the back and forth here. The reason the base cares about this, again, is because we believe Epstein was an agent of the people that tried to kill Trump, that tried to take the election from Trump, and try to destroy Trump's first term. President Trump thinks, though, the people caring about Epstein are part of the people that have been trying to ruin him prior. That's where I think we're actually more in harmony here. And I'm not just saying this as, trying to cope or run cover, because President Donald Trump is obviously okay with appointing a special prosecutor.
And look at this. I just got to show this because I've repeated this so much. And I know Grok is Grok. So fucking weird. But I have been saying this, and all of these motherfuckers are coming in my comment section telling me different. Based on exhaustive reviews of the 2024 rallies, transcripts, and reports from diverse sources, Trump did not mention Jeffrey Epstein or promise to release related files at any campaign rallies, which is what I have said over and over again. Such remarks were confined to interviews like Fox and Friends
and Lex Fridman.
Lex Fridman. That's what I said.
Simultaneously, he's fired up.
Yeah, but that's semantics still. It was still on the campaign trail.
About people. He thinks that some people are trying to use this to hurt him. We're trying to use this to save him. Not save him, but to try to protect him. I don't want to say save him, but maybe save him from another deep state coup attempt. So President Donald Trump is in a active posture right now. He is in a place of where he is looking for threats.
No, he's literally said as much to his supporters. He's just like, I don't even need you. I don't need you to vote anymore. And they're just like, well, you won't get my vote anymore, which he doesn't understand, like that they're saying they're not going to vote in any more elections for any more Republicans, which that's just how they act. But they're too dumb to understand that it's like, yeah, he doesn't get,
Listen, who can blame him? Play cut 353.
Operated the auto pen had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein.
Will you ask
Trump, when you say that, God, Trump, when you say that, people are going to do exactly what you're telling them to not talk about. Fuck. How does this man is a marketing genius? And he has put on a masterclass of how to fuck something up. It's unbelievable.
Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed.
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just really, it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone. And
the way he says that, he's dead, he's gone.
Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook, and no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes there.
So again, you bring up like that tweet that I was telling you that was trying to explain what Trump is trying to say. It's like, I'll go back to the movies. If you release a movie, and when I say, well, this movie isn't good because it didn't explain.
Kirk is confused. He doesn't know who will tell him what to think. Well, he's definitely having a conflict of interest as far as like between Trump and his audience, because his audience is now heavily attacking him, which, I need to find
X,
that.
Y, and Z. And then someone's response was, yeah, but in the book that explains it. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that the movie was bad. So if you're telling me, well, Trump might have said this, but here's what he really meant. It's like, but that means that Trump has done a bad job of explaining this if that's what he really meant. It's still on Trump.
They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans, in this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
Okay, I think he's talking about people on Capitol Hill. He might be talking about Speaker Johnson here that are calling for, special investigation, or Ghislaine Maxwell.
Again, no matter who he's talking about his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump. He's talking about Alina Habba. He's talking about Pam Bondi. He's talking about Donald Trump Jr. He's talking about J.D. Vance. He's talking about Kash Patel. He's talking about Dan Bongino. He's talking about people in his own fucking administration. That's who he's talking about.
Something like that. But
he's
we're all
talking about
the
his own
same thing in
voters
different
too.
ways. Knowing this from privately and public conversations, this is not that hard of a code to crack. The president says, why are you so focused on the person of Epstein? We're doing all this amazing stuff. This guy's a creep. I kicked him out of my club. Like, I don't know, like, why are you so fired up about this? Where our counter is, we're actually not that interested in the person of Jeffrey Epstein. We're not.
True.
What we are interested in is was he a representative of the shadow government? We all want to focus on the president's big wins happening right now, on things that matter for all 340 million Americans. And he's doing an awesome job of that. And he is.
Agreed.
And the emphasis is not, it's all about the person of Jeffrey Epstein. The reason why the
guy
grassroots
watching
is
a
mad,
guy watching
and
a
the reason
guy
why you guys are
streamception.
fired up about this, and the reason why you guys are emailing
Yeah, these guys got a dog though, so
no, Mr. President,
fail.
This guy is a way. It is a skeleton key. It's a chance for us to look under the hood. It's a chance for us to say, whoop, this is the thread. Thank you. The deep state made a mistake. They were sloppy. They were messy.
State.
How did Epstein die?
Every
Where did he
time.
get his financing from? Was he a representative of a foreign government? Everything, we look at Epstein as an introductory story to all of the other elements that tried to take you out. It's not that we are obsessed with some people are online. They're like very into like who Epstein was personally. There's been plenty of documentaries about that. That's not what is animating this.
Wow, that is such a mischaracterization of all of this.
You know that Epstein was likely a bagman and a fixer for the same people that have been trying to take out Donald Trump.
Just boys watching boys on the small screens.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes back to there's a lot of hoops being jumped through by MAGA people, and they don't want to say what I'm saying. Just Donald Trump has handled this terribly. Like, that's really what this comes down to. Donald Trump has handled this terribly. And that's
I like to think that Stan is the final layer of streamception. He's watching you guys watch a guy watching Trump, MAGA. We'll get in line.
It's on
story done. You know what? I have faith in that. That's a good one. If anybody can bring about the peace, it would be Stan. You're right. Meanwhile, he is just watching me just like, look at this guy. I mean, everything that I say with him, he's meanwhile he's actually like projecting that. Anytime he seems like he sees Tim Pepper like pop up, he's just like, oh, hold on, I'm gonna take control of this. And it's all psychic. All the his mind games. Am I wrong though? No. Kirk has a weird hairline. I bet he's bald. He has an unfortunate face. And I mean in the way that like his face to head ratio is very unfortunate. Like, you don't even really have to do like the Photoshops the way that people do. Like, I have seen legitimate like pictures of him where for some reason he's like swollen, like a little bit more swollen than usual, but God, his face is so tiny compared to the rest of his giant head. It is most unfortunate. Here we got this. We got Majority Report reacting to the Charlie Kirk's whole shtick here.
Oh, Matt, yeah, right.
Facts on the ground, you mean like settlers in occupied territories?
What's the origin of that phrase, Ben?
That is literally Israeli propaganda term. Facts on the ground. Well, look, what are we going to do? They're already settled into these lands. You know, it's facts on the ground. I guess we can't really define where we want these borders to be because there's some people stealing houses over there.
I think we've heard enough of this. Can we just read the comments? Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think just like the comments on Charlie Kirk's like defending Epstein video, we're gonna see a lot of his own audience.
No, this is not Ben Shapiro. My bad.
To this.
Came here for the comments, didn't disappoint. The land was promised to Moravia 6,000 years ago. The way he talks about, well, I don't know about that. Even a fictional genocidal country gets Ben's support, so I guess that's his standard of approval.
Ben would definitely say Moravia has a right to defend itself.
This review was sponsored by Luther Corp. People were going to die is a perfectly reason for Superman to act. He's a hero. The whole entire point of being a superhero, aside from stopping evil, is to prevent people from dying. He called Clark's parents ugly?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's because they made them look like they might actually be from rural Kansas. And it isn't like Diane Lane, like it was in the
Is
previous
this just
one.
majority port fans?
I know.
Comments? Wait, so now Superman's against genocide? Who signed off on this radical idea?
I mean, there is an element of this that where like the movie is not necessarily just about Israel and Palestine. It's just about like these structures that have existed throughout Western colonization this entire time.
Yes, I like that
And the
one.
hit dog will
Ben's
holler.
favorite movie is Birth of a Nation.
Can we do an Israel version of this?
Yeah. Ben unironically thinks Lex Luthor is justified.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
No, he kind of said as much.
Lex Luthor is justified in this video if Superman is from any other
Yeah.
country.
Can we just skip to that part? Just word search it.
Dude, that's a sick
and
Gargoyles poster.
I'll read some what people say. Dark Soul. Ben is not
movie
the
is
only
about
Israel
what
defender
now?
making longer form videos with garbage editing like this. Granted, I've only
Superman.
seen clips, but Ethan
About a man
Klein-
and his dog.
I don't care. Woodworker. I mean, who cares? I don't understand why anyone cares about that.
There's definitely a little bit of
isn't
an
he just not
allegory
even
for
a
what's going on
political streamer?
between the
What's point?
Israel-Palestine conflict.
Okay, great. Nikki Naps. If Mamdani wins, will Emma be allowed to show her hair? Yes, but hopefully you're being sarcastic. All right, this is the part. Oh, he's looking for it.
Dude, that Gargoyles poster
Okay, yeah,
is
no worries.
awesome.
Yeah, it's... Here it
What
is.
is that?
Invading countries for
Do we have that
territorial
made
gain.
for him? That's
That does not
freaking
match up
sweet.
to any of the
I wanna
facts on
watch
the ground
Superman.
that we know of at all. That is not real. So maybe in left-wing brain, that's how it reads. I can see if you're a left-winger and you don't know anything about the situation, or you think a bunch of false things, you could read that maybe. You could also read this as Russia-Ukraine because it's one sovereign country that's invading.
right.
Take Superman just as a character. Superman is unbelievably powerful, unstoppable.
No. You made it. Angela. Welcome. Sorry, guys. I got to block this. I can't have...
He's faster than anyone. He has X-ray and laser vision. He's stronger than anyone. Right?
I can't even have the stuff that is like public.
Basically a god on earth, and the biggest god. He's Zeus, right? He can do whatever he
Oh my
wants.
God.
And so, why is he the good guy? Why isn't Lex Luthor right? Because let's be real, if there were a person on Earth who actually had those powers, Americans would rightly
Yeah, I'm
be
glad
very much
that...
afraid
Okay,
of that.
I'm blocking this. Yeah,
Correctly.
sorry. We
As
can just have
Federalist
the audio for
51
now.
suggests, you need ambition to counteract ambition. If any
safe.
one person
Nice.
had ultimate power, what you're really talking about is a philosopher king. And that's pretty scary because that person could be a dictator, simply doing whatever they want to the world. The only reason why Superman would be a hero.
Oh, the new Mortal Kombat trailer, guys. Yeah, I was going to say, check it out. Was not feeling it. Oh, I loved it.
As opposed to...
I loved it. I love Carl Urban, though.
A villain is because he grew up in America, because he has the
Oh, come on. The second he's like, it's showtime.
American way. Right?
I was also a Johnny Cage player, so I might be a little bit biased.
He's emblematic of what America is. May blunder, may make mistakes, but overall stands for freedom and liberty.
There's an MK movie coming out. Yeah, MK2. They just dropped the trailer today. It looks awesome.
Private property and free speech and all of those things.
Well, actually, Superman has been against landlords in the past, but I will say that's wrong. The reason he makes him a hero is because he does what he's mad.
Superman, I'm here to dispute this. I'm here for this property dispute.
He stands up for the downtrodden against the powerful. That's what makes him a hero, not his natural origin.
Has Superman ever shared an opinion on personal property?
I don't like to do this very often, but I did ask the AI for the AI overview of this. Superman will often depicted as a protector of society. He doesn't typically involve himself in private property disputes.
All right, even Grok is just like,
I can't recall like Superman ever being like, "I'm for truth, justice, and the landlord's right to evict." I mean, I've never.
Oh yeah. Those are $500 sunglasses,
like
asshole.
mediating like a fence being on the wrong side of a property line in like a suburb of North Dakota.
Oh yeah, dude! In the new trailer, I love the part where he's just like, "Johnny, dude, Citizen Kane was such a good movie." He's like, "Yeah, in the '90s."
This is laissez-faire capitalism.
Yes, right. Superman famously against the Keynesian economic model. We have some good IMs here. JR in Philly, Superman stands for charter schools.
Superman is pro-abundance.
He's pro-abundance.
I wish the Daily Wire still had their financial
Superman's a libertarian.
resources to burn all their money on movies that no one was ever going to watch, so Ben could star in like pro-private property Superman.
Yeah, bring Jeremy Boring back. Give him more millions of dollars to burn.
Yes, anti-woke Superman who loves Israel. Isn't that just that edit?
Pro-Israel Superman.
Yeah, right.
Oh, there's university still standing, Superman.
I feel like James Gunn could have taken it even further though. Like maybe during the movie there could have been a mayoral race in Metropolis where the #1 issue was that place's right to exist.
Barabia's right to exist.
Barabia, yeah.
My favorite part is
demeanor though tells the story. Like this is a man who
This
is
is the Charlie
deflated
Kirk
and
one.
scared of his audience because he's trying to defend his guy, Donald Trump, and the administration. I don't know what Charlie Kirk knows. Maybe he knows something more than the rest of us. But he, at the very least, is trying to defend his guy and his audience. His bread.
I really love the game campaigns and read some of the comics. I honestly, up till MK11, the newest one, I do not like the new combat system. I don't like it at all.
And this is a man who's conflicted, who's scared, who's on the verge of tears. Honestly.
Oh my God! Well, let's read some of these comments here because it's not pretty. He's gaslighting us.
I mean, we did this yesterday. I did kind of like tune out of them reading the comments today because I was like, I already did this, but
makes him look hella guilty. You too,
Wait, hold on one
Charlie.
second,
that's
Well, how many comments does it say right there? 2,000. What is that?
2,696.
He said hundreds of thousands of comments.
Well, to be fair, this is a different video.
This is one video.
This
yeah.
is him. He's not wearing the blazer in this. So this is just a video titled "The Polls Are," and this is the most recent one. How do people feel about Trump after the latest Epstein chapter? So he's gaslighting us, and it makes him look hella guilty. You too, Charlie. Next person, he called his base stupid people. And I would just say, if you're on YouTube, go into these comment sections.
I'm so old. I was thinking Street Fighter. They are making a Street Fighter movie that's going to be awesome as far as the cast that they have.
The flames.
Andrew Schultz is playing one of my favorite characters, so I'm not sure how to feel about it though.
A little bit.
Press up. We in real time, Matt. Like the comments.
Yep. He called his base stupid people today that seek Epstein answers. That's the latest poll.
He's playing Dan, the guy who had all of Ryu and Ken's moveset, but he did like a quarter of the actual damage that they did. He had to work so much harder.
Charlie,
I like this one.
Guitar
I
with
always
Brett
like an
says
uphill
Trump thinks
battle.
we
What
are
can I say?
stupid, and to just move on, something stinks.
Good point, Guitar with Brett.
Caleb Washington says, Charlie, you are looking more and more cowardly. Call it like it is. It's fishy. We want people who sexually abuse minors to be brought to justice.
Hey, the original has its charm.
Next person, I no longer trust Trump or Kirk.
The day that your world ended for you. For me, it was a Tuesday.
Drain the Swampy said, I'm the one to do it, he said. It's not just Gen Z that is pissed. Don't minimize it. Thank you, Jackie Van Winkle.
Also, good point, Jackie Van Winkle. Isn't he supposed to be Charlie, the college kid whisperer?
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
How is he so out of touch with Gen Z?
Everyone's pissed that it says it's not just Gen Z.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to minimize it by making it seem like it's immature people who don't understand the way of the world.
Amy Park, I'm flaming mad. I'm 47. This is not okay. Is this a follow one? Morons blaming Bondi seems to forget she's following Trump's orders.
Yes.
Charlie, don't fold.
Yeah.
We heard Trump called.
I'll be honest, I'm not big. Yeah,
about bringing attention.
I like what I like, and I like the old Mortal Kombat.
Well, yeah, CNN reported it. Not fake news anymore.
I'm looking
Bison.
for the first
Wait,
one.
what? I missed this. What? Trump called Kirk about this?
I'm going to
so I
get
just, yeah.
embarrassed.
Yeah, it was reported in CNN over the weekend that Trump called him on Saturday.
Right. Okay,
Yes,
right.
Yeah. I
thought it was
mean,
something
I think we
else.
get the
More
picture,
to it.
but
Yeah.
I feel gaslit, dismissed, and deceived.
I feel gaslit.
There is not a single one of the
Go.
right. Buying
Go.
it. It's not just young folks.
God,
Trump
it's
doesn't
funny.
even care. We grandmothers also. Grandma, get off at YouTube, okay?
Yeah.
I thought you said you were done talking about this. Good luck getting yourself out of this. Not gonna drop it ever. Trump sounds like Hillary.
Wow.
That's the worst insult you could ever say.
The same one. The next one. This was Trump's deplorable moment. Oh my God.
No,
I think it's a little bit worse than that.
I think so too. Because deplorables, that was about Trump supporters and didn't piss off her base. I mean, she did plenty of that enough with suppressing Bernie and stuff like that. But no, this is way worse. This is way worse.
No, Angela, there was 2 protests today outside of like the area that I'm in. It was like I had to go somewhere for my comics today, so on my way there, I saw two protests.
I do also think that this is blowing up a fissure
fairly large
that was already like, schisming before this happened on issues like Israel, on issues like Ukraine, and on.
I do have to say, mostly Boomer though. I did notice that
the rising cost of goods.
Nothing
that
wrong
was
with it.
To turn around immediately under Trump in this like trade war. Like, I've been following this schism before this, and it seems to have just lit a fire under the kinds of content creators who were already just like criticized.
There are, yeah. I saw that there are nationwide protests. I know that there's a few happening in Chicago too.
Trump for being, in the pocket of Israel, calling him like Tel Aviv Trump and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because this is the issue that they built up Trump to be the strongest on. Like, this is what all the conspiracy theorists have built it around.
Yeah,
this is what even the mainstream MAGA guys have built it around. Like, maybe you're an Israel supporter who likes Trump, so the Israel thing isn't that big of an issue to you. Maybe you were a rich person who likes Trump, so the cost of goods wasn't a big deal to you or whatever. But this one, the underlying factor that united them all in terms of their support for Trump was they believed that this guy was going to take on the child traffickers, the sex pests, the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, and they were willing to look past all the other things that maybe they weren't on his side for their specific pet issue, because this was the main one across the board, and now he has let them all down on this main issue. This is the one. This was the one. Like, this was the thing. The QAnon.
I got my cat a new scratch pad, and anytime that he uses it, he does the thing where it sounds like there's somebody kind of like, near the door or like stomping upstairs.
From the QAnon people to your your Gen X mom to your New Age mom on Facebook. This was the one that brought everyone together. Trump
the
will
New Age
save
mom
the
on
children.
Facebook. You nailed that one.
And here he is protecting someone who harmed young girls and young women.
And I find it encouraging that they're not that comment says like don't fall for the blame Pam Bondi thing, because that's like the half step that some of the like Charlie and Ben should have done that. I mean, Ben Shapiro kind of said that's why I'm mad at Pam Bondi, but like that's the plausible deniability for some of these guys, because they're all afraid to go after Donald Trump. And like this is a hallmark of sometimes authoritarian governments where it's the underlings that always get blamed, but Mr. God King at the top doesn't really get it. That's not working in this instance, because people can see the photos of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump and Epstein and read all this for themselves, which they previously decided to ignore. But it's impossible to ignore because Trump's deep state people are so bad at doing the secretive stuff that they're leaving internal markers in the supposedly raw footage that they're releasing.
Absolutely hilarious that they did that.
Breadcrumbs for everybody.
Not just one, but they left multiple Adobe markers, which that's insanity.
And I saw a theory that was interesting, and I'm wondering.
This is the intelligence community?
Wondering if you agree with this, that perhaps like somebody in the FBI made that video so poorly, kind of edited it together because they knew that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are such idiots or whatever, and that it just is a bit of an Easter egg, I don't know, for folks, or an attempt to thwart Pam Bondi and Kash Patel in particular. I don't know, just something to consider, because it wasn't like Patel himself is doing the editing. It was presumably somebody that had been an FBI agent or worked there, right?
I mean, it's certainly plausible. I think, if you're someone who has access to this stuff and wants to, blow the whistle, you'll release something more substantial that you obviously would have access to. But it's totally a possibility. Who knows?
Yeah.
I think that at some point someone
I think they're
promised
just
to
dumb when it
release-
comes down to it. Yeah.
Fair
Yeah. Yeah. That was what I was saying. I think at some point someone promised to release video of something, definitive video, and they don't have it. They don't have definitive video, either because it doesn't exist because they deleted it like they say they did, or because there's something that is missing on these 3 minutes that makes it, suspicious, more suspicious, even if nothing actually happened or came from it. And so when they agreed to release video, they had to produce something, and this is what they thought they could get away with. The same way like your child might turn in like a C+ paper that he wrote the night before. I think they're just like very clumsy. And I think, generally speaking, our entire government has started to just like offload a lot of the cognitive work of believing these narratives onto the people. They put out whatever slop that they want to, and they tell their audience to do the work of believing it, because the alternative, the other party, is so bad that like the cognitive load of like accepting Donald Trump was bad prior to this point would have been too much to bear, because the people are like, I wouldn't vote for Kamala. So people chose to believe the unbelievable, and that's been made impossible given how visible this is. And I think to your point, Matt, the Epstein stuff became a microcosm for a lot of people's feelings that the elite in our society control politicians and ultimately are unaccountable. Things that are true, but they lack a sophisticated understanding of capitalism to be able to understand why and how that works. And so they latch onto this, which becomes like a cipher for things like that. Yeah. And Trump latched onto that as part of his like big "I'm one of you" plan, and he blew it up into a big thing, and now he can't deliver. And it's something people.
He went for the ultimate populism and didn't understand just how, I don't know, trying to sell everybody on this idea that there's this global cabal of powerful people. It's like, oh my God, it came back to me. I didn't. Nobody ever told me how the boomerang worked. I threw it as hard as I could with my tiny little hands. Yes, the tiny hands joke, not letting them go. All right. So we have an unexpected person chiming in on this. So let's take a look at what Mr. Penguin Zero, Charlie, otherwise known as Moist Critical. I think I might have featured him on this channel one time. So what's he have to say about this?
Following all of this, that it is clear the government thinks that you are an idiot. They think you are a drooling, stupid Cro-Magnon that will just happily swallow anything they put into your mouth and not think anything more of it, so they don't even need to try when it comes to the cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein case.
I hate to say that this guy is kind of like, if I had his money, I have a feeling that I would have something that looked kind of similar.
There is now a desperate push from Trump
just a bunch of
and
statues,
a lot of paid shills to convince the public that the Jeffrey Epstein thing is no big deal and that it's all now a hoax. It has now been officially labeled by Trump and people on the payroll here as a hoax. And they are legitimately laughing at you and actually giggling. They cannot help but have like an actual Santa Claus ho 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 belly laugh at this play here, this fucking play that John Madden's playbook wouldn't even have in it, about how they're just going to tell you that all of it's not real a week ago, and now they're telling you it is real, but it's actually like a big fake hoax from Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Democrats. And for some people, that's enough. He hit the big buzzwords, so it must be true. So now a lot of people are running with that, like, we gotta move on from this Epstein thing. It's all fraudulent. He said so. Even though Trump literally campaigned as one of his promises to deliver this Epstein information, the client list. Now he is calling it a hoax. Now I want to mention something up top here that I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Yesterday I covered the amendment that was put forth that got fucking smacked down at the Royal Rumble, where there was an amendment put forth that would try and force the DOJ to release the Epstein client list and all that shit. And it got voted against
Perfect time for AOC and Bernie to do a rally. I think they are.
unanimously by the Republicans voting to block it.
Good night,
Democrats
Ryan.
voted unanimously to not have it be blocked, so that way they could at least have a debate about the Epstein files and the handling of it. It didn't go to the next step. It got stopped there. And there was a lot of like citing of confusion and how like, well, actually, no, that's not what the vote was for because it was attached to the Genius Act, which is a different cryptocurrency legislation. So they were voting to not do that. And then this was slapped on top of it. So they had to vote no or else it'd give the floor to the Democrats or something. But ultimately, the end result was the same. It got blocked. Well, today, there's a new proposal that's getting put forth that is aiming to do something similar in a different way that has support from all the Democrats and 7 Republicans as of now, but apparently even more will be co-signing it, about releasing the Jeffrey Epstein client list and that kind of shit. So I'm very curious to see how that unfolds. I'll go ahead and play you a little bit here where they interviewed.
And tomorrow. And this is to force, this is a discharge petition, right? It's going to force this bill onto the floor of the House. And
Again, when you got the normie gamers coming out,
it's both the discharge petition and the bill. It's the discharge petition is to force it on the House. The way it works is
Geeks and Gamers and frickin' Charlie
it takes
can
7 legislative days before
agree
you can
on
actually
something.
go through the discharge petition.
Wow.
We're likely going to be in August recess. So the reality is it probably will come up for a vote after the August recess. And the bill says to release all evidence for the Epstein file, but it makes it clear that does not include any of the victim information. It does not include any child pornography. It gives the DOJ the ability to protect the victims, but to release all the other evidence and files.
So here.
Now, I'm not the most knowledgeable person. I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to most things, but from the sound of things here, it seems like this is a step in the right direction to maybe finally getting justice for the victims here of Epstein and all of his clients, instead of what's currently happening where the current administration is just trying to bury it and being very clear that they're not even fucking pursuing any kind of action against all of the people that have
by
all
the
this
way,
evidence on and not releasing any of the client list information.
Let's step off.
This seems like it's trying to
happy
force that to come forward
time.
and maybe eventually, hopefully get those criminals thrown in jail for all of the crimes they've committed. I guess we'll see how it all shakes down, but I wanted to mention this up top because it seems like it is finally getting to a point where there is some kind of legislation being drafted to try and push this issue more forward. Now, let's talk about how Trump continues to handle this. He is like full-blown melting down about the whole thing and fully lashing out at his own base now. He is attacking even his most adamant supporters over the Epstein case. He's even saying with his whole floppy chest that you are a bad person if you care about the Epstein stuff, saying that it's boring and nobody should care, even criticizing his own base, calling out his most loyal MAGA supporters, all the enthusiasts.
And they're not just letting that go.
Calling them weaklings if they care about this and how they're falling for a big scam, hook, line, and sinker into a Democrat galaxy brain chess maneuver here. And actually, like, I wasn't exaggerating, they are literally laughing about it.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
Howard Lucknett.
I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff.
CoffeeZilla recently just covered this section here beautifully. I'm just going to show you a couple of clips here from it where that guy next to Trump actually couldn't contain his laughter. He was howling like someone went over there and started tickling him because of Trump's statement here about Epstein, calling people bad people if they care about this. Literally one of the biggest pedophiles in history. Now all of a sudden it's boring, nobody should care, and actually you're a weakling, coward, weirdo, loser, bad person if you do care. So he's trying to get people to like attack others who give a shit about this, which is crazy Because imagine being this brain-dead fucking bumbling homunculi on Twitter that is now attacking people that are calling attention to this. When keep in mind, Trump himself actually had a crucial component of his campaign talk about the Epstein client list and all of that information and how he was going to be so transparent and release it to the public because of how important it is. Not just Trump, other people in the administration as well made the same promises that are now flip-flop.
Nice.
On it. This is pure concentrated.
Hell yeah, Angela. That's pretty good. 9K views.
Lunacy. It is unhinged.
That's good.
And I cannot believe that he is just saying this. Like, not even like tiptoeing around it. He is just full-on saying it. Fucking wet spot in his goddamn diaper here, just saying it in front of the cameras multiple times now. Like, this is an element you won't find on the periodic table, the element of surprise, because I am shocked by this and how people are actually okay with the statement. He is saying that you are a piece of shit if you are trying to get answers about the biggest child predator of all time and all of the evil associates that are getting away with the unthinkable crimes they committed. There have still been no arrest or anything even close to it, and he is now calling even people in his most tight-knit groups of enthusiasts that sing his praises and suck farts out of his butt all fucking day, calling them weaklings if they care about this. It's unbelievable. Oh, also, there's a little interesting tidbit of lore about the guy who was laughing next to Trump.
The guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal in this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here.
Isn't that fascinating? If this was a TV show, people would criticize this for bad writing, being like too in your face. I mean this legitimately. The government thinks you are a fucking imbecile. They think you are a buffoon that can't think for themselves at all, can't rationally, sensibly think about anything, so they can just piss in your face and tell you it's raining, and you'll smile about it and nod and say, thanks, you're right.
And RFK will just be like, oh, it's totally okay.
I'm saying. And I guess they're actually kind of right here because there are so many people that are just buying into this and moving on from it.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
Big hoax. It's just a big hoax. Why are you guys even talking about it? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And
does he just actually think everyone in this country is Drew Barrymore from 50 First Dates that just forgets everything after a few seconds? Goober, you literally made the promise multiple times that you would release the Epstein information and all of that shit. People around you made the same promises, and now it's just crickets and just falling in line with your delusional attempt here to convince people that it's all some kind of hoax. Nobody is buying that. Nobody that's not on payroll, that is buying that. It is absurd. If this was constructed by the Democrats, surely they would have used it as a weapon against you for the last 4 fucking years that you just mentioned. They would have definitely dropped this information.
Yeah, weird how that works.
Information as a means of attacking you. Literally anybody could tell you the same thing. The immediate question that gets raised in people's heads when you keep spreading this stupid fucking lie about it being some kind of engineered hoax is, well, why are you just now saying that when you campaigned on releasing this information? It was a part of your campaign. If it's all just a big hoax. And not even just part of the, like, in his first couple months in the office, he also made a big song and dance about the Epstein files and how they're coming. He even had fucking the file folders distributed to a bunch of fucking drones, a bunch of androids that were parading it around and taking prom pictures with the Epstein files phase 1, who also are now being called weaklings by Trump because they cared about the Epstein files. So he is actually calling those people that he gave those files to fucking weaklings and says, he did say he doesn't want that kind of support anymore.
He literally said, I don't need you. Go away. I don't even need your support.
That cares about Epstein. So he is actually also calling those people weaklings as well. Not that I think they give a shit. They probably enjoy the humiliation here from him. I have no idea. But like, it's crazy because he has also made a big deal of it. And now all of a sudden, it's nothing. No one cares about it. It's all just a big act. It's a hoax, actually. None of it's real. It's all fraudulent from the fucking Democrats or something.
It's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, that was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats.
Big
And some
hoax. Hoaxy doxy.
stupid Republicans and foolish
Hokey
Republicans.
dokey. I think that you guys got it right. This is just stop. Just quit talking about it, please.
Fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had,
He's not being shy about it. Like, he's not being timid. He's not over here, like, under his breath saying these things. He is actually just full-blown multiple times saying how stupid people are if they care about Epstein case and all of the evil people that have gotten away with it that are actively being covered for by this administration. Also, the previous administration as well. Anyone that's ever cared about the Epstein case apparently is stupid in Trump's eyes and has been deceived by an elaborate Democrat hoax, which they never actually used for some fucking reason. I guess, because that makes sense. It's demented. He has latched onto this titty hard and is trying to suck all the milk it can possibly get from this narrative that nobody is believing. No real people, that is. He is so desperately on his hands and knees, crawling, groveling, begging people to move on from it, trying to even give it like a title. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And then again calling out his supporters, saying that they bought into the bullshit and that they haven't learned their lesson, never will.
You guys are just the Democrats got you. You might as well just go into their arms.
And it's just
we don't even want you here anymore.
crazy.
Go,
Like, he's
shoot.
actually even attacking his own base
You're a disappointment to me.
now. He says, let these weaklings continue forward and do the
Dude.
Democrats' work. Don't even think of talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore.
Yeah.
You can literally hear him crossing his arms in that statement. Well, I don't want their support anymore.
Yeah.
Like a child mad at their parents because they didn't get a cookie after dinner or something. It's so pathetic.
8-year-old
I
energy.
really don't understand how
They told me I can't have any more sugar because my ankles are too swollen. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'll show you.
just a normal person could see all of this and still just write it off as no big deal and be supportive of the way he is handling this shit and the administration, the way they're handling it. It's incomprehensible to me. Now, I understand people who are pretending to be okay with it because they're getting some doubloons under the table for it, no doubt. But this, like, any sensible person would see this and immediately smell the shit. It's just so fucking nuts how blatant this is. And it's, I just can't help but keep talking about it. I can't stop yapping about it. It is unreal. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Nice. That's kind of funny that you're getting mainstream content creators making their statements about this. You have Asmongold even going like, "Oh, this doesn't look good, guys." I mean, I'm paraphrasing. All right. So there's we got an update on Ethan Klein and his court case. It looks like he got what he wanted, and he might be dropping some of the more serious stuff. So let's take a look and see if we might be in the clear. Oh, and by the way, yeah, Legal Minds said still sucks. Like, make absolutely no mistake. This guy still sucks. Ugh.
Ethan Klein is set to expose the Reddit and Discord moderators that were stacked against him as he gears up in his lawsuits against Casey Tron, Frogan.
I'm sure there's anybody else covering this shit.
This is absolutely one of the moments that is legally inevitable. And it's one of the moments that I think people didn't fully understand, but they're coming to grips now with how absolutely cooked they are going to be in court when they're seeing the consequences of their actions. questions. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. In this illegal mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. Now, as I've stated, the legal basis for the Ethan Klein lawsuits, at least at a fundamental level, at a filing level, i.e., are these claims that are going to survive in court, survive a motion to dismiss? It looks pretty good for them. It looks very good for them in terms of their survivability in court. And we've gone over this on previous
I have a comment, but I don't want to go to hell.
lives and previous fast facts. And of course, this is a
well, you are part of this community, so I'm not sure if you're entirely safe.
fast facts video. So if you do this format,
you
please let me
might
know in
just
the
be like guilty by association on this one.
comments below. But
Where you
what we're
get
getting
there, it's like, I mean, I'm just part of Pep Talks. It's just like, exactly.
to now
Denied.
is subpoenas, and we finally have just released
Did you follow Pep Talks?
the subpoena.
Yes. Were you a subscriber?
That are going
Yes.
from the court.
Did you like a video?
From
Yes.
Ethan Klein
1,000
to
years hard
all
labor.
of these members to get these members information at Reddit and Discord, and they're subpoenaing
And may
Reddit and Discord
God have
themselves. So
mercy on your
they're not
soul.
asking these moderators themselves personally. Hey, can you dox yourself? Can you give us your personal information, please, pretty please? Oh no.
What up, James?
They're going.
How you doing, dude?
Going to the companies. And they're saying, hey, Reddit and Discord, as a company, you must comply with this and you must give us this information. A subpoena is a
Are you using your old account on another stream?
legal
Could have sworn I saw your old account there.
request to provide information. And historically, companies, particularly companies like Reddit and Discord, as much as they may say they have certain values and they may lean one way politically or another, at the end of the day, they're going to comply with the court. They don't want to deal with legal issues. They don't want to tie themselves up.
How you been, man?
And they have no individual loyalty to a mod or, somebody who's in a particular subreddit. So when they get these requests, they are going to turn over this information. And I think a lot of people, particularly on the internet, feel very shielded by the anonymity of a screen name, of a pseudonym. And they think that's going to protect my information forever. Well, that's not the case. And we're seeing that here in the Ethan Klein lawsuit. So here we have, and I'll go through these as courtesy of X, these subpoena documents. So you see here, subpoenaing documents and information, all documents and communications containing the personal identifying information. So anything they've got in their name, address, etc., email, all phone number if they've got it, whatever they have, they want on these Reddit users. So we've got this Reddit user, Exempic Dealer. There you go. They're going to get their information revealed. H3 Snark Mod Team, H3 Snark Mod Team 2, Roman P, Right Salamander, Cav 2, H3 Snark Mod Team 3, Wrong Salamander.
This is a court filing.
Right Salamander.
Oh my God, this is a court filing.
Pure Press. And we've got a last page here, Kitchen Mukbang Star, Sarah.
Shut the fuck up.
Horn Jewett Sarah Horn, Jewett.
It's the same person.
Jewett Horn Sarah, and all others that were moderators of the H3 Snark Reddit. And the H3 Snark Discord. So you're going to get all that information turned over to Ethan Klein. The villain arc Ethan Klein, as people are saying, is going to have all of that information. And we kind of know where this leads. Oh, and by the way, there's a little bit more here. This is going out to Discord. You can see here the Discord handle Yogi Berex, Ali Turn, and Roswell NM. So you've got other information from Pooh and no
relating to his right eye.
So this from Discord and from Reddit, you're going to have this information turned over. And a lot of people feel very, very free on Discord and Reddit doing whatever they're going to do or saying whatever they're going to say. And they also think that deleting is going to cause these things to magically disappear, as if they're not saved, as if they're not archived.
Bloodstone, those names were the H3 Snark subreddit.
They can't be pulled up. That is
mods.
Absolutely not the case. In many cases, both civil and criminal, you've been able to go back, and companies have been able to go back and get all of these records because the companies maintain these records. And what this is going to lead to is certainly connections to other people which may be added to the lawsuit.
Nice comb over.
So let's say, and this is not just hypothetically, this is almost certain here, that these people were speaking to other influencers, were speaking to perhaps people that are party to the lawsuit, Denims, Frogan, Casey Trump, maybe other people. We talked about Sean DeBlack, right? Other folks that were connected to this. Those links are going to come in. And if there's any, for example, to Papa Hassan or anybody else, that'll come out too. Now, that's not to say whether there is or not, whether the Godfather Hassan was involved in this or not. We can't say right now. But
I agree with Jeff. What kind of sandwich?
If theoretically, hypothetically, there is.
He got them. Yeah.
That will come out through discovery process, through this subpoena process. There's not going to be a defense or an exemption or something that's going to keep your Discord messages or your Reddit messages or comments or whatever else. There's nothing that's going to keep those from being exposed. There's no possible defense. And there's no lawyer out there. And
Xbox controller broke? Dude, I've had this thing for going on a decade. I think. Yeah, it has to be. Got this with my X-Bone.
Challenge any lawyer to give me a defense that they would have for their Reddit communications or Discord communications that would keep those from being subpoenaed. I will wait because there really isn't one, right? Once again, they can argue the unfairness, the power imbalance, et cetera, et cetera. Even if that's true, it doesn't change the legal reality. The legal reality is these documents and communications will be turned over in time. They're going to take some time to process it and look at it. Now, of course, if one of them was magically speaking to an attorney, maybe there might be some attorney-client privilege. I doubt it. I highly, highly doubt that these people were solely messaging and communicating with an attorney, right? The only other exception would be perhaps if some of these people were minors, there might be some filtering of information there. But other than that, there really isn't anything that would come up that would filter out information or communications. And I think this is where the broader case that Ethan Klein is going for is going to be built. He's going to build this broader case against those that collaborated, perhaps had a conspiracy, one might say, to use that term, to redirect views, to take those views from his videos. Because at the core, this is a copyright infringement case. So he needs to prove, hey, these people worked together and collaborated to draw views from my video. And to the extent that can be proved, that's going to be relevant to the case.
What up, Sean?
However, there is going to be other information that's going to come out just as a natural course that is not directly related. How is this going to happen? Well, let's say you have an email or a message. Do you think these people are just talking about that? No, they're probably saying a whole lot of other things, perhaps some nasty things, perhaps some crazy things, perhaps some things that unveil other schemes and plots that they were into that Ethan Klein will now get a hold of. He'll have those documents. And at some point, he may be able to reveal those. He may be able to turn those over to the public and release those out there. And that is not going to look good for that whole crew. It's going to look very bad for the crew. Now, do I think this is going to shut down entire communities or stop Reddit or stop Discord? No, of course it's not. But it's going to expose more and more people to liability as this case builds up over time. This thing will become bigger and bigger and grow. But what do you guys think about this? I'm interested to hear in the comments below, and I'll catch you on the net.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
No. The fact that he made a living off that guy should tell you exactly how serious we should be taking that man. Oh, got the hat ring. Look at that. Does he really talk that fast? No, he does not. You ask that a lot when I watch something on 1.25. No, I just don't want to be stuck with all the little pauses that he has, which it's one of the drawbacks to watching me live. You can't do that to me. Well, I mean, drawbacks. Speaking of drama, we got an interesting little video here on an old, I mean, at this point, it kind of does feel like he's old news, but old friend launches new hit piece on Destiny.
Like, this was the #1 Andrew Tate defender. Did she change her position on him? She's taking every single thing the plaintiff says at face value and is doing the exact same thing that she was on all these red pill shows. I love this too. How I'm always, where are my manipulations? What are these manipulations? Wait, what is this video? How Destiny became the internet's most vile streamer.
This one is personal. When I began my journey in political commentary, I made the decision that I would speak to absolutely everyone.
Wait. Isn't she the girl from Talk or whatever? Not the Talk. The Anna Kasparian show.
I mean, literally everyone. Not just people who agreed with me, in fact, especially not just people who agreed with me, but across the entire spectrum, left, right, libertarian, progressive, anarchist. I didn't want an echo chamber. I actually wanted.
Oh wow, is he gonna watch
thinking, not one's
this? Okay, you know what? I thought I was actually watching the original video. I'm gonna go to Amy Danger's original video and watch that instead of watching Destiny react to it. Although I kind of do want to see his explanation. Holy crap! Excuse me. But I just realized that Kirk would probably have a heart attack if he missed that. All right, so that was Amy Danger. Is it Dangerfield? No, her last name's Dangerfield? No. That's almost like I got a long-lost daughter. I went to Australia once. Strange thing was, I fucked a koala. Don't know how she popped out like this. No respect. Wait a minute. That was not the best Dangerfield joke. Yeah, win some, lose some. She was on what? SWAT TV? SWAT TV? Oh, Destiny became the internet's most
All right,
viral
guys,
streamer.
this one is personal. When I began my journey in political commentary, I made the decision that I would speak to absolutely everyone. And when I say that, I mean literally everyone. Not just people who agreed with me, in fact, especially not just people who agreed with me, but across the entire spectrum, left, right, libertarian, progressive, anarchist. I didn't want an echo chamber. I actually wanted arguments that tested my thinking, not ones built from these cardboard cutouts. And that's the mentality that honestly led
There's something extremely annoying about this woman.
me to value
And it's not her voice.
entertainment. And it's the mentality behind the creation of this idea for dangerous conversations. And it was in that same spirit that I first met Stephen Bennell Jr., better known as Destiny, a couple of years back. Now, he was one of the first major streamers to really take me seriously, meaning he had me on his show several times. We debated, we disagreed, sometimes even aligned, surprisingly. And over time, we honestly built a rapport. You know, we shared friendship groups, group chats, we met up at birthday parties, and actually had some legitimately interesting conversations, everything from values to philosophy and politics. And despite our differences, I always thought that there was like this mutual respect between us. But then everything changed. Everything changed when one of our mutual friends, another streamer who ran in our same circle, came forward with a disturbing allegation. Her name is Pixie, and she alleges that Destiny recorded her in a private moment and then sent that footage onto somebody else who then leaked it online for the entire world to see. And
Why'd you wait this long to like tackle this?
she never agreed to any
Because
of
this came out 3
So
days ago.
Currently, she is
Like this is, I mean, from a YouTube content standpoint, this has been months ago at this point.
pursuing legal action.
Not that I'm trying to stand up for Destiny in any way. I'm just more confused.
And according to her, she is not alone. She actually claims that there are multiple women with similar
Yeah,
experiences.
we know this.
And,
He's in the middle of the court case.
and for me, that was the moment. It was
Although it's been speculated that there's going to be a settlement.
clear cut.
So.
I walked away from Destiny entirely. No ambiguity, no second chances.
No, she's not from Britain. She's from Australia.
That crossed a line that really doesn't get to be blurred. And to make matters
How does she do upspeak but not sound Australian, though? That's weird. Most Australians kind of just sound like they always have upspeak. Did you know that I once went to the mall with a dingo? It was quite the thing.
even worse, Destiny
Crikey.
didn't even deny it. I actually covered this entire situation, like
I had a marmalade sandwich once. It was pretty good.
every single part of it on The Unusual Suspects earlier this year. But honestly, guys, things have only gotten crazier since then. So if you are at all interested in helping out with Pixie's case against Destiny, there is a link to her fundraising platform.
That's a
in the
weird one.
description of this video. She is
I have to, like,
fighting
take
a
my-
battle that no one should ever have to fight alone. But
Sir.
fortunately, she's seen a huge surge in support since going public with
I want to use that little thing behind her. That little
her story.
ridiculous
this
figure.
goes deeper than
as,
one alleged violation. In
Oh, she got her own Epstein dossier. Interesting.
her statement, Pixie actually outlined how Destiny used his influence
So
to manipulate
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
dynamics within Fred groups how he downplayed what happened, even joked about it.
Release the Destiny files.
Then turned mutual
The Destiny
friends
Oh,
against
sorry, I
her.
just
Her
caught that.
best friend at the time, Erin, even
All right.
while apologizing publicly and acting like he had
That is not an that is a Fauci doll.
taken responsibility for what was
Fortunately,
done.
I
It
know
was a
that one because my someone in my family has one of those because
masterclass in manipulation.
Whatever.
But guys, this isn't just about abuse.
Whatever.
It's about control. And the kind of control that thrives in digital spaces where cloud is currency and silence is protection. But despite the very clear evidence and the public attention,
Excuse me.
none of the platforms that have supported Destiny's career have even spoken out against him. There are no bans, no demonetization, no accountability. If anything, his brand has actually only grown. And unfortunately, this is a pattern that we have seen before, where creators are shielded by popularity and really profitability at the end of the day. This is an ecosystem where saying there are two genders gets you penalized, consequences that Destiny himself experienced back in
They have Fauci dolls.
2022
Yeah, these people are weird.
when he was in somewhat more of a base
Although to be fair,
frame of mind.
Hold on.
But disturbing sexual content without consent somehow doesn't carry any serious repercussions whatsoever.
I do have this bad boy.
Guys, Destiny actually sucks for many more
It's
reasons
the
than the one that we
governor.
just covered. Over the 4th of July
didn't
weekend,
know he was
Central
the governor
Texas
of
was
Minnesota.
devastated by flash floods that have claimed dozens of lives, hundreds are still
literally
missing,
his
and it has left
figure.
communities devastated.
When he was the governor
As
of Minnesota.
prayers and consolations poured in from all over the country, Destiny entered the conversation as well.
That's one of my prized possessions right there.
And what was his take? Well, mostly just jokes about how the victims actually deserved it. And I'm not being hyperbolic. This is actually what he said. Maybe the kids weren't fit for camping near a river if they couldn't swim, which he wrote in reference to the 27 young girls killed at a Christian summer camp in the flooded valley.
I have to say, I mean, there's like shock jockery, and then there is just like, no, man, that's not it. But okay.
He went on to quip that God killed those kids because they were using
This one, I hate to say, was kind of funny.
NordVPN to get around the Texas
I do have to say this one was.
porn ban.
Because if she doesn't understand why he was saying that, then she's being disingenuous as hell.
Now, NordVPN quickly clarified that they do not sponsor Destiny, nor do they stand behind any of these reprehensible comments, and they may even pursue legal action, as they should, because there are documented
That was pretty stupid of him then. I mean, I thought it was stupid in general when I thought he was sponsored by them, but I didn't know he wasn't.
damages on record of people canceling their Nord
Hold on, I need to
subscriptions.
let my dog
But
out.
his response?
Give me 1 sec.
Triplug and Jiden $5. Don't MAGA people say that people who died who got vaxxed deserved it, even if it's not true.
Of course, it was that this was just another joke at the company's expense. As outrage grew over his remarks, he basically abandoned all pretense and jumped just right into the politicization of everything. In short, this is what he said. It's a very disgusting post to read, but he says, don't ever forget, these are the same people who tell you jokes are back when they're laughing it up over families being destroyed by deportation, LGBT kids out of the military, and friends being murdered in Ukraine by a genocidal maniac, all because they're too spineless to break with the inhumane machine that is MAGA. Just, I don't know how any of those things, which many of those are actually really valid points, are not by him, valid points on MAGA's behalf, right? Trans out of the military, all of these things. How is that possibly comparable to the death of young children? It's just, he's living in a different reality, but this is a pattern. When Corey Comprator, husband, father, firefighter,
He heard
and a
that.
Trump supporter,
Oh.
was killed
They only
during
got one
the
more of
attempt
these, dude.
on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, Destiny called him a fucking retard and said that he was having fun in hell with Ashley Babbitt, the woman killed by Capitol Police in January 6th. Now, this did actually lead to some repercussions. His account was banned from Kick, but it gets worse. He once argued that if Trump won in 2024, drone strikes on MAGA protesters would be justified and necessary. There's evidently a playbook here, guys.
I did have a theory, and I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but you know what? He could just be it's almost like he's too bad at this to not be a psyop.
Dehumanize
That's
under
all
the
I'll say.
guise of intellect, promote outrage, and then retreat behind irony. But when the followers you cultivate actually start believing the performance and echoing the cruelty, it stops being a joke, and this is when it becomes culture. So what we're witnessing isn't just personal decline, it is psychological. It's a political radicalization in real time, honestly. Studies from Harvard and UC Berkeley actually show how social media-driven political content actually rewires the brain. Constant exposure to tribal conflict activates fear centers and dulls empathy. But over time, people don't just disagree. They see ideological opponents as existential threats to their existence, as less than a human. Psychologists actually call this moral disengagement.
Hold on. You don't get to do this when you when you literally practice this.
That's what lets somebody essentially laugh at death, justify abuse, and then call it righteous clarity for their following. And Destiny, in my opinion, he's become one of the clearest examples that I've ever seen of that transformation. This is someone who I believe used to be relatively sane. This is someone who once stood for debate, logic, critical thought, and now he weaponizes trauma for clout and calls cruelty realism. It's not realism. It's not activism.
Well, hold on. You don't get to do this and then be okay with the Kill Tonys and the comedians that are doing the same kind of stuff. This is what I don't like about the weaponized outrage, because they say, well, comedy, make comedy legal again. Technically, he's doing this in the vein of comedy. Just because you find it distasteful doesn't mean that you get to clutch your pearls all of a sudden. Just be like, look at what a piece of shit he is. Because simultaneously, you have propagated guys like, Andrew Tate and, even worse, she, Fresh and Fit, by her own admission.
Ego. And the tragedy is that he's built a following on the myth that he's the rational one. He's above the fray. But truly, no rational person justifies harm to women, mocks the dead, or laughs at grief to win arguments. So ultimately, guys, this isn't about disagreement. This is about dehumanization. That's what he's doing.
Sure.
These cases isn't just about what happened to her. It's about what her silence and other silence allowed to happen for years. About the so-called allies who turned away, about the platform culture that ultimately rewarded it all. So if you think this is an isolated incident, it's not. This is what happens when platforms reward outrage, ignore ethics, and when creators become untouchable because they are profitable. when a fan base defends the indefensible because they mistake charisma for character. That's what's happening here. Now, I want to round out this segment by saying that what Pixie is doing takes courage, but this whole thing isn't just about her lawsuit. It's about whether we finally draw a line, whether we hold people accountable even when it's inconvenient, even when they wear the mask of intellect. And Destiny...
The mask of intellect? Wait a minute. What's this have to do with anything? Are you mad because he cooked you in a debate?
May say this. This is just
Hold
drama.
on.
It's performative, It's
Wait a minute.
But none of that matters. When the truth lands and the mask slips, there won't be any arguments left to win. There will only be accountability. And that's what is owed. Not just to Pixie, but to anyone who's watched this industry excuse cruelty in the name of content. Because, guys, empathy isn't weakness. It's actually one of the only things...
You support a party that is literally based on not having empathy. What are you... Oh, my God. Oh, I feel like a little... Like
things keeping us from turning into the very thing that we claim.
What? Huh? She's dead serious?
To oppose. If you liked this...
No, I didn't like it very much. I don't... Sorry, I can't even do her accent. My bad. Wow. Yo, dude, calm down with the unk shit. You're being kind of weird with it. I feel like you're being a little harassy with them. That was... Angela, I mean... Burst. This is embarrassing. Empathy's practical. I just said chill with the unk stuff. You call him unk, and you're literally doing like unk ever. Like I get it. Like, and I think he gets it too. It's just you're kind of damn near spamming it. What do you mean harassy? We were having a conversation. I meant with the unk shit. This is kind of repetitive. I was gonna say. Skeet. Dude, oh my god, the fact that they like left, like so many radio stations left that on the song because they didn't understand what it meant. So like, you legit like, your kids going skeet. It was like, the fuck. Jeff, you are harassed. Oh, uncle. It's a short form for unk. Yeah, unk. What up, unk? It's I mean, I don't know. That's been a thing in the, like, you know, I was about to say, like, you know, black community and just, I would say, Chicago community, because that's just been a thing forever. Oh, yeah, dude, that was funny. Yeah, when he learned the terms. Yeah, that was really funny. Oh, what was the one recently? Oh, God. It was really, really funny because Emma had to just be like, no, Sam, no. Oh, yeah, Pog. Yeah, Poggers. Yeah, don't give me double Poggers. What the fuck? Oh, man. Now that's Uncle Cedar. There you go. Unk. That is where you use that properly. I wasn't thinking that way. I thought it was an acronym. No. Nope. Again, thank you for the $5 donation. Try plugging it in. Really appreciate that. Now I am a little bit more interested to see what Destiny has to say about this video, but I don't really want to just watch him watching it, so I'll let it pass this time. I think Peppa's just engrossed watching that girl. Yes, her beauty stunned me. I could not move. I could not do anything. I could not even move the mouse. She was enthralling. Her voice. That voice. Oh, that voice. Based on the ridiculous... Wait.
Here, I just didn't notice this. I'm going to change my headline to say transcripts. The
Or is
video,
Bondi to release
the video title
Epstein
says
related
transcripts, and I put testimony. So I guess in theory there could be stuff in the transcripts that's not testimony.
My favorite part is no matter what he does, they're just nobody, like his own base now is not even gonna believe it. They're gonna dude, short of him releasing and arresting a bunch of like people that they know damn well are his friends, they're not gonna accept it. So not gonna play pity party. Oh. But I wanted you guys to join my pity party. Oh, well, that's a shame. I guess we could do that.
And that's the mentality that honestly led me to value payment, and it's the mentality behind the creation of this idea of dangerous conversations.
Shit, this is normal playback speed on this
Wasn't
video?
She literally a friend of the stream? Kind of friendly-ish. She started to get turned onto the team Farha and team Lauren though a long time ago, which was funny because she messaged me once asking me to clarify something because I think Lauren or Jasmine had told her something that wasn't true. And then we had a conversation about, I saw my Instagram DMs with her. We had a conversation about it and I provided proof and I'm like, no, these people lie like crazy. But if you remain in any social group long enough, eventually you'll turn. All right, well, let's hear what did I personally do to slight this person who I've never had a bad interaction with or done anything bad to interpersonally ever in my entire life. Let's go.
And it's the mentality behind the creation of this idea of dangerous conversations.
He just watches at this speed, eh?
Destiny.
That's
Junior. I'm the second. Okay.
Crazy.
Now, he was one of the first major streamers to really take me seriously. Meaning
I've never understood that. What's the difference between Junior and the second? I thought, like, the second was technically Junior.
He had me on his show several times. We
like, if you have the same name.
debated, we disagreed, sometimes even aligned, surprisingly. And over time, we honestly built a rapport. You know, we shared friendship groups, group chats, we met up at birthday parties, and actually had some legitimately interesting conversations. Everything from values to philosophy and politics. Group chats, we met up at birthday
Holy curse.
parties.
Xena's the only real one
And
here.
actually...
Xena the queen so far. Holy curse. Oh my God, how cursed is this? Jesus.
Had some legitimately interesting conversations, everything from values to philosophy and politics, and despite our differences, I always thought that there was like this mutual respect between us. But then everything changed. Everything changed when one of our mutual friends, another streamer who ran in our same circle, came forward with...
Okay, so warning to anybody that's doing streaming or as definitely like if that's the kind of stuff that they're doing in streaming communities, then I'm kind of like, okay, I'll just stay home.
A disturbing allegation. Her name is Pixie, and she alleges that Destiny recorded her in a private moment and then sent that footage onto somebody else who then leaked it online for the entire world to see. And she never agreed to any of this. So currently, she is pursuing...
Dang, Destiny gets ladies. I mean, that's never been debated.
And according to her, it recorded her in a private moment and then sent that footage onto somebody else who then leaked it online for the entire world to see. And she never agreed to any of this. So currently...
What was the catalyst for the falling apart of that friend group? Probably a combination of Farha and Lauren? Would be my guess. I don't know how Farha plugged in though. Lauren is like a Kelly kind of person who she will sit in a friend group and do work for as long as she needs to, though.
She is pursuing legal action, and according
God,
to her,
he just he literally just watches at that speed. That's insane.
And for me, that was the moment. It was clear cut. I walked away from Destiny entirely. No ambiguity, no second chances.
We haven't talked in a long time. She didn't walk away from shit. I don't think we talked for like a year before that, but okay.
That crossed a line that really doesn't get to be blurred. And to make matters even worse, Destiny didn't even deny it. I actually covered this entire situation, like every single part of it on The Unusual Suspects earlier this year. But honestly, guys, things have only gotten crazier since then. So if you are at all interested in helping out with Pixie's case against Destiny, there is a link to her.
What happened with Farha? I think I've talked about this before, haven't I? Listen, just breaking up with Melina just introduced a lot of complexity to my life. Without getting too deep into the weird shit, Farha was just on some really weird, like, saying different things to me and Melina in ways that were, like, super sus and trying to get me and Melina to separate so that Farha could date me. In, like, the most, like, it was just, like, really crazy, bizarro, sus shit. I feel like didn't I go over all this on stream? I feel like I did this a long time ago. I don't want to rehash all of this, like, because it's all just like it's super weird and cringy interpersonal shit. But like, I guess so. Like for one, one example of this would be when it came to a boyfriend that Farha had. Like she was telling Melina how much she was like super in love with this guy and like cherished him and wanted to move down with him and blah blah blah. But then when she would talk to me. She would like give me her phone. She'd be like, "Oh, like you should text this dude and like, make him sound stupid for this, or you should do this." And I'm like, why don't you just break up with this dude or whatever? And she's like, "Oh, I cheat him all the time and blah blah blah." I mean, okay, whatever, Jesus. But
Destiny seems like that, like the guy that makes everyone awkward when he's hitting on a lady.
It's just like that's like one of like 50, and there's like more like crazy, weird, bizarro shit. So there's just once I had figured out the. When Lauren De Laguna accused me of like secretly recording people because she wanted to throw that out there, it was in regards to a conversation that I'd had with Farah that I recorded so that Melina and I could listen to it because somebody was going crazy here because every time I would talk to Melina and then every time I would talk to Farah, I'd get like completely different stories about everything. I'm like, okay, I don't understand how I can have the same conversation with both of you and hear completely different things. So then I recorded a conversation with Farah and then, I was going through it with Melina. I'm like, okay, this is, and then she would show me the episode with Farah and I'd be like, okay, this is like crazy. This is like, she's telling completely different things to both stories or to both parties here. And that's when,
that's crazy.
That's why when everybody used to ask in the past, like, oh, why doesn't Farah come over anymore? That's why that separation happened. I thought I went over this on stream, or maybe I never said this publicly. RIP, but.
Her fundraising platform in the description of this video. She is fighting a battle that no one should ever have to fight alone, but fortunately she's seen
You did? Okay, yeah, I went over all this, I think. Okay.
A huge surge in support since going public with her story. This goes deeper than one alleged violation. In her statement, Pixie actually outlined how Destiny
to have that level of like manipulation in your relationship. Whoa.
used his influence to manipulate dynamics with friends, how he downplayed what happened in
from a third party,
and then turned mutual friend against her best friend at the time.
Also, for everybody saying that, like, and people say this, I wish I could go over this with more substance if I was allowed to read off that transcript, but like the honest truth is, so
hearing people discussing cheating so casually makes the thought of putting effort into dating even more difficult.
If you're getting super.
I'm pretty sure that they had didn't they have like an arrangement of some kind, like that even though they like could technically be with other people, it was like I just remember that they had something like that, and then the trust was betrayed because of something else. I don't know the full details of the situation with them. I just
so
that's the TLDR that I got.
Listen, the problem is the strategy for winning in court and the strategy for talking to the public don't always coincide. So the idea that like there's this very naive and retarded thing, and even you retards are saying this on my fan base, like, oh, like Jesse should just take accountability.
He doesn't give a shit anymore.
If there's a person on one side of this looking for $15 million, I'm not going to say anything about this. Like they can try to fight for and prove every aspect of this in court. Like there's no.
I wouldn't use entertainers as the parameter for what people do in relationships. No, I wouldn't.
Way that I have any navigable room.
I'm just going based off. Yeah, excuse me. What like he was open about
to start saying shit like, oh, like maybe I made a mistake here, maybe no, that they can. I'll allow them to prove every single.
Also, I couldn't imagine somebody like doing that where it's just like manipulating both of them and trying to like get them to turn on each other.
Aspect of that, if they want to sue me for like when we're talking about like life-ending sums of money, that's hearted, and anybody that would have that expectation of me talking with specificity to the stuff that she's alleging and any of the court stuff was crazy. Now, as we've gone through the process more, and then I've seen where they're falling on things, and I see like how things have been filed, now I'm like more comfortable with it, right? In the beginning, the reason why I didn't say anything with specificity to like, oh, like, did anybody have consent here or whatever, is because the first part of the honest truth is that these are conversations happened a long time ago. This is like 5 years ago, 6 years ago when we recorded these videos, and these were conversations in person. And I don't want to say something with like an imperfect recollection and then end up committing myself to some like storyline or committing myself to some, phrasing that I'm like, no, wait, I don't think that I said that. Because if I say anything publicly, obviously, right, Joanne, I guess, who doesn't have a job besides, sitting in her legal office watching my streams all day, is going to start throwing these things in court filings. But if I could read off our transcript, now all the stuff that Pixie was saying under oath does align with stuff that I remember. And I would feel more confident if I could read it. Like, for instance, like I think when funnily enough, I think Pixie gives 3 different answers in court about the agreement about us recording stuff. I think the first thing she says is, we recorded stuff, but we agreed to not like...
Is he really talking about his court case right now? Even I'm uncomfortable with that.
Send it around to people or whatever. So something like kind of vague like that.
It's like, dude.
It roughly aligns like, yeah, like just don't like send it to everybody, obviously, right? You don't want it to leak. Then I think the second time I think she says, I agreed for him
Every time he does that, his lawyer's just like, God damn it.
Only show it to his wife. And then the third time, I think she says, I didn't agree for him to send it to anybody. So I think she gives 3 separate answers in the span of 1 hour. Now, if I'm being charitable to her side, it's because she probably doesn't explicitly and specifically remember. But this like kind of aligns with like, yeah, I'm pretty sure like I have like a general conversation about recording stuff or whatever. And then this is like generally, in the hearing, did the judge ask you questions too? Yeah, we were both on the stand, yeah. But I mean, it's a long time ago. But the idea that like I have to come out and give some crystal clear statement like right at the beginning of all of this, like, bro, this is a big civil case. Like, I'm sorry that you're not happy that I'm not going to come out and layer, like all of these answers that the, plaintiff can use to layer their legal arguments as perfectly as they want. Fuck that. That's insane. I also like, by the way.
Oh, yeah, like the HR and the CEO from at the Coldplay concert. Oh.
He's making this video.
Yeah, that's been going around on my newsfeed.
She's taking
it's
every
pretty
single
funny.
thing the plaintiff says at face value. She isn't evaluating any.
Now, here's the thing. Do you think if she just didn't react, then nothing would have happened because nobody really would have known? Because it wouldn't have gone viral otherwise.
Well, maybe she will hear on later on.
Excuse me.
Isn't evaluating any of the later legal documents submitted and is doing the exact same thing that she was on all these red pill shows when she was trying to get red pill, trying to smash Myron and everything. Oh, don't believe women and, women lie all the time. But now she's like team, 100% woman, I guess, because of however.
I didn't say he was.
Where the political dominoes fall is hilarious. So good job, Queen.
I'm Erin, how he downplayed what happened, even joked about it, and then turned mutual friends against her. Her best friend at the time, Erin, even while apologizing publicly and acting like he had taken responsibility for what was done. It was a masterclass in manipulation.
I love this too, how I'm always, where are my manipulations? What are these manipulations? What?
But guys, this isn't just about abuse. It's about control. And the kind of control that thrives in digital spaces where cloud is currency and silence is protection. But despite the very clear evidence and the public attention, none of the platforms that have supported Destiny's career have even spoken out against him. There were no bans, no demonetization, no accountability.
Like, think of how insane what she's saying is. So if somebody sues you for something, you should automatically get banned and demonetized from every platform? Like, damn, she left the red pill arc, I guess, and went completely in the other direction? Like, what the f***?
Anything. His brand has actually only grown. And unfortunately, this is a pattern that we have seen before, where creators are shielded by popularity and really profitability at the end of the day. This is an ecosystem where saying...
Like, this was the #1 Andrew Tate defender. Did she change her position?
I was about to say, yeah.
There are 2 genders, get to penalize consequences that Destiny himself experienced back in 2022 when he was in somewhat more of a base frame of mind. But disturbing sexual content without consent somehow doesn't carry any serious repercussions whatsoever. But guys, Destiny actually sucks for many, many, many more reasons than the one that we just covered. Over the 4th of July weekend, Central Texas was devastated by flash floods that have claimed dozens of lives, hundreds are still missing, and it has left communities devastated. As prayers and consolations poured in from all over the country, Destiny entered the conversation as well. And what was his take? Well, mostly just jokes about how the victims actually deserved it. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is actually what he said. Maybe the kids weren't fit for camping near a river if they couldn't swim, which he wrote in reference to the 27 young girls killed at a Christian summer camp in the flooded valley. He went on to quip that God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN to get around the Texas porn ban. Now, NordVPN quickly clarified that they do not sponsor Destiny.
Oh, I bet Lauren and Pixie begged her to put to put her fundraiser in here. Jesus Christ.
Nor do they stand behind any of these reprehensible comments, and they may even pursue legal action, as they should, because there are documented damages on record of people canceling their Nord subscriptions. But his response, of course, it was that this was just another joke at the company's expense. As outrage grew over his remarks, he basically abandoned.
That's such a good tweet.
Of course, it was that this was just another joke at the company's expense.
Oh, shit.
As outrage grew over his remarks, he basically abandoned all pretense and jumped just right into the politicization of everything.
See, this is kind of where I do have to go. Like, yeah, he was.
This
This
is
was a
disgusting.
Clutch your pearls harder.
To read, but he says, don't forget, these are the same people who tell you jokes back when they're laughing it up over families being destroyed by deportation, LGBT being kicked out of the military, and friends being murdered in Ukraine by a genocidal maniac, all because they're too spineless to break the inhumane machine that is MAGA. Just, I don't know how any of those things, which many of those are actually really valid points.
Because you don't know anything about politics. You're retarded. We know. We got it.
Are not by him. Valid points on MAGA's behalf, right? Trans out of the military, all of these things. How is that possibly comparable to the death of young children? It's just he's living in a different reality, but this is a pattern. When Corey Comprator, husband, father, firefighter, and a Trump supporter, was killed during the attempt on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, Destiny called him a retard. And
keep in mind, my comments are way nicer than the Trump crowd's, okay? I just think the guy's retarded. These guys literally believe that God sent the bullet into this dude's
Yeah, press X to doubt that people stopped using NordVPN because of Destiny.
skull, all right?
Yeah.
that he was having fun in hell with Ashley Babbitt, the woman killed by Capitol Police on January 6th. Now, this did actually lead to some repercussions. His account was banned from Kick, but it gets worse. He once argued that if Trump won in 2024, drone strikes
I think I'll become a right-wing MAGA now. My feelings are hurt.
on MAGA protesters would be justified and necessary. There's evidently a playbook here, guys. Dehumanize.
Did I say that? That drone strikes? Wait, what is the context of that statement?
Under the guise of intellect, promote outrage, and then retreat behind irony. But when the followers you cultivate actually start believing the performance and echoing the cruelty, it stops being a joke, and this is when it becomes culture. So what we're witnessing isn't just personal decline, it is psychological. It's a political radicalization in real time, honestly. Studies from Harvard...
It's very hard to watch at the speed, but at least it'll be over soon.
Media-driven political content actually rewires the brain. Constant exposure to tribal conflict activates fierce...
Based on what he's actually, like, addressed, it's kind of funny because what I said about the whole court thing... All right.
Over time, people don't just
It seems like he knows that he's going to have his lawyer calling him tomorrow.
Actually call this moral disengagement. That's what.
Wow. Certainly, she's not a massive Trump supporter thinking this, right?
Let somebody essentially laugh at death, justify abuse, and then call it righteous clarity for their following. And Destiny, in my opinion, he's become one of the clearest examples that I've ever seen of that transformation. This is someone who I believe used to be relatively sane. This is someone who once stood for debate, logic, critical thought, and now he weaponizes trauma for clout and calls cruelty realism. It's not realism. It's not activism. It is ego. And the tragedy is that he's built a following on the myth that he's the rational one. He's above the fray. But truly, an irrational person justifies harm to women, mocks the dead, or laughs at grief to win arguments. So ultimately, guys, this isn't about disagreement. This is about dehumanization. That's what he's doing.
Hearing that again is just, that's insanity coming from her.
Pixie's case isn't just about
dehumanization while you're...
It's about what
support.
her silence allowed to happen for years.
What's silence? This motherfucker literally is making public posts and tweeting about it. What are you talking about?
About the so-called allies who turned away, about the platform culture.
What up, Nate? How you doing?
So if you think this is an isolated incident, it's not. This is what happens when platforms reward outrage, ignore ethics, and when creators become untouchable because they are profitable. When a fan base defends the indefensible because they mistake charisma for character. That's what's happening here. Now, I want to round out the segment by saying that what Pixie is doing takes courage, but this whole thing isn't just about her lawsuit. It's about whether we finally draw a line, whether we hold people accountable even when it's inconvenient, even when they wear the mask of intellect. And Destiny, they say this is just drama, it's performative, it's hyperbole.
Fuck, the mask of intellect. So not only have they stolen the aesthetic of, like, rationality, now they're fighting me on... Now they have the aesthetic of talking about the aesthetic of rationality? What the
None of that matters. When the truth lands and the mask slips, there won't be any arguments left to win. There will only be accountability. And that's what is owed. Not just to Pixie, but to anyone who's watched this industry excuse cruelty in the name of content. Because, guys, empathy isn't weakness. It's actually one of the only things keeping us from turning into the very thing that we claim to oppose.
Xena in chat says, none of these girls are even friends anymore and can't stand one another from what they've told me. LOL. I have no problems with Amy as we never had a falling out. But her recent distasteful words about Destiny news to me, however, the Zionist couldn't stand living with the fairy femcel. Is that supposed to be Lauren and Pixie? And moved with the Australian Amy. Yeah, that friend group goes back and forth a ton. I remember when Pixie and Lauren lived together for a little bit, but Lauren was getting into so many fights with her roommate And then I had to help Pixie stand up to Lauren when it came to disagreeing on things, because Lauren's dog, I guess, would like pee and poop all over the apartment, and Pixie didn't know how to deal with it. And I was like, you guys should have like a board with like responsibilities or something, I guess. And then I think eventually they all moved out though. So I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what it all ended up with eventually, but Jesus. Anna Kasparian and Amy Dangerfield criticize your tweet briefly.
I heard God killed these girls because they were using NordVPN promo code DESTINY to get around the Texas.
God, that promo code is so fucking good. The only thing that could have made this video was actually sponsored by NordVPN when I tweeted it. Fuck.
Horn band. Also trying to plug a sponsorship, which turns out he's not even sponsored by them. And
Yeah, well, that's the joke.
That's-
Good job. You figured it out.
Yeah.
Did you know that when people would do like the Raid Shadow
Wow, call that.
Legends joke, they also weren't actually sponsored by them?
Yeah, the Raid Schmadow
trying
Schmedgens.
to plug a sponsorship, which turns out he's not even sponsored by them. And so what's happening now, NordVPN looks like they're about to sue him massively because there was an influx of
Okay, we'll see about that. For tweeting about them? Okay.
thousands of posts of people saying canceling NordVPN right now. This is going to be another lawsuit.
Because those. No, not bot accounts at all.
Sued in court for sexual.
God, it's so weird. This is why watching this stuff makes me go like, I don't want to stand up for this guy at all. Sex Pestany is still him, but what the hell?
Absolutely despicable human being.
What I find so fascinating about people on the left, like Destiny, is they spend a lot of time.
Oh my God, she's getting every day. She's getting whiter and whiter. Jesus.
Judging the other side of the political aisle for being immoral or doing things that they find disgusting and wrong. Well, what about your own content?
Good one. Jesus.
You know, what he said there about her getting whiter and whiter, not necessarily wrong. I've kind of noticed that. All right. Oh boy. Trump orders new Epstein release. We're gonna see a new Epstein release. When will that be dropping? Because this was a midnight release, too. Kind of funny. When you think about it. On Thursday, Trump directed Attorney General to produce grand jury transcripts. Excuse me. U.S. President Donald Trump says he's ordered the Justice Department to produce some additional documents related to ex-offender Jeffrey Epstein. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I don't know why he's still talking about this guy. I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. Trump said in a Truth social media post, it's unclear whether Trump is authorizing the public release of these documents or when that could come, though such action would typically require approval of the court. Development comes days after sustained pressure, blah, 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 blah. However, Bondi released this week, according to a newspaper, the letter was part of Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. There's honestly not that much new information there. Huh? What did I miss? I don't know. You didn't miss anything. Some odd stuff. Let's see. Breaking news. Epstein letter leaks.
Check this out. We are on the verge of leveling up this independent media space, and we can do it together. First of all...
He did a members only. Oh, wait, I can make a trailer for that?
All right, check it out. It's almost impressive how every single time someone from the Trump admin goes on camera, they make the Epstein situation like 10 times worse. To break this down, I'm bringing in contributor Chris Mowry, who has an interesting...
Every time I'm like, nah, I'm good on that. Asmongold demands that they release the Epstein files. Yeah. Smug leftists embarrassed in debate. Heated trans debate? Wait, what? Wait. Who did Lance debate? Because it's Lance.
Trump's Epstein files scandals just got bigger after Trump's DOJ fired Maureen Comey, who prosecuted both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Theo Von joins the anti-Trump MAGA backlash as Trump's former chief of staff says he's in the files. What's really going on with Trump's cankles and hand bruises? And this bombshell diet versus exercise study is gonna make some people angry. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news, starting with this. Trump's Justice Department just fired Maureen Comey, a federal prosecutor in Manhattan who, one, just so happens to be the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, and two, prosecuted cases against Diddy and another guy, you may have heard of him, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein. With this appearing to be yet another nothing to see here moment from the Trump administration as the backlash to its handling of the Epstein case is just
kind of looks like the
and louder. And as far as why Maureen Comey was ousted,
any of you guys watched the show The Practice in the late 90s?
The reason for her dismissal wasn't made clear, though she reportedly learned of her firing via a letter that cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which outlines the powers of the president. With sources also telling CNN that her being a Comey was just untenable under this administration, given the, we'll call it beef, but it's so much more than that, between Trump and her dad, right? I mean, among other things, you had Trump firing James Comey in 2017 amid an investigation into links between the Trump campaign and Russia. So a bit of a like father, like daughter moment here. And that is, you've had people on the MAGA right for a while now having called for her removal because of her father. And I mean, the FBI has now even recently launched an investigation into James Comey, a man who Trump has also tried to blame amid the Epstein fallout, with him claiming that he, Obama, Biden, and others actually wrote the Epstein files that people have been demanding. Though Trump's panicky finger pointing there has done very little to satisfy his MAGA base. Also with this, as far as what Maureen's role was in prosecuting Epstein, she was one of the Manhattan prosecutors who charged him back in 2019 for sex trafficking, though of course he died in prison while awaiting trial. And that is, Maureen also prosecuted Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison, though Maxwell is appealing that. And actually, because that case has an appeal, last year you had Maureen Comey asking a judge to decline the public release of Epstein-related records, arguing that it could interfere with a possible retrial. And that again, as it wasn't the only high-profile case that she was involved in, as she was also the lead prosecutor in the Diddy case, which ended in him getting convicted, but only of smaller charges and acquitted on the more serious ones. You know, still, at least prior to the Trump administration, firing prosecutors in her position, it was a pretty rare move. And so with that, you actually had the New York Times noting that Maureen's firing, it raises the possibility that Miss Comey is being set up as a scapegoat as the administration fights to move past the scandal. And all of this is...
No way! Are you kidding me?
...on the other side.
You're telling me that they're trying to make her a Democratic scapegoat with the last name Comey, and they're gonna try and do this new spin where it's like, look, the Democrats, they had Comey and Comey's daughter. They were after me. It was a hoax, another Russia.
Right, as far as Comey, well, she has not publicly addressed her firing. Politico did obtain a letter that she sent to her colleagues addressing the news, which said, yesterday was unexpectedly my last day in office. Every person lucky enough to work in this office constantly hears 4 words to describe our ethos: without fear or favor. Do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons, without fear of retribution, and without favor to the powerful. And adding, we have entered a new phase where without fear may be the challenge. If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant wielded to suppress independent thought. Instead of fear, let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heart of this place. A fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power, of commitment to seek justice for victims, of dedication to truth above all else. And so with all this, you have many questioning the Trump administration's decision here, thinking that it just makes him look more and more guilty. With, for example, the likes of Senator Adam Schiff saying on MSNBC,
either she was fired because she's James Comey's daughter, which would be totally inappropriate and a wrongful termination, or she was fired because she was prosecuting Epstein and his accomplices. And why would they fire her over that? And why would they fire her now? None of it as a good or innocent explanation to it, which is why they're just continuing to founder over this.
Right, and all of this, it comes as Mick Mulvaney, Trump's former chief of staff, just did an interview with Al Jazeera where he was asked about Trump. And regarding Trump and the Epstein files, he said,
I imagine that Donald Trump's name is in the file someplace. There's photographs of them together. My guess is, and it's an educated guess, is that it's particularly damning of very important people on both sides of the political aisle, which is why Trump doesn't want to release it and why Biden didn't release it either. If it was just about Trump, it would have come out.
Right, so you have Mulvaney largely believing that it's because the files touch on so many people, with him also kind of downplaying the fact that Trump's likely named in the files by noting that tons of people are named and arguing that if there was something bad, Biden would have shared it. Even that, it doesn't fully help Trump in the court of public opinion because there are a lot of people think that he's not releasing it because he's protecting others. Right, and a big part of the concern around Epstein and the Epstein files is that the government has been protecting elites. You know, Mulvaney's comments are just some of the latest that either implicate or put extra pressure on the Trump administration to release more information. I mean, you've got senators from both sides of the aisle making moves here, with Republican Tom Tillis going on a radio show to join the chorus of people calling for the files to be released. And then this morning, you had Democrats Chris Van Hollen and Dick Durbin sending a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi asking for the files to be released, claiming, we must ensure that the American people can have confidence in a justice system that operates,
even though he kind of is like, meh,
without secrecy or undue influence. And all of this, it's playing out as you had a Reuters poll finding that 69% of Americans believe that the government is hiding details about Epstein's clients, with that including 62% of Republicans, which is something that Elon Musk also touched on during a posting spree last night where he called Trump's actions a cover-up and demanded more documents be made public, and asked Grok about details of the case and wrote things like, over 1,000 confirmed young victims is a shockingly large and tragic number. In order for the government to confirm that the girls were victimized, they would have had to name or at least describe who raped them. This would necessarily mean that the government must have the list of rapists, aka the Epstein client list, in their possession right now. And all of this has been playing out as clips of Trump and his allies from before the election had them saying, yeah, let's get this list released. With one of them getting, I think, maybe the most attention being J.D. Vance on Theo Von's podcast.
Release the list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
And actually, one of the people who reshared that clip was Theo Von himself, who posted it alongside the caption, yeah, what changed? With Theo just being the latest in the group of podcasters who had Trump and or Vance
Interesting how he joined that chorus late.
Podcast in the lead up to the election going, what the hell's going on? And so we're just at this point where it seems that every single hour there's a new person knocking on the Epstein door, hoping that it's going to finally open up. But today, all we've seen so far is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claiming to her knowledge Trump doesn't even know what's in the files, rather than also shutting down reports that Trump might appoint a special prosecutor. But as for how Trump and his administration navigate out of the situation from here, that remains to be seen. Because you have to imagine at this point, looking at the reactions, looking at the polling, that they realize this is a losing strategy. Promising his base something and then attacking them because he has not delivered, calling them worthless, calling them stupid, calling them past supporters because they dared question him. And all of that, it brings us back to Maureen Comey, who some are concerned they're going to try to turn into the fall guy in some way to take the heat off of Donald Trump. Though again, and we can't forget this is a controversy of Donald Trump and his allies' own making. They pushed the conspiracies around this. They said, give us the power to expose the elites that are being protected by the government. Let's get and release the Epstein files. And then they got the power, and then Donald Trump said, actually, it's the Epstein hoax. There's both nothing there, and it was made by Hillary Clinton, Biden, Obama, and Comey. And even though I was destroying them in the election,
he just threw everything at the wall, and now they're just saying, this is Dick.
Did not release the thing that they just made up, and then they left it there for me to do with as we please. You know, we'll have to wait to see what happens. There's already been a divide in the base of people that are supporting Trump and they're believing everything he's saying, and those who have questioned this Epstein situation. And then of those who are questioning the Epstein situation and not happy with what Trump has done so far, there appears to be, at least based off of the comments being made on social media, that there is a divide there of some who are truly questioning this and saying this is very sketchy. He's being very weird about this, and some seemingly just wanting the president to come up with a story where he is not the bad guy. And all the while, you got Alex Jones crying in his car over it. But for now, as we wait to see how this plays out, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your continued thoughts and reactions to the news and updates here? And then next up in the news, if you've seen any photos of Donald Trump over the past few days, you may have noticed something strange, namely a pair of oddly swollen ankles and 2 noticeably bruised hands, which then led to some speculating is the guy about to drop dead, which then led to today where you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt coming out and offering a less sensational explanation, with a reading from a doctor's note that apparently blamed the swollen ankles on a condition called chronic venous insufficiency.
A benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
So basically, it's when the veins in your leg struggle to pump blood back up to the heart. Which, you know, sounds bad, but according to medical experts, it's relatively benign and common, especially in older adults. And then as for the bruising on his hands, the White House said, oh, that's actually just from handshaking and aspirin.
This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health.
With then all of that leading to reactions online like, they're so desperate to escape the Epstein news cycle that Leavitt is willingly talking to the press about Trump's big cankles. So for others, it just served as yet another reminder that Donald Trump is the oldest person to ever be inaugurated as U.S. president. And if he makes it to the end of his 4 years here, he will be the oldest person to ever be U.S. president. With then many speculating what health troubles he might have over the next few years. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say, have you ever read the ingredients in your dog's food? What a and for real this time. And then next up in the news, Senate Republicans just voted to surrender their own power to Trump. Because early this morning, you had the Senate narrowly passing a bill that would rescind $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting that Congress itself approved in a bipartisan agreement just a few months ago. And this coming at the request of President Trump, who went through the formal process of submitting what's known as a rescissions bill to claw back funds that Congress has already greenlit. And I feel like I can't emphasize enough how incredibly significant this is. Rescissions bills are incredibly rare and usually unsuccessful because Congress doesn't want to give up its power over federal spending. In fact, this is the first time in decades that this has happened, which is why you have experts saying this just shows how willing Republicans are to bend to Trump's will as he works to exert control over federal spending, even if it means giving up their own constitutional powers. And just further underscoring
how is this like news where they have made this abundantly clear that they do not care.
Controversial this process is. We saw 2 Republican senators.
Although I have to say, oh God, look at that ghoul. The Democrats being a little feckless and not bringing this up is a little sus.
Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski joining Democrats to vote against the bill, though it ultimately passed 51-48. You had Murkowski urging Congress to assert its constitutional authorities over federal spending, and both Murkowski and Collins arguing that the Trump administration had failed to provide enough information about exactly which programs would be impacted by the cuts in the legislation. A very
new season of The Crypt Keeper.
Notably here, that was also echoed by several other members, including Senators Tom Tillis, Mitch McConnell, and Roger Wicker. Tillis even going as far as to say,
if we find out that some of these programs that we've communicated should be out of bounds, that advisors to the president decide that they're going to cut anyway, then there will be a reckoning for that. I suspect we're going to find out there are some things that we're going to regret, some second and third order effects, and I suspect that when we do, we'll have to come back and fix it.
But then all 3 of those senators voting for the measure anyway, despite seemingly admitting that they don't know what the bill is going to actually do. Which again, just further emphasizes how much power Trump wields over the party. Right? Not only will Republicans give up their power of the purse for him, they'll do so without even knowing how exactly he's going to use the power. Now, with that said, while many of the details are unclear, we do know the broad strokes of what the rescissions bill will do. But the vast majority of the money is going to claw back about $8 billion, which was previously allocated to fund foreign aid programs that the Trump administration says are wasteful. With the New York Times reporting there that the vote codified a number of executive actions the administration advanced earlier this year to gut foreign aid programs, many first undertaken by DOGE. With that, including many of the programs that were previously administered by USAID before Trump and Elon Musk effectively eliminated the agency. So you're looking at things like emergency and disaster relief, food aid, public health, and much more. Though notably here, it's been reported that certain food and global health programs were spared from the cuts, with Republicans stripping the bill of a request that Trump made to cut $400 million to the global AIDS fighting program, PEPFAR, which is estimated to have saved 26 million lives since George W. Bush started in 2003. So that, it made up the bulk of the cuts, but the remaining $1.1 billion
started by Republicans the Senate voted to rescind. With the old school, well, we want to be somewhat Jesus-like.
Was allocated to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, or CPB, which funds NPR and PBS. Or with Trump and his Republican.
Now, like the new slogan for the GOP should be "Fuck them kids."
Republican allies arguing that the public broadcasters spread so-called woke propaganda and are biased against conservatives. And like the foreign aid cuts, the slashing of public media just codifies executive actions that Trump has already taken. And then with all this, as far as the Democrats, they have condemned the rescissions bill, and they've kind of hit many of the same arguments that they made with these cuts for months. It's saying that slashing foreign aid is going to result in the loss of millions of lives and weaken American soft power around the globe, claiming that the cuts to public broadcasting is going to disproportionately hurt local public radio stations rather than NPR and PBS. And that because those two broadcasters actually just receive a small percentage of their funding from the federal government. It'll matter, but for many local stations, they get more than half their budgets from the CPB. So those cuts, they could pose an existential threat to many rural stations and risk shutting them down entirely. And that is, you have experts saying that in addition to providing...
Which is funny because it's going to end up impacting Sinclair Media because they end up piggybacking off a lot of their stations where they split time.
News and educational services.
That's something they don't talk about a lot.
Emergencies and natural disasters, providing essential life-saving information. Which is why then you have Democrats saying that these cuts will totally destroy many vital services that don't even cost the government that much money in the grand scheme of things. And that is, Democrats have also said that this undermines democracy, right? Arguing that Democrats and Republicans, they agreed to a bipartisan budget bill this spring to fund the government, a move that required 60 votes in the Senate. Now you have Republicans using a tactic that just requires 50 votes in the upper chamber to totally undermine the bipartisan agreement. With that being something that Senator Chris Murphy hit on, and he added,
why would Democrats ever again negotiate a bipartisan budget with Republicans if Republicans 2 months later can just pass a partisan bill that keeps the spending that Republicans like and cuts the spending that Democrats supported in the bipartisan process? So this isn't just really bad policy. This is just another way that Republicans are corroding the rule of law, the institutional norms that have held together our democracy for decades.
Now as far as what happens next, this bill is headed to the House, which has to pass it by Friday under the rules that govern rescissions, though I will say they are widely expected to pass the measure in time. And then next up today, we should talk about how first they came for Social Security, then they came for Medicaid, and now it appears they're coming for your home. Right, and that because Donald Trump's proposed budget for the Department of Housing and Urban Development would impose a 2-year time limit on public housing and rental assistance. Meaning,
no shit.
If you're on Section 8 or you live in housing...
Yeah, so Section 8 is like gonna get fucked.
Subsidized by HUD, you'd have 2
2
years to either get yourself out or get kicked out. Now, currently, we know very little about how this would be implemented, how it would be enforced, when the clock starts, and how the exemptions would be defined. Though,
I got a buddy that's on that.
Sources, elderly and the disabled would be exempted. But still, there are millions of people who, until now, believed that they could stay in their homes as long as they were poor enough to qualify. And we're starting to get some idea of how many people might get impacted thanks to this new report from New York University, with it estimating that if families were cut off after 2 years, 1.4 million American households could lose their vouchers and public housing subsidies. And without assistance, many of those people would no longer be able to pay their rent, so they'd be evicted. And you have the report noting that this would largely punish families with children who are working but earning far below their area's median income. Now that said, as far as supporters of the time limits, they argue that far from impoverishing people, this would actually encourage them to pull themselves up.
Oh, there it is. Pull themselves up by their fucking boot. I want to punch my fucking computer screen.
Bootstraps and become self-sufficient. But that, as many, including the NYU report...
I want to... Oh my God. Take away these people's boots.
Counters that...
Take away their fucking boots and then tell them to do the same thing.
Time limits are
Holy shit. There's one thing in this, like, that truly pisses me off in this world, and it's people like that.
Untested, and most housing authorities...
Okay, not one thing. There's a lot of things that truly piss me off in this world, but that's one of them.
To try it, have abandoned it. Plus, you have critics arguing that housing isn't something you get as a reward for working. It's the source of stability you need to start working in the first place. And if anything, they argue that housing subsidies actually need to expand, not contract. And that actually, in part, because experts estimate that just 1 in 4 low-income households eligible for rental assistance actually get it, especially as you have the United States.
Yeah, it's already, like, that's another thing that people just don't talk about is, like, how rental assistance just is so hard to even get. If you can get an appointment.
Right now, at the height of an affordable housing crisis. I mean, homelessness is through the roof. But as far as what's going to happen from here, we're going to have...
Yeah, once they're homeless, then they're just like, oh, they're failures. Well...
have to wait to see. Especially because, to be clear, the time limit is only in Trump's proposed budget. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed to happen. But there's no doubt that this administration is going to try to do it, and it obviously is consistent with the work...
Do I know where the bootstraps came from? No.
...approach to Medicaid. And then I've got more news for you in a minute. But first, you know, have you ever stepped in a puddle and suddenly your whole day, it feels like a soggy crime returns? You're covered for every journey. And then...
Not since I was like 4.
Next up in the news, I gotta start working out. Those are the famous words uttered by untold millions of people throughout the years who want to lose some weight. Diet or exercise? That's a question that health experts trying to solve the obesity epidemic have debated furiously for decades now. Right? Because for a long time, the prevailing wisdom has been, well, both are important. Right? The thinking being that dieting decreases the calories you consume and exercising increases the
That salad looks really good.
calories you burn.
Looks very unhealthy, but oh.
And then if you burn more than you consume, then you lose weight. But one, experts have disagreed about which one plays a bigger role. And now two, this groundbreaking study points overwhelmingly in one direction. Right? And what they did was compare more than
Rental assistance is always just a way to undermine public housing.
4,000 adults from 34 populations across 6 continents in a wide range of lifestyles and economies. From business executives in the United States and Europe to subsistence farmers in Asia.
Welcome to the stream.
Hunter-gatherers in Africa. The study's 8
Hit that follow button if you have not already and you're enjoying the content.
80+ authors.
And the same goes for you over on YouTube. Hit that like button if you haven't already.
Analyze the data from all of those people's pee, which allowed them to precisely measure each person's body fat, metabolism, and energy expenditure. Now with that, of course, people in wealthier countries have more body fat, so there was no surprise there. But also, heavier people tend to burn more calories by default, since bigger bodies just have more cells doing more work. And so the researchers, they controlled for body size to isolate the variable that they're interested
Actually makes sense.
physical activity. And going into this, I think you'd have a lot of people expecting that these Hadza hunter-gatherers in Tanzania,
it's like an oxymoron. It's not possible to pull yourself up from your bootstraps. We use it as a we use it if it's not sarcasm from
burn
the
more
start.
calories through their activity.
Well, I mean, like, it's like that famous TYT bumper with JR where it's just like, well, you can't really pull your bootstraps up when you ain't got no boots.
Than your average American desk worker. But actually, when the data came back, the results were shocking. Because across all the population studied, regardless of lifestyle, location, economic status, they burned pretty much the same number of calories. I mean, there was a little difference, but only enough to explain roughly 1/10 of the difference in body fat and BMI between groups. Otherwise, they were remarkably similar. And in case you're wondering, no, one, Americans weren't secretly doing push-ups under their desk, and two, herder farmers are not lazier than they seem. Right? Those people in less developed countries, they do move around more. They are more active. It just turns out, at least according to the study, that physical activity may not matter very much for the number of calories that you burn. And as far as why that is, you had a senior author of the study offering up a theory to explain it that's known as the constrained total energy expenditure model. Right? With the name kind of explaining itself, the idea is that your body constrains your total energy expenditure, or the total calories burned, within a narrow range. So if you work out really hard, you do burn calories, but in theory, your body compensates by slowing down or shutting off other biological activities.
Yeah, that's why you technically will gain weight. And it's like the famous, like, well, you're gaining muscle, but you're technically, like, so the other problem with that is when you stop working out, it turns into fat.
Which would mean that,
trust me, I have gone through this with my dietary stuff with hockey, because specifically when I was a goaltender, like, that was a big thing. And on top of it, because of my playing my position, they didn't want us building like big bulky bodies. Like, they wanted us staying lean as hell. So our diets were heavy carbs, like pre-games, and then after that it was pretty much like a protein shake. And the nice part was, because we would burn so much that, like, we could essentially eat whatever the hell we wanted.
that if you're trying to lose weight,
trying to stay away from, saturated.
Exercising more
actually, it was
isn't
mostly
the best way
salt.
to do it. In fact, the study's authors wrote, our analyses suggest that increased energy intake,
So, like, if I stop by like a White Castle, I would just say no salt.
is eating more food, has been roughly 10 times more important than declining total energy expenditure, that is, exercising less, and driving the modern obesity crisis.
That used to be like my go-to after a hockey game. We had a White Castle.
Important note being, it's not just about
like,
how
I'm
much
hitting
you
that.
eat, but it's the kind of food that you're eating that matters as well. With the study finding that ultra-processed foods in particular correlate strongly with high body fat. And this likely because, one, their hyperpalatability, energy density, nutrient composition, and appearance encourage overconsumption. And two, food processing has actually been shown to increase the percentage of calories that are absorbed into the body rather than excreted. But also,
what is with the people that like watching people eat and, like,
please do not learn
that's
the
a
wrong
corner of
lesson.
the
But
internet
before you
I'll never
cancel your gym
understand.
membership, or you go, well, I'm not going to do anything ever. Let me be clear. Exercise is still very important, because even if it doesn't do that much for weight loss, it still does.
No, it's still for your cardiovascular system, dude. You gotta, like, at least take a walk.
A bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Of course, keeping your weight within healthy bounds, it's only one part of being an overall healthy person, which is
Yeah.
also why the study's author is noting
Yeah, but there's also overdoing
daily
it.
physical activity has a broad range of well-documented health benefits, from reducing all-cause and cardiovascular mortality to improving mental health, and is an essential
Yes.
component of a healthy lifestyle. And in fact,
Oh my God, like I just said, going for a walk. If you go for like a mile walk, like every day, and you like get some sun, that's it right there.
I guess that those
But obviously you can't always do that because sometimes it get cold.
benefits
man.
of exercise
Damn.
actually come from not
That's why you also get the seasonal, the seasonal saddies.
burning calories, or because the adjustments that your body makes to cancel out the calorie burn, such as reducing inflammation and stress reactivity, it may be a big part of why exercise is so good for us. So, for
Yes.
you as an individual, do with this information what you will, but also from a research and public policy perspective, the next steps are very clear. Right, first, we need to identify precisely what makes food in the developed world so damn bad, and then we need to figure out how to mitigate that bad shit while preserving the good shit. Right, because as the study notes, despite its negative impact on obesity, the modern global food system has a lot of benefits that we
OMG, White
probably want
Castle.
to keep. Right? Things
I love it.
like making food taste good, making food last long, making food affordable, and making food accessible to nearly every population on Earth. Though fixing the global food system is way, way easier said than done. But hey, for now, just something to keep in mind, especially because, obesity, it kills over 4 million people a year. And then closer to home, at least as of 2023, about 40% of the American population is obese. The final thing that I'll touch on here, as someone that lost around 100 pounds over the last 4 years, I will say to you, I think both physical activity and a better diet together are very
Fist
important.
bump.
Like, I acknowledge that calorie consumption, that is like the king of everything, but
Yeah.
I really wasn't able to get my eating under control until I started going on walks and then hikes and running and then weightlifting.
Yeah, because you're also doing things that keep you from wanting to eat. When you sit on your ass, you get like the little, kind of snacky right now.
Me, all that physical activity, it really helped with my depression. And then
And depression as well. Depression will totally do that.
I found was when I was less depressed, I didn't just start eating to feel something.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, that was my personal situation. That's not going to be applicable to everyone. But yeah.
I was just about, okay, as long
Main
as he
point, very
prefaced
interesting
that.
study, and do with this information what you will. And then to shift gears as I begin to wind down today's show for you, I want to talk to you about Riccardo Baldini. Because you see, he's been playing piano his entire life. He started playing at 5 years old, and he says that he remembers learning how to read music before words. With Riccardo saying, music has been with me all my life. I
Regulation on the food industry is the only way, but they always put the onus back on the consumer. Yeah.
grew up with it. I was always proud.
Well, notice how like we've not like made any significant leaps towards making our food like better for us,
Practicing. It's just a way for me to connect to these great
despite the fact that you got MAGA.
human beings of the past. I like to say that music is
No, this isn't an ad. I don't. It's a feel good story, but I'm bored, so I'm out. Yeah. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. Oh, that's my elbow. God damn. I agree, though. Oh, excuse me. Regulation on the food industry is like a big one. But it's also like you do realize where most of like the foodborne illnesses come from. It's not like the meat industry, surprisingly. It's like from, lettuce and just bad irrigation and bad farming. So I got into White Castle Kitchen. I know how to make them. My wife came home, said, "Oh my God, it smells like effing White Castle in here." White Castle is so gross. My dad makes me get him some when I go east. I have to put them in my trunk. It smells. Listen, I get it. I get they're not for everybody. They are a little like this. Yes, they do have like a scent. I'll say that. But I don't know, man. I grew up on them. This is my very first French fry ever. Was a White Castle French fry, and I don't know, man. I love me some White Castle. I'm a Chicago boy though, so that was like I went to one of my field trips with my grandpa was to, hey, you want to go to the first White Castle? That's what we did. And we also have one of the first McDonald's here too. Well, it's a replica and it's in Libertyville, but they still got like it's cool, It's got like the old vibe. It's got Speedy, like the original mascot on there. It's pretty cool. We do have some pretty cool stuff like that, surprisingly. All right, let's see what else we got. Excuse me, guys. Dang, I'm not even that tired. This is one of those times where it's just like, oh, that's weird. That is cool. No, it is. And the food's a little bit better. Because we got the McDonald's like main distribution hub right there. It's so everything is like the freshest version of what you can get from McDonald's. I'll tell you right now. When they brought the quarter pounder back, that was one of the ones I hit. Oh, it's cool too because they still have like the standing counter where you walk up to it. I love that place. It's cool. I just realized like I don't go there enough. I only go there when I have like some business to do. I never just go. I should. I say that a lot though about a lot of like restaurants that are just outside of the realm of convenience. You know, because that's one of them where it's like 30, 40 minutes away. It's just far enough to be a pain in my ass. Pink slime, fresh off the loading dock. Aha! That has been debunked, my friend. Well, not debunked necessarily. The old stuff must have been, but who gives a shit? Honestly, I don't give a shit anymore. The fact is, I get calories in my tum-tum. And it gives me something to do. I'm not gonna Joe Rogan this shit. Oh, did you know that you just like feel like so much better if you just don't eat fast food? Which I know. Like for instance, when I eat a salad, which I do a lot before stream, I feel a lot better than if I eat some bullshit. But every once in a while, I want some bullshit. You know, we got this. I'm sure you guys got them down south. Freddy's steak burgers. They're fucking like we just got one of those places, and I gotta say, like I might have fallen in love with that place. That place is great. So there's been one or two streams where I have gotten that instead. Probably was a little bit slower, but man, I felt, you know, at least like I had gotten something. Nah, trust me, I do get it, though. Like, I get the whole merit of having, like, you know, you are what you eat bullshit. But that's also why I'm a moderation guy. Like, I drink in moderation. I eat in moderation. Hell, I eat in moderation specific. Culver's is the best? I can agree with this. That is not a hot take. I love me some Culver's. Out of, like, the smash, like, steak burgers, hell yeah. But theirs are butter burgers. Better because they're butter burgers. Actually, funny story. The original Culver's is in a city called Sauk City, Wisconsin, and my dad, he had a condo up there for a long time, so we used to get fresh Culver's because the family farm is still right behind the Culver's there too. So like, I've had the freshest like fast food experiences that you really can have. Funny enough. We just got Jack in the Box though. Like, I found out that they just opened like 6 Jack in the Boxes around Chicago. I'm pretty happy about that. Because in my travels, I did learn that Jack in the Box tacos, number one, oh, hell yeah. As far as like fast food tacos that are not from, you know, Taco Bell, yeah, they're fire. Also, yeah, they got some good burgers. Sonic actually has really good hamburgers that nobody talks about. Because we got one of those recently, well, a few years ago, but still. Let's see. Trying to think though, because Steak and Shake is pretty good too, and we still have one of those. Oh, they got the tallow. Oh, I did have the tallow fries. I have to say they're a lot better. They actually taste better. I love those tacos come come in frozen and get fried in the deep fryer. I'm fine with it. I don't care. They're delicious. I don't care. That's how Burger King makes theirs too. Well, no, because Burger King is just essentially like the old ground meat. I don't know. Basically, Raccoon Jack in the Box tacos are janky AF. The fuck are you on? I don't know, being like really, really ripped and going for some late night tacos. I don't. Oh, their breakfast. That's another thing that I remember I got from there was they had the breakfast. God, it was. What do you call them? The French toast, like French toast sticks. They were really, really good. Those taco cheese, slice of American cheese. Yeah. I'm not saying they're like good as far as being tacos. I'm saying they're good as far as being just like a stoner snack. Damn, don't hold me to like too high of a standard here. Trust me, I know a little. Like, it's one of my trash snacks. You know, where I'm a little bit trash and it's a snack I like. So trash snack, whatever. In-N-Out is overrated. Yeah, no, I learned that the hard way. Better than a tub here. They use popcorn cheese? Really? Ooh. Like movie popcorn cheese? I actually, when I went to see Superman, like, that was pretty much my dinner. See, but that's how I do things now, too. Like, I don't understand people. Okay, well, I do understand people that can do this because I used to be able to. Where you, like, eat a meal and then you go to a movie and then you get popcorn, candy, all that stuff. It's like, nah. I only got enough room for, like, a certain amount of calories, so I'm just going to get me large popcorn and split that with my friend, and that's enough for me. So. Yes, on their tacos. That's what I was saying. The tacos are fine. It's not like they're the best. It's kind of like Burger King. Burger King has some, like, okay tacos. Surprisingly. You've never had them. They are actually pretty good. And when I say pretty good, we have to establish that, like, I'm not Anthony Bourdaining this, where it's just like, you must go try the Burger King, the Burger King tacos. They are the finest cuisine in the land. They are the finest tacos you will ever have. You will not have a finer taco. Come on. I know what they are. You should know what they are. They're not like the best, but it's kind of like one of those ones where it's just like, oh, it's just not that bad. They're actually pretty tasty. What, have you already watched Superman? Yeah, I watched Superman. I saw it on opening day. It was awesome. I gave my it was my VOD from last Friday, if you want to see my breakdown on it. I did it like right at the beginning of stream, so if you just, I think click to like the 10-minute mark, it should be right about there. I should probably clip that. Fuck. Man, I'm getting to that point. I need to get some more memberships and few donations going so I can get an editor, so I can get somebody that can just start putting out my clips. So I'll tell you what, doing on average 6 to 8 hours, it's kind of a lot. And then you go to like edit and it's just like, I want to go home. I want to go to bed. You ever done that? I did that once the last time I was sick, where I just, like, my wife was like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I want to go home. She's like, you are home. I'm like, And then, like, I meant, like, my childhood home. Like, that was weird. I was just like, I'm not home. Which would be very weird because my childhood house has like probably, I don't know, third or fourth family living in it since I lived in it, so. Last time I went there, they did a complete remodel and put a porch on it, and I was just like, oh, dang. Actually looked really nice. Oh, shit. I just realized, we're almost to the 420. I gotta use the restroom real quick. So, here, let me queue up the next video. I'm sure to do something fun. Excuse me. There we go.
We start tonight with the scandal consuming the Trump White House as MAGA leaders, top Democrats, and nonpartisan journalists demand answers about the Epstein files. This is new and dangerous territory for Donald Trump, as for the first time, he appears unable to control his own base. This morning, D.C. woke up to headlines like these. MAGA revolt. Trump discovers MAGA...
Were we supposed to stop 420? No? I mean, 420 is literally in 16 minutes? Yeah, 16 minutes.
...has no off switch. Trump and MAGA are no longer the same thing.
All right, I gotta use
Images
the
of
restroom
MAGA
real quick.
supporters literally burning their red MAGA hats are going viral online. And all of this comes a day after Trump berated Republicans as, quote, stupid and foolish for wanting more information about the disgraced financier who died by suicide while in federal custody. Today, Trump's secretary was bombarded with Epstein questions at this press conference.
Does the president believe that justice has been served in the Epstein case?
Does he have knowledge or an understanding of what is in the files related to Epstein that have not been released?
Has the White House been directly in touch with some of the MAGA influencers that are still not satisfied?
The president said that he floated the idea of a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. Can you confirm that?
Do you know what the president's reaction was to Mike Johnson saying that he wants additional files released? Was there a conversation with Mike Johnson about that following his comments?
There's been a lot of discussion about the Epstein files and the president's comments yesterday calling it a hoax. Can you clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is the hoax part?
An absolute barrage of questions with no relief in sight. Politico writes this, quote, Trump is like a magician who has locked himself in a straitjacket, only to find that he's lost his ability to maneuver out of it and finds his audience turning on him. Among those now speaking out are Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, as well as top GOP senators and the MAGA broadcasters.
I think the time has come for the administration to release all of the files regarding Jeffrey Epstein's investigation and prosecution.
Maybe I'm just getting old and forgetting things, but I could have sworn that we had people campaigning, and if I get elected, we're going to release the files, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Release the damn files. Get over it.
It's the administration and their handling of this, which is why everyone's talking about it. It didn't have to be handled this way. It's been abysmal.
I am trying to get you to take the political gun out of your mouth. You already blown both your feet off. And now you got it shoved in your mouth. I'm like, will you please take that out of your mouth? You're like, shut up. Don't talk about it. You have put the gun in your mouth and ours collectively. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I love how it's
And in a rare display of bipartisanship, top Democrats have also gotten in on the act, hammering Trump on the Epstein question.
For years, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement have railed on about the Epstein files. But now, a complete reversal. Trump is straight up gaslighting the American public.
The president had run on a campaign with a promise to expose the Epstein files. Now he and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, say, nope, nothing to investigate. When it comes to Epstein and sex trafficking, all these claims are just ludicrous.
Amid these calls for greater transparency, there's also new scrutiny on an unexplained move from the Trump DOJ. Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, was until recently a longtime federal prosecutor who worked on a number of high-profile cases, including the prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's associate. This week, Trump's DOJ fired her. Critics say it appears to be an effort to intimidate perceived enemies. Today, in a farewell email to her colleagues, Comey said that the DOJ letter informing her of her termination provided no reason for her discharge. In the email, which MSNBC has obtained, Comey issued a sharp warning to her colleagues in the Southern District of New York, saying, quote, "If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant wielded to suppress independent thought. Instead of fear, let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heart of this place, a fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power, of commitment to seek justice for victims, of dedication to truth above all else."
Yeah.
And that is where we start tonight. Donald Trump under fire from the MAGA base
I do love how they at least like try.
amid broader warnings about a presidential power grab. Joining me now is Barrett Berger.
Oh, I don't care. I just wanted the news breakdown part of it. Thank you. Charlie Kirk. Man. Tomorrow's going to be a funny day. We'll see what happens. Like, you think it's going to make a difference? This whole, like, bringing out the, releasing the grand jury. So wait, who are they releasing that from? From the Epstein case or from Maxwell's case? I wonder. But you know what? I was waiting to do this. I've been good. I waited. Open a Pokemon pack. We got Journey Together. Let's see. Give it the little lucky tap. Let's hope that it feels like a heavy pack. Okay, let's see. We got a Tang. We got Noibat. Oh, look at this guy. He's adorable. Rough. Caterpie. Man, I've got to tighten the screws on this chair. Ends Castle. It's actually a pretty good area. Hops Sanaconda. Oh shit. No way. Okay, cool. I got Rory's Romby. This guy's cool. Little demon looking guy. Morgrim. And then Ludicolo. Or Ludicolo. Ludicoco. Yeah, I can't, like, I really am bad at fucking, reading the Pokemon names. Could be a little bit better. Screw it. Uno mas. Let's do it. This is the good one. Destined Rivals. Let's see. Good vibes. Ooh, like the feel of that. Heavy pack. So that means some foil. That's good. Foil's good. Let's see. All right. Oh, hell yeah. I got Gabite. I needed that. Qualvala. Team Rocket. Nidorina. Team Rocket Houndoom. Energy Recycler. Fuck yeah. Murkrow. Mudbray. Granite. And I knew it. Boom. Hell yeah. Called it. Set Titan. Whenever your opponent plays an item or supporter card from their hand, prevent all effects from that card done to this Pokemon. Nice. Actually, a solid move. Not even a move. That is an ability. Abilities are much better. Got some good polls on stream, I say. Oh. Squeaky ass chair. Looking forward to tomorrow's show, I gotta say. Alright. What do we want to do for the... Oh, I know. Hold on. I had this pulled up from yesterday. My history for this. Because I do want to have, like, a little more of a fun half. You know, we do a lot of politics content. But one thing I have been wanting to do... Excuse me. Oh, shit. I did want to cover this, though.
But, you know, people say, is he a racist or not? He's an 80-year-old...
You know... Okay. Just bear with me for a second, okay? It's almost like Donald Trump's not that bad, okay? And the left is really just annoying, and they gotta just calm down. You can't even be funny. Make comedy legal again, okay? It's my best Bill Maher. Not a great one, but it's there. Unlike me. Holy shit.
Are soon to be a year away from 80-year-old guy whose father was a virulent racist.
Oh, yeah.
And
he marched with the KKK. His father was arrested
his
for
father
marching.
was definitely a racist.
And his grandfather was a pimp.
Like of the times, the people are a product of their times. He is a product of his
but some of us overcome our times.
Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely true.
He hasn't overcome that.
That is true and fair to say. But he's not on the level of racism that
Stephen Miller
say.
is. No, nobody's at the level of Stephen Miller's racism, and who's the architect of all this mass deportation. Grew up here in Santa Monica with Latinos, and I guess they bullied him, and he's got a chip on his shoulder over that.
On Bill Maher's Club Random podcast, actor John Leguizamo clashed with the host.
But, I mean, part of this is a backlash to how badly Biden handled the immigration situation.
Wow.
It can't just be
holy crap,
come
he really
one, come
just
all,
went for it, huh?
Which
Dude,
it was.
there's plenty of room here, and we need
room.
There's plenty of room in America. Come on, there's no lack of room in America.
But it's never about room. It's about resources and about like having countries have to have a border. It just can't be. I mean, they've done surveys and something like 200 million people around the world, when asked, would you come to America if you could? Yes, I would. Why wouldn't they? Lots of countries, are
right,
and they would love to be here. You can't
I'm not right. The places aren't, but...
Well, they are.
Let's not forget where he got that line.
Using vulgar language, President Trump today questioned why the United States would allow people from Haiti and Africa into the country, describing those places using an expletive while suggesting people from Norway might be more acceptable. He reportedly made the comments during a White House meeting with a bipartisan group of senators. The White House tonight is not denying the president made the remarks.
The president tonight apparently uncorking another astonishing statement, complaining to lawmakers in the Oval Office about protections for immigrants. Why do we want these people from, quote, all these countries here? According to a Democratic aide familiar with the conversation, Mr. Trump was referring to African nations and Haiti before suggesting the U.S. should have more people from places like Norway.
So Maher borrowed it from a white supremacist and does not understand how calling countries with different cultures that same expletive is foul. Leguizamo would rebuke this statement.
I mean,
that's why they want to
and it's usually because of America. What America's done, especially in Latin America, has beat up every democracy that was burgeoning in Latin America. They destroyed it to keep their oil or their resources or bauxite or bananas.
Like, if you don't really have rights, like as far as like women's rights in most majority Muslim countries, women just don't have close to the rights we have here.
Dude, Sam
you
Harris.
can't dress the way you want.
I keep hearing Sam Harris every time I hear this argument.
Where there's just extreme poverty, which a lot of countries have, or if there's like the kind of corruption, and we have corruption here, of course, but on a level.
Well, we have extra new corruption with the meme coin.
But it is on a level in some countries that's way, way more.
Well, we're catching up. We're catching up.
We're catching up.
Look, if you have watched my stuff, you probably know where this is going. Bill Maher has had a vendetta against Muslim people for quite a while. It is an extensive history that he clearly has not evolved with and even cared to understand, not just with his terrible examples, the backlash that's happened, but also Ben Affleck handing him his own behind on his own show.
Why is Islam the one religion about which so many in America and the West censor themselves when it comes to talking about or making fun of? Is it just fear?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can tell that he used the Ben Affleck clip and then he got copyright.
And they are threatening.
Because they're going after
desert stuff
for those.
to our world. I said the same thing Friday night. You know, we don't threaten each other. We sue each other. It's a sign of civilized people.
Maher would continue in a piece put together by Alternet. He would justify excluding Syrian refugees from the West because, quote, their cultures are not like ours. He'd also claim, quote, if Muslim men could get laid more, we wouldn't have this problem.
They will say, look, Islam is a religion of peace. Do you buy that?
Yeah, they blow you up. There's a PC over there. There's a PC over there. There's a PC over there.
When 14-year-old Ahmed Mohammed
he thought
brought
that was
a homemade
hilarious.
clock to school, Maher stated,
Guarantees,
look, this
like,
kid
said that on
deserves
stage.
an apology, no doubt about it. They were wrong. But can we have a little perspective about this? Did the teacher really do the wrong thing? Because for the last 30 years, it's been one culture that has been blowing blank up over and over again.
What she wants to drive. They want the best part of America, the modernity. They want all the good stuff. They want to have a cell phone to call to say, hey guys, come over to the beheading.
Yeah, I saw the clip of you on Bill Maher. I'm not a big fan of Bill Maher.
Oh yeah, no, he's undercover, right wing, racist. What was funny is the comedian dude.
Harlan Williams.
Yeah,
Oh man, Harlan's the shit. Harlan's the shit. I love it.
Man, I really agree with everything you're saying. They just told me I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to be the funny one and, you know, make fun of you to keep it light so people will watch more, you know.
That's crazy.
So I understand like where John Leguizamo is coming from. I mean that sincerely. We do have room. But when Maher says it's not about room, it's about resources, okay. Tell me why we don't have the resources, Bill.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
What happened to the resources? Who cut the resources? When those resources were cut, who stole that money and those funds? The answer is so glaringly obvious. And this dude, who's like a centrist righty at this point, probably always has been, is saying it's resources? My brother in Christ, you are so close. The issue at hand is that Bill is not only a bigot. The other problem here is that he is a member and in those circles of an elite part of society that does not want the distribution of wealth. He thinks the middle class is thriving. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
The lack of resources. I mean, we are so close. We are at the 1 yard line, brother. Score. Go. Tell me why there's a lack of resources. I mean, incredible, dude. Truly. And I can't believe people view this guy as like a shining example. It's astonishing to me. Astonishing. There's a reason why. There has been a lack of understanding. And it comes from voices that he will not allow to participate. And we all know who they are. He just continues to refuse it. And I think it's a tell. You should go subscribe to my new show, The Rick Strom Show. I'm going to be interviewing.
Philadelphia, please make it loud for Josh Johnson!
When I was growing up,
Let's see if this is still okay, because he's blowing up.
I had a friend who was a latchkey kid, and he would get off the bus, and he had 2 hours to himself before his parents came home. So he'd get off the bus, he'd open the door in the house, he had full reign of the house. And we're still little, but he's like old enough to go ahead and make himself a grilled cheese if he wants something, anything, just till his parents get home. And one day he comes home, and his parents had to get together the night before, and he sees laid out just a little bit left of some wine. And he's like, oh, wow, I know that this is grown-up juice, but I want to try it because I'm not supposed to have it, because I know I'm not supposed to have it, right? And so picks it up, and he's weighing the options in his head. He's like, I could try it, but what if I get caught? I'd be in so much trouble. Oh, but I really want it. Maybe nobody will know. And he's going over and over it in his head to the point where he decides, I'm going to just have a little sip. And he's bringing it to his lips, and then he ends up slipping it out of his hand, drops it, stains the carpet, right?
Oh.
So now he's freaking out because it's like, oh no, they'll know there wasn't a stain there when they left. This is all on me. And he did what a lot of kids would do in that scenario. He made it worse. He was like, the only thing, and I can understand he's a kid, but this is a mistake that I don't think I would have made. The best thing for him to do in that moment, he thought, was to make a bigger mess. And then that way, the stain won't be so bad. So he grabbed a rock and he threw it through the window. Which was a huge mistake because he went outside to get the rock and then threw it from inside outside. He realized what he had done as soon as he did it, so then he had to go back outside, grab the rock, carefully pick up all the glass, bring it back inside, lay out the glass next to the rock, next to the stain, you know? And then his parents get home, and when they come home, immediately they're like, oh my gosh, what happened? What happened? And you know, he's had an hour 20 to think up a story, you know? So he's over here like, yeah, oh, yeah, it was crazy. They're like, what happened? You know, we got the rock going through the windows, all this glass on the floor and this stain. He's like, well, the stain's probably not as big of a deal as the broken window when you really think about it, right? And they're like, what happened? And he says, well, you know, the rock came through the window and it must have hit the glass that had the wine in it, the wine that really shouldn't have been left out. You know, that's an adult beverage. I'm a minor. And then it must have hit the perfect angle to hit that glass and this glass and then knock over and then make a stain on our beautiful 3-bedroom carpet. Yeah. And his parents were like, but did you see it happen? Like, how did this happen? Did somebody throw this? And he's like, uh-oh, because he didn't think that far. And so he was like, yeah, the man threw it. And they were like, what man? And now he's in deep because he's like, yeah, what man? What am I doing? And so he's like, yeah, there was a man that, threw the rock through the window and everything. And you saw him? Yeah, I saw him. He threw it and he ran and everything. And he thought maybe that would be the end of it. But from his parents' perspective, there was someone who threw a rock into the window, maybe to get inside while their son was home. So they had more and more questions, and he didn't know what to do. He was freaking out, Next thing he knows, the police have been called, and the police come over, and they're like, what did the man look like? And they over here taking notes and stuff, and he's like, he doesn't know what to say next because he didn't think this far. And that's how I feel like Trump must feel about Epstein, because it goes so deep. It's like he didn't think this far in the lies.
Yep. I mean, that's why he reacted the way he did. It was so primal. It literally, that's a great, observation right there. Just like the primal, Like
he just didn't account for it. He thought he could make it quiet, It's not going to be pitched as a direct and absolutely direct order from Trump, what the DOJ did. But the DOJ came out after interviews saying, oh, there's so much information, we're just trying to figure out how to put it out there in a way that's clear. Oh, there's so many files, there's a list of names, there's logs, there's a client list. After saying all this stuff in the media, the DOJ comes out and says, actually, the investigation is closed, we're not going to be prosecuting anybody else, and I think we got to the bottom of it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's not going to stand at all. That's not going to stand with anybody, because you got to remember who Trump garnered with this belief that he released the Epstein files. He's got MAGA, sure, but he also has Q. Nobody talks about Q anymore, but they're still around. And they believe deeply that Donald Trump is going to be the one to unleash all of the truth. All the evidence will come out. When Trump is president, he'll turn over everything on the powerful cabal that has been victimizing people across the world. And then he's like, yeah, there's no... And I think he thought that he could really bury it, that he could truly bury it. But he's wrong. He's wrong because there are a lot of things that he didn't account for. There are people that Trump controls. There are people who he orders around, and there are people who blindly follow him, sure. But he didn't count on things like Jeffrey Epstein talking before he died to a biographer for 100 hours. Just a ridiculous amount of time. I have friends I don't think I've spoken to for 100 hours. 100 hours, you probably say a lot of nothing, and you probably say some pretty interesting stuff. Those 100 hours of conversation is how we know that Trump and Epstein were tight for years. Well, even Epstein said he knows some of the inner workings of the White House because him and Trump would just chop it up. I mean, that's heavy. That's a lot to try to sidestep. And Trump's been making mistakes this whole time, even when Epstein died, right? Epstein dies. He was in jail and he passed.
Oh, dear.
Who can say how? And, Ghislaine Maxwell gets, charged, has a whole trial, gets convicted, sentenced to 20 years in prison. And apparently what we're hearing now is that at the time, Trump floated pardoning her. And the people that heard that almost couldn't believe it. Why would he pardon her? That's crazy. And it's like, actually, it's not that crazy when you see the picture of all them hanging out, like, in the 90s, and they met in the 80s, and they used to fly around together. Like, that's his buddy. And he even said himself, these are his words out of his mouth, when asked about Ghislaine Maxwell during the trial, he said, oh, I wish her well. Somebody that's on trial for trafficking. Somebody with ties to you. I wish her well. And then people were like, why would you wish her well? And then they brought it up again, and Trump was like, I wish lots of people well. And we were like, no, you don't. I've been watching you the whole time. I don't think you wish anybody well that I've seen. All you come up with is nicknames. Man floated pardoning her. That's crazy. And then the DOJ comes out, hey, yeah, this is done. Nothing else to see here. And people are having a hard time wrapping their heads around that. People who usually stump for Trump hard. No matter what he says, they manage to twist it in a way that maybe could make sense to you, and they'll say that that's what he means. One of the reasons that Trump can do everything that he does and it comes off a different way to everybody is because so many people think that they're the Trump whisperer. Trump will say something out of nowhere, and then there'll be people like, well, what he actually meant was something more reasonable that I'm going to say right now.
Yeah,
and I'll
so
be like,
people.
That's interesting, because he didn't say any of those words in that order when he
Kenzie
was speaking.
Good to see you.
And I think he had a teleprompter, so I don't see how that's possible. And so everybody thinks that they can be the Trump whisperer, and it's just not working this time. You see people trying to come up with why Trump, why the FBI, why the Attorney General would all of a sudden, what feels like out of nowhere, try to shut this whole thing down, right? Alex Jones, of all people, saw what the DOJ did, and he made a video crying. I think it's very important.
Why is it like, it's just a fact. He was crying.
I think it's very important when...
But it's so much funnier when you do realize, you're like, oh my God, he was crying.
Like, when a man shows emotion, not to just ridicule him for it because it's easy. But Alex Jones cries weird. Alex Jones cry weirder than anybody I've ever seen in my life. I don't wish anything good for Alex Jones, but to see him cry felt like something happened to me too. Like, it's... Alex Jones is up here like, folks. Like his eyelids were doing sit-ups, crying. I'm sick to my stomach, and I just can't believe this thing is happening. Wipe your face, dog. Like,
wipe your face.
And even Alex Jones trying to come up with something. He's like maybe the deep state got to him, and the deep state is like in his body, and that's why he's doing this stuff right now. And then he'll be back to normal after he has one of my protein shakes. You can go to my website and buy frog protein for $19.99. No, it was crazy. Because Alex Jones, you gotta remember, this dude is a proper conspiracy theorist.
Yes.
Old school.
Mm-hmm.
There's something deeper behind everything. Everything at all times. And I'm not talking about like chemtrails. I'm not talking about like government operations. There's something deeper behind everything that happens all the time. Hillary Clinton went on The Tonight Show. Pretty sure this was on The Tonight Show. And she was trying to open a jar of pickles, right? I don't remember what the bit was, but that's what was happening. And Alex Jones pulled it up, and right after she opened the jar, he was like, you see? Did you see what happened right there? Hillary Clinton didn't open that jar. Now, in the video, she has opened the jar. Hillary Clinton didn't open that jar. That jar was pre-opened. All right? You can tell because there was no pop. There's supposed to be a pop. There was no. I brought the same jar. I'm gonna open for it right now. And this man spends a while trying to open the jar. He spends an uncomfortable amount of time trying to open the jar. I think at one point he even had a rag too. You know, like those kitchen tricks you use? He over here, you know, sometimes you like tap the top of it, you like. And he's like, I can't even open it right now, folks. That's how you know this thing right here, she didn't open that jar. So imagine Alex Jones on Epstein. No. I just think about the way that MAGA has been reacting, because it is a full-on revolt. Truly, it's a thing that they cannot fathom is happening. Whether it's Q, whether it's MAGA, or whether it's just people who have been following the Epstein case from the beginning. Because you got to remember what Epstein stands for. He is the ultimate boogeyman. He is the ultimate beacon for people that believe that all the elites are in on something together. And it's easy to make him that because he had an island, billionaires were flying around, people went to him for tax advice and for law advice. He was this financier, even though I don't think he had a law degree and he wasn't a CPA. So it's like, what are you doing with people's taxes that you helping? And so this dude, he represents a lot. He stands for a lot in conspiracy theory world and in just the regular world. This is someone who has ties to billionaires, to royalty, who come to him for horrific acts. And now you're telling us, there's nothing else to see here. There's nothing else to see between, you know, me and him especially. There's nothing. Don't look. Stop. 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 Stop.
Stop. That's exactly how he was.
Trump,
what are you doing?
For his part, is watching this whole thing go down, and he's watching people argue about it in front of him. People who are, you know, in his administration and on his side argue about the best way to handle it, going back and forth. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, all names that sound like they're about to be called down on The Price is Right. Like. All three of them are constantly going at it because then, like, Bongino is upset with Pam because he thinks that Pam overpromised and underdelivered and everything. Why would you even say that this stuff was coming unless you had a plan? You were just talking in front of the camera. And then Pam is going back at him, and Trump's watching this whole thing. And then in a press conference, they even asked him, they actually asked Pam Bondi a question about the tapes and the DOJ's memo and everything. And Pam Bondi was ready to answer. She was about to speak, and Trump interrupted her. He's like, hey, look, are we still talking about this guy? Like, no, like what? Like, why? Like, years? Like, why? Like, everybody's talking about this dude. Like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, I'm sick of this for you, Pam. You don't even feel like answering, do you? And Pam didn't catch. She wasn't quick enough. She was like, no, I don't mind answering. And I know Trump had to be sick when that happened. It's like, no, go ahead and answer then. And, you know, Pam Bondi talked about how they had released a lot of stuff, because there's a difference between releasing evidence around a case or releasing vital information or declassifying things and then releasing stuff, right? So they released a bunch of stuff to look like they were releasing something. Like they released the videotape of the night that Epstein got up out of here.
I can't wait to hear what he's got to say about this.
And the problem with the tape is that it's always been talked about as if there was a tape of his cell that would prove definitively that like nothing untoward happened, right? But the tape isn't of like Jeffrey Epstein's cell with him sitting there and everything. It's of like a hallway. And you're giving a tape to conspiracy theorists. They're gonna do some extra looking. There's like 10 hours of tape. But there is 61 seconds missing. I don't know how long it takes to kill somebody. But if there's 61 seconds missing, I'm assuming that it takes 50 seconds and gives you 11 seconds to get down the hall. And I'm not even saying that's what happened, by the way. I'm just saying 61 seconds, that's weird. And they asked Pam Bondi about it, and Pam Bondi is like, look, it's a very old system from the 90s where the tape resets at midnight, so it takes a second to like reset, and that's why 61 seconds are missing. And I had a lot of questions. I had a ton of questions. One, my first question, didn't even concern Epstein. My first question was, why are you telling everybody that? Because that is very valuable information if you're a prisoner in that. Because you know what they play in prison, the news. You probably sit there at Gen Pop like, wait, it what? Every day? I gotta go take care of something. So she says, look.
Oh, dude, that is... wow.
This is the way that system works. So we're actually going to be supplying more video footage to show that there's a minute missing every night. And I was like, why would you say that? The people in prison can hear you. But also, that's a pretty bad system. It was supposed to be watching somebody, and it takes a minute to blink. That's pretty wild. That it's just gonna be missing every day, and you're telling us that like it's not an issue at all. Felt crazy to me. And then they release the video, and then people go digging, they go looking. And one of the things they find is that the video has been doctored. Somebody at some point read the video through Adobe Premiere and did something. And I'm not saying, look. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Adobe Premiere. All right?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Adobe Premiere.
All I'm saying is I would have thought the government, with all their resources, you know what I mean? Like the government would have like a special program.
Yep.
That just feel pretty cheap to make an Adobe Cloud account that you run this Epstein tape through. Like nobody's gonna know. So then people are wondering about the missing minute. They're wondering about how this video's been tampered with. And then even people who watch the full 10 hours of the video, because you gotta remember, some of these people are dedicated. They're like, there's actually a guard that leaves one way and never comes back, which proves that there's two ways to enter that hallway. And I was like, oh man, he's so screwed. Trump, he's very good at creating a distraction, and he tries. He did his best. He said that he was gonna revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship.
That's why, honestly, this whole thing where he's just like, you know what, I don't even know who shot at me. It was probably the radical left, and but I'm just gonna kind of let it go. It's like, but Rosie O'Donnell is still a thing. Okay. I hated her, Betty Rebel. She ruined the Flintstones for me.
On any other day in American history, that would be a headline. Any other day, that'd be wild. And look, Rosie O'Donnell and Donald Trump have what I think is now like a 20-year feud going on, which is absolutely insane. The President of the United States has the ultimate and deepest beef. His arch nemesis is the actress from Harriet the Spy. That is mind-boggling.
Good poll.
The leader of the free world is ready to have it out at any given moment with the voice actress from the main gorilla in the Disney movie Tarzan. The man with his fingers on the button for the nukes has a deep hatred in his heart, decades long, for Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award winner Rosie O'Donnell.
I love it. How he's bringing up her accolades.
This is an unacceptable timeline. That is crazy. I don't even know what Rosie O'Donnell did that day. Like, I don't know what even brought it up. But he says, you know, I'm thinking about revoking Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. If Ireland wants to keep her, they could have her. And any other day, this would be the story. He knows that. Who knows? Look, I'm of two minds about this thing.
He keeps
because
doing
it is clearly a distraction, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I'm of two minds about this thing because, one, obviously, there's a world where he's just like saying stuff to say stuff to like swiftly like move the news cycle in another direction, and he may not do anything. But the fact, as a sitting president, that he would even muster up the corner of his thumbs to put that into a phone to go out to the world is so deeply insane. Because this thing that he's doing now is not just a step too far, it's the entire field too far. Rosie O'Donnell is an American citizen, a citizen. And so if he can do that, then truly, 100% without a doubt now, nobody is safe. What started this whole like immigration, fear-mongering, you gotta remember, because you have to understand, as a platform, people have been running on it as long as there have been, you know, green cards and immigration programs. Oh, is it a little too much? Oh, we don't like what it's doing to the landscape of our neighborhood and everything. And people have won votes on it. That's nothing new. But what's turned is the way that people are openly nasty and disgusting about it. There's always been racism in it. It's mainly what it is, you know? Because if you really cared about people coming over the right way, the legal way, then you would make the right way and the legal way clear, and you wouldn't kidnap people at their green card interviews, and you wouldn't have like mass people picking people up after baseball practice, okay? If that's what you cared about. And you also, you know, you've structured this thing to make these people seem like monsters. That's been the plan this entire time, because if somebody is a monster, it is part of the human condition and a flaw that we have. As long as we see somebody as a monster, whether they are or not, we don't really care what happens to them. You know? It's why they can make conditions in prison so bad, because the assumption is, well, everybody that's there deserves to be there, so screw them, right? If they don't have a clean water, or if they can't shower, or if their food's contaminated, good. Because they did something bad to earn that place, right? And it helps you strip the basic humanity of looking at another person, whether they've made a mistake or not, or looking at another person, whether from a different country or not. And if you get really good at stripping that humanity away, you can do whatever you want, and then you start to be able to do whatever you want to anybody that you want. And that's what's been creeping up this entire time. What started as like, guys, they're eating the dogs. Remember, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Nobody's pets are safe. It was getting so dumb. It was past like, these are criminals and they're killing us and they're coming over here to do terrible things. And then it started to morph a little bit more. Okay, look, I know that they're going through the proper channels and everything, but they have a misdemeanor in another country. Do we really want somebody like that to become a citizen? Maybe we should deport them now. No, I understand that they have their green card, but they also,
The lack
I don't
of
know, they
humanity
have
from
this weird
MAGA is
pass out like,
disgusting.
or they
Yeah.
wrote an op-ed I didn't like, or they said a thing that I didn't like. So do we really want someone like that in our country? I know that they are a fully naturalized citizen, but the way that they became a citizen is a little bit under suspect, because I said so just now. So maybe we'll deport them. And now we're all the way to the point that American citizens that I do not like can be gone. And so you see, when you let somebody's humanity get stripped away over and over and over again, and it's in the back of your head, and you even go with the lie. They probably did something, or maybe they shouldn't have done that thing, or maybe they have a good reason. When you do that enough and it finally comes for you, don't be surprised. Because the thing with the Rosie O'Donnell, it's like there's a part of it that I think is nothing. I'm not saying that that thing is absolutely gonna happen. I'm just also saying that the fact that he even fixed his fingers to put it out is a problem. And normally, on any other day, it would have been such a problem that it's what everyone on the news would have been talking about. But this was a different day. This was a day where Dan Bongino is so upset he doesn't even report into work. He's tired of arguing with Pam Bondi. He might resign. Other people are talking about resigning. This Epstein thing isn't going away. And so then Donald Trump did what he does best, what he does in a crisis, and what he does when it counts. He made it worse. Like a kid throwing a rock through his own window. He makes it so much worse. And now Trump is dealing with that fallout. There are people calling for Pam Bondi to resign. There are people that are asking Trump extra questions. And then Trump crashes out spectacularly while y'all were probably parking. And so I'm gonna do this real quick. I don't like to use my phone or bring my phone out often, but I have to read you what Trump posted. And
he did this live? No way.
Look, I'm gonna read every word that he posted. All right?
Yeah.
But I will be doing it the way that I read it in my head. This is insane. What's going on, my boys? Boys in quotations. Oh no, what's going on with my boys? Boys in quotations. And in some cases, gals? Also in quotations. Are you asking us a question about what's going on with them, or are you confused about the gals specifically? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job, all caps. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect, all caps, administration. The talk of the world, all caps, and selfish people, in quotes, are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies. What? I'm not saying that Trump killed Epstein. I'm not saying that at all. I'm like specifically not saying that. I need you to understand that I am explicitly not saying that Trump killed Epstein. I'm just saying that if I was like driving in my car and I hit somebody and I somehow got away with it, but I saw them every time I closed my eyes, I'd be like, this guy never dies. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. This is a man who hasn't slept. For years, it's Epstein over and over again.
True.
Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama? You know what's so good about files written by Obama is that Trump was sitting there knowing he know Epstein. Trump knows Epstein so well. They were friends. Trump lived so close to Epstein in Florida that Epstein had to knock on his door and let him know he was on the sex offender registry. Like, that's how close they lived together. He knocked on the door, was like, hi, the court has ordered me to notify you that I'm in the area. I have been convicted of a few crimes, and I left my suit jacket over here last night, so. That's crazy. By Obama, and it's a list. It's a list. It's, why are we giving publicity to files? You know what it also is? This man was sitting here knowing that he knows Epstein. He's sitting here knowing that this looks very bad. And he did the DOJ thing, even though it's not directly tied to him, even though the president isn't allowed to interfere. He clearly did the DOJ thing where he told them to shut it down. And now people are rebelling against him. And he's sitting there like, how can I make it DEI? Obama. Thanks, Obama. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration? So I guess they were all in a room in this scenario, and they wrote the files together in tandem. Like, Obama just knew that everyone in the Biden administration would be in the Biden administration one day, so he gathered them all together. But this is also before Epstein ever died or anything, so Obama time traveled to like right after to know it would hurt Trump, so then he came back in regular time, and he sat down Hillary Clinton, Comey, Brennan, and the loser, he had to get all the losers and criminals of the Biden administration in one room so they could write. Also, wrote the files? Isn't it a bunch of documents? And the losers and criminals of the Biden administration, I do like that he said there are criminals in the Biden administration, but there are some people who aren't criminals. They're just losers. But I want to make sure I address them too. You're not safe. You're not safe just because you're not a criminal if you're a loser as well, all right? In fact, you're a loser because you're not a criminal, all right? I have 34 felony convictions, and I'm the president, okay? You out here not even a criminal. You can't even criminal good. Loser. And the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia, Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, intelligence is in quotes, the laptop from hell. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I really don't know what that is. I don't know if that's like Hunter Biden's laptop or a laptop with Hillary's emails on it, or if he just had a bad experience with an HP laptop. But like, that is also in all caps. The laptop from hell and more, question mark. They created the Epstein files, just like they created the fake, all caps, Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me. And now my so-called friends, this man hurt because my so-called friends, as a world leader, my so-called friends is the most Regina George Mean Girls line I've ever heard in my entire life. My so-called friends is wild. Foreign diplomats, world leaders had a dinner that Trump was at, and they made fun. This is his first term. They made fun of him at the dinner. He could probably hear him in the background. They were laughing. It was like Boris Johnson and Justin Trudeau and other people, and they were over here doing him. They were over here. Like, just, dude, making fun of him hard, cracking up, talking about how he doesn't know how to spell, everything. They were getting him good. They were roasting him. And then this man comes back to the U.S., and I'm pretty sure it was Fox News that played the tape that somebody got of them making fun of him, not with a bunch of audio, and his head was down a little bit. You could tell his feelings were hurt, for real. And he was looking down and everything, and he just said, yeah, I didn't know that, like, they were, you know, like fake like that or anything. Even in that moment, he didn't say my so-called friends. My so-called friends is insane. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? And this is good. This is clever. He's doing what he does. This is the Republican talking point that's going to go around, look for it over and over and over again. Well, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could hurt Trump, that could derail MAGA, why didn't he release it? All right, that's the most I know you are, but what am I logic I've ever heard in my life? Because you're the president now, so you could release them. I know that Biden didn't release them, but you could release them. You could. You could release them if you wanted. You could, like you could. You could, like I dare you. No, I was just saying, like I dare you. I bet you won't. I bet you're too scared. I bet you won't. But you could. I know Biden didn't, but you're the president now, and I thought you were a better president, so you could. You could do anything that Biden didn't do. You said that. You were like, there's a bunch of things Biden can't do that I can do, that only I can do, and one of those things is release the Epstein files. Like, do it. I bet you won't do it, though, because you're scared. No, it's just funny, man. This man, he's going through it. Why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or the MLK Jr. files, which is a terrible idea to bring up different conspiracy-laden things while you talk about there not being a conspiracy. That's crazy. That's a terrible move. This man is derailing. No matter how much success we have
crashing out pretty hard.
had, securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons, it's never enough for some people. This man is spiraling. It's never enough for some people is not what a president says. It's never enough for some people is not how you speak as a president. That's how you speak as a dad who just finished a 16-hour shift and somebody tells you to take out the trash. It's never enough for you people. Every day, I've been awake for 24 hours. It's my birthday. Yeah, thanks for the time. It's never enough for some people. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years. And that's true. That's true. We're all going to die. And we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, all caps, which will continue to be our complete priority, all caps. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job, all caps. She's
all
great,
caps.
all caps. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead, all caps. Now it's the hottest, all caps, country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about.
Wow.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. There's a thing I read about a long time ago. There was this leader named Father Yod, and Father Yod was the head of the Source family. The Source family was this collection of people. Some people called them a cult and everything, but they mostly kept to themselves. Like, they ran like a vegan restaurant, I think, and they just minded their own business. But one of the most interesting things about Father Yod was Father Yod told them early on, before it was ever even really a cult, before there were even a lot of members, I'm God, and don't go to a hospital. That was his thing. And that happens in a lot of cults, by the way. Don't go to the hospital because hospitals are full of experts who can provide answers that I can't. So if I can cut you off from other experts, if I can cut you off from people reasoning in a way that is just direct with logic, I've already started to bring you into the fold in a way that you'll never leave. And so Father Yo would tell them, don't go to a hospital, right? And so they didn't. Members of the Source family would like not go to a hospital. And they did what I would say was generally well for a cult as far as length. A lot of cults fall apart in those first few years. You know what I mean? First year, everything sort of starts out good. Everybody's just having a good time, making friends, living in a commune and everything. And then year two, somebody try to get you to like drink something or do something else. Just people start coming for your mouth, you know what I mean? And like all sorts of ways that get uncomfortable, and that's usually when the cult falls apart, because there are people that are like, ooh, I'm not gonna do that, I'm not gonna drink that, ooh, that's weird, no, I'm gonna go, right? And then that's when leaders sort of crumble and start having power grabs, and they get paranoid and everything. This didn't really happen, at least from what I read, to the Source family, Father Yod, and they stayed together long enough that there were members of the community that started coupling and even having children. And it got to the point where they were about to have the first baby born into the Source family, but they can't go to a hospital. They can't go to a hospital, and something like feels wrong. And no one can really describe what it is, but basically this member starts going into labor in real time. So everybody is looking over to Father Yo. You know, you said you were God. You told us not to go to the hospital. I think you're gonna have to deliver this baby. And so this man does it. He delivered the baby, but when the baby came out, it wasn't making any noise. And it wasn't moving at all. And people started crying. Everyone was devastated. There was so much joy around having a new person in the family. And Father Yo, he did something. I don't know what he did, but the members described it as him just clearing the airway gently a little bit, and out of nowhere, after all that silence, after no movement, the baby cried and it started moving. And if he thought he had followers then, if he thought that they were believers then, we don't need a hospital. And it got to the point where one day Father Yo was like, you know what, I'm done with this whole like earthly thing. I'm tired of healing y'all and everything. Everybody coming up to me all the time, I got a cold. Because that's what he would do. People would like have a cold, and then he'd be like, blah, 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 and then they would still have a cold, and they just get over it in 2 weeks because it was a cold, right? But then when they finally got over the cold, he'd walk by and be like, did it? And it's like, all right, well. And so it was one day Father Yod said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a vacation. Get away from y'all for a little bit. I'll come back, but I'm gonna take a vacation. I'm gonna take it in heaven. And so he got on a 1,300-foot cliff with a glider. Because I guess he thought he was gonna glide up enough to just like get to heaven's front door or something. Like this man is truly like lost to the sauce, right? He'd been leading the cult too long. He believed him now. I wish I had half the confidence. Because that's so crazy to think you're just gonna fly up to heaven and stay up there, but you also need a glider. Do you know what I mean? Like, at least people on ecstasy think they gonna just fly immediately, you know? This dude gets on the glider, takes off, and never did this before in his life. Wasn't trained or anything. And so he jumps off the cliff in the glider, and he goes perfectly down. He goes straight down. This man, bow, right? And so the followers like, oh, he went the wrong way. And then they come down the cliff and everything, and they come to get him. He laid out. I can't even do it. He laid out. He laid out like, but not like busted up. He's not dead. He's laid out like this, and didn't have any. To what I read, at least, he didn't have any significant, any substantial, like, bruising or markups on his body. Another miracle, you would think. Turns out, everything stayed intact, but his guts were all upside down. Like, this man, this man stayed perfectly in his body, but his lungs were in his feet. Like, he and so they run up on him, and he over here laid out like, I can't even do it right. Like, he laid out like, when they find him, glider crash, he laid out like this. And they run up there like, Father, Father. And he's like, get me to a hospital. Get me to a hospital now. And the followers are like, what? And he's like, yeah, the one on 32 Roscoe, please. Hurry up and get me to a hospital. And there's different accounts of this. I'm sure that there's followers that say he never asked for a hospital. I'm sure there's followers that say he asked for a hospital immediately. But this dude is like, get me to a hospital. And then the followers are like, what? Why though? Like, you said never go to a hospital. You said that that's not real science in there. You said that you get sicker if you go to a hospital. We can't take you to a hospital. And he said, get me to a hospital. I'm serious. Oh, I feel something upside down. You know what it probably sounded like? I mean, I'm not there. We don't have the footage or anything. But I imagine if you fall 1,300 feet down, you probably sound like that grape lady. Remember that grape lady that was crushing the grapes, then she fell, and then she went,
That was so funny.
Off camera, we didn't
if
see
you
her.
guys don't know, the lady that falls off Great Lady News Report.
Because I'm sure when he said, they get me to a hospital, they really didn't understand what he was saying at first, because he was like, get me to a, I think my spine behind my balls. Get me to a hospital. But then my man looked intact. So they're like, no, he doesn't need a hospital. He just needs rest. And then he died 9 hours later. And so when I see the way that, like, MAGA is turning on Trump, it just feels so much like, why would you? Wait. Why would he lie? He really doesn't understand. Trump truly doesn't understand why this thing won't go away. And it's because he doesn't understand people. You know, whether it's, you know, the MAGA base.
That is my favorite part.
Whether it's Q, whether it's anybody online, anybody interested or
it's because he's an elite.
Concerned about anything to do with Epstein. All those people are people. So if you lead people on and you lie to people, they have a reaction. You can't just get something and give nothing in return. And people won't let it go, and they won't give up on it, because this man is real. He really existed. And he really destroyed a lot of lives. And for all of our faults as humans, we care about that. And so no, we're not just gonna let it go. It's not like some passing fad of a thing. I think it is to him, because he just uses what he needs while he needs it to get what he wants. And once he has it, he throws it or the person who gave it to him away. And it's something that some people are finding out right now, that he'll betray you on a dime. Nothing matters to him. Because if this thing doesn't matter to him, then nothing matters to him at all. There's no way around it. People care because vulnerable people were victimized for a very long time. And whatever part you had to do with that, it can't be covered up because there's nothing that screams, I'm in the Epstein files, like, stop looking for the Epstein files.
Nope.
One thing that I thought was incredible, one thing that put a smile on my face was when Rosie O'Donnell responded to Donald Trump talking about revoking her citizenship. And I know I don't like to pull out my phone, but I want to read you what she said. You can actually look. You can actually. This is on her Instagram, so you can actually look this up for yourself. I'm not kidding. This is crazy. So first thing she does is post a picture of Trump and Epstein together, which is genuinely hilarious. And Rosie O'Donnell posted in the caption, "Hey Donald, you rattled again? 18 years later, I still live rent-free in that collapsing brain of yours." I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I watch the news all the time. I watch people try to defend Trump. I watch people attack Trump, and I'm chronically online. So I watch people insult Trump all day long, and I have never come across collapsing brains. Collapsing brain would actually explain everything. It would explain the made-up words. It would explain the spelling. You call me a threat to humanity, but I'm everything you fear. A loud woman, a queer woman, a mother who tells the truth, an American who got out of the country before you set it ablaze. You built walls, I built a life. I'm an autistic kid in a country where decency still exists. You crave loyalty. I teach my children to question power. You sell fear on golf courses. I make art about surviving trauma. You lie, you steal, you degrade. I nurture, I create, I persist. You are everything that is wrong with America, and I am everything you hate about what's still right with it. You want to revoke my citizenship. Go ahead and try King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan.
Oh.
Jeez.
Wow.
I'm not yours to silence.
Savage.
I never was. And then it's the Irish flag signed Rosie. And if I'm being honest, I just never expected. Like, I never expected the president of the United States to be so effectively eviscerated by one of the supporting actresses from A League of Their Own. Like, it just feels wild that this is life. Philly, y'all been phenomenal. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all.
Ah, goddamn. Yeah, here. Let me link here's the video. If you guys want to share that and also go back and rewatch, definitely give him a view. I did not mean to watch the whole thing, but holy shit. I really did just enjoy it that much where I was like, you know what? We all need to laugh together. This is actually part of the reason that I do know that he allows such shenanigans to happen on YouTube, because he's one of the few content creators that really does care about like giving us like levity and not wanting to lock out a bunch of new fans. Am I the only one impressed he could read that off well, no, I mean, really? No, because he had a few issues with it that I would also have. Not as... Yeah. I would have had way more. Up there, Shaky. I'm gonna have to vacuum because of you. The buddy. Yes, glad that we could all cheers together. That was fun. Here, let's go to the next segment. Let's see what we got. I'm glad that I got to do that again. We haven't watched a Josh Johnson clip in it feels like a few months now. Yeah, it's probably been about a month or two. I know maggots that swear Donnie never met Epstein. See, that's weird. Like, when you have like blatant obvious evidence where you can't doctor it and there's so much of it. Yeah, well, I already write them off, so I don't know. Those are the ones that are too far gone, but those are the ones that, like, I don't think they represent the people that are going to ruin a lot for him. Because we'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. We'll see. We'll see. According to him, he's gonna release something that's gonna shut everybody up. So 3 a.m. I mean, let's see. When did he say it? 3 a.m. Oh, their time? Okay, so it would be what? 2... Oh, it actually might be like, what, an hour here? Not even? Hold on, CoffeeZilla is the one that did it. Wait. The Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch. Wait, and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump and to Epstein was a fake, and if they printed it, they will be sued. They will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care... Yes, actually, you know what? To your point there, Jeff, it is a little bit harder. Take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, told directly by Caroline Leavitt, by President Trump, that's the third time that he's referred to himself in the third person, that the letters are fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they're going with false, malicious, and defamatory stories anyway. Yeah. Wow. Dude, he's so fucking cooked. He really is. Shit. That Donkey Kong came out today. Damn, I gotta grab that. Let's see. What's up, everybody? How's everybody still doing over here? If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. I really appreciate it. I'm assuming you guys are subbed to the channel, but occasionally through my analytics, I do see that some people that continue to watch this are not subbed for some reason. It's like you're just lording that over me, which is fine. It's fine. But if you guys could sub to the channel, it does help me out, and I appreciate it. Also, you guys can give the dog a treat. $2 super chat. And get yourself a membership over on YouTube. Members only content dropped. Well, now it's a new thing. I just started doing it, but I'm getting a lot better about dropping some members only content. And funny enough, the content that came out this weekend was kind of forced because of the power outage I had. So, peace all way past bedtime. You are, man. Good night, Jeff. Gotta love the night crowd here. I know, my guess it's where. Let's see. What else do we have? I might give it about 2 weeks for MAGA to do a complete 180 and just go right back to what they were doing before and just go, honestly. I'm just happy because you're kind of seeing the pivot where they're saying, I'm just happy that he's doing X, and they're like, this is a distraction. This is a distraction. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, seeing a lot of that. Somebody said it would be a good time for AOC and Bernie to go out, do some rallies. I know that we have a bunch of protests happening this weekend. There's the John Lewis protests happening in certain cities. But I think they are organized by Indivisible. So if you guys are not already checking those out, you can find those if you just type in your local city and Indivisible, those will pop up. So give those a look. All right, let's see. Night need. I was about to say, what? Are you saying night to Jeff or? Oh, those were today? Oh. Oh, never mind. Oh, those were the events that I saw then. Okay, so that was the John Lewis one. Got it. So what are the ones going on this weekend then? Because I saw some more, but okay, sorry about that. Didn't mean to get that mixed up. Yeah, there's about 100 people. That's a good turnout. It went late. That was the thing that got me, was how late people stayed. The last person, I saw them dispersing. It was 2 people with a flag and 1 lady with a sign, and they were still holding the flags out until about 7:05, 7:10. Yeah, I was at the stoplight, and they were packing up their stuff right then. I was like, oh, wow. Go to Indivisible and use your zip code. Yeah, no, I did that. I like how it's pretty easy, and I also like how, immediately the first thing that they don't ask, for is donations. DSA is the worst with that, and I have to call that out, because, DSA immediately is just like, give us money! You want to be part of us? Give us money! Like, no. You have to earn that. Just like I have to earn the money from you guys. Time for sleepies. Yeah, I think that I should probably call it. As much as I wanted to try and go for the 6 hours, I'm actually getting a little tuckered out myself. But what I will do is I will smoke with you. You can sync it to your calendar. Nice. Breaking news. House passes cuts to public broadcasting. Why is that breaking now? Huh. Alright, yeah, I want to smoke with y'all. Do that whole thing. Also, I do want to just say, like I said, if you guys can help out the channel, get yourself a membership, and I mostly want you guys to be there. Like, I want you guys to be able to see the content. That's also why I have kept my memberships cheaper. Also, I should probably not say this, but you can kind of ignore the 3 tiers. It's just the mild tier that's supposed to be the only one. I misunderstood when I was setting up my page that I didn't need to have 3 tiers. I'll fix that when I remember to do so, because ADHD is a bitch. So, it was also funny because YouTube was like, you should make it $5.99 because, you know, we take 40%. And I'm like, but I want to be one of the affordable ones. Nobody financially shoots themselves in the dick more than me. So this is why I try to appeal to you guys. And also, like I said, because I kind of do feel bad, like, that I'm gonna have to essentially paywall a bunch of stuff for you guys. And lame. But don't hate, what is it that don't hate the player, hate the game? Also, don't forget, the big one is the Prime memberships over on Twitch. You guys, if you got just your Prime membership hanging around and you're not using it on another Twitch streamer, which always support your other Twitch streamers. If you got somebody tried to like apologize to me, they're like, I have been donating to this person for, you know, so much time that I just can't. I'm like, it's fine. You do not need to save. Like, it's totally fine. I genuinely do also appreciate like all the free like support, you know, liking all that bullshit. I'm tired, so I'm giving like a little bit of a whoa. Here's a candid look into how I think about this stuff. But yeah, also trying to do this for a long time. So, alrighty, yeah, I got nothing else to really cover, which is kind of fun. Oh, you know what? I got the Alex Jones pickle jar thing, but it's a Jimmy Kimmel thing, and that's a problem. Again, stupid copyright. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tap. Was it 540? Eh. Hate to do it. But I literally got nothing left. Seems like you guys are also hitting the ye old dusty trail. Can you not blame you? My God. Ah! Holy crap. All right, now it hit me. You know how I said I wasn't like tired before? Yeah. That all just totally caught up to me. All right, so here's the deal. Tomorrow, I'm likely actually going to be on at 2 o'clock. I know I said 4, And that is what is on the schedule. But if all goes according to plan, I should be able to hop on a little bit early and hang out and have a nice little Friday stream with you guys. So kind of looking forward to it. It's going to be chill. I've already determined that I want to have a more chill stream, so look out for that. Also, if you guys want to do a call-in or discuss anything, that will also be on the table. Going to be doing a little bit more of that as well. So, that being said, let's see. Anybody to raid? Not really. Man, politics streams on Twitch at night, very few and far between. Gotta say. Would be cool. Oh, man, do you know how awesome that would be if like YouTube had something like that, where if like even if the person wasn't live, that I could just like link you guys to like a video or their channel? That'd be awesome. Watch, YouTube does that, and I'm just like, wow, oh hey. It's not necessarily my idea, but I totally. Alright, sorry guys, I'm closing out stream, but I'm also making sure I don't lose everything for tomorrow, but alright. Cool. What is this? Oh, there we go. All right, guys. I will catch you guys tomorrow. As I said, 2 o'clock Central Standard Time, or 4 o'clock if you don't catch me then. But if you guys can't tell, I'm trying to toy with a new start time. Shh! Don't tell the people that already left. They don't get to know. All right, guys. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.